Chapter 1. Ancient Battle Techniques of Kuruda. Our story begins one cool summer's day with a small child wandering around the forest outside his home village searching for a decent meal. Damn villagers never letting me buy any food. The boy's stomach growled. I gotta find some food soon before the sun goes down. Continuing to walk around the woods a little longer, the boy notices something moving around in the shrubs. Finally, diner! The young child threw his kunai, hoping to hit what would soon to be his diner. Suddenly something screeched, "Huh? That doesn't sound like a-h-h." The young boy was suddenly falling through a steel panel that had come loose beneath him. He seemed to fall forever, at least that's what the boy thought. After falling for a minute or so, the child finally reached bottom, making a nasty crunch as he hit the hard earth. His body went into shock and quickly passed out due to the extreme pain that his body was feeling. Hours later, around midnight, the boy starts to stir. "Ugh, my whole body hurts. What happened to me?" The child thought about the events that led up to his current situation, and then it dawned on him. That's right. I fell down a long hole in the ground while I was getting diner. Oh well, I can't do anything about it now. I guess I could look around until I find a way out of here. I gotta find some light though. Using the moonlight above, the boy looked around the chamber he was in, trying to find a torch or something. Stumbling over what he thought was a lamp at one time, the child fashioned a torch out of the rusted metal, his undershirt and the oil that was left in the urn. "I hope this works," said the child. Picking up some stone off the floor and another piece of metal, the kid struck the two objects together, trying to create sparks so as to ignite the oil-soaked cloth. After several tries, the kid was about to give up, when on the last try, by a sure stroke of luck, he threw the metal on the ground next the torch, making it spark a great deal, catching the cloth on fire. "Yatta. I finally did it!" yelled the kid. "Nothing can stop Uzumaki Naruto." Now our hero finally gives a name. Walking around for a bit, Naruto finds nothing of interest or even an exit. All he notices is that the ruins are really old. If he had to guess, they were at least 1,000 years older than Konoha. Stumbling around for a little longer, Naruto hears a click and then some grinding. "Kami, I hope I'm not going to fall through the floor again," said Naruto as he braced himself for a crash landing. A moment later, when nothing happened to his body, Naruto looked up to see that the wall that was in front of him had opened up. Moving into the room, Naruto sees a vague outline of a person in the corner, with what looked like a large scroll standing up beside the figure. "Hey, you awake over there?" asked Naruto. Getting no response, he moved in further. Once being within 10 feet of the figure, Naruto figured out why the person was not responding. The figure was a skeleton. "H," screamed Naruto, sounding more like a little girl than a boy. Getting over his state of shock from seeing a skeleton, he moved over to examine the body. Looks like this guy's been here for a while. I wonder if the scroll here can tell me how long though." Deciding to take a look in the scroll, Naruto searched around for other urns filled with oil and moved them over to where he would be reading, so he could use them for light. Getting everything in place, he finally sat down and opened the scroll and began to read. "To whomever reads this scroll. My name is Gaoban, the 60th Sevil, also known the Black Howling. The small forces that I am in command of and myself are taking refuge in a land far from Kuruda. We do not know what this place is called, but the monks here have taken us in. But I fear that the beasts that are following us here may kill them as well as my people. We are the last survivors from the attack from the 9 demon beasts. Each one, besides the one that can control sand, has more than one tail. It seems that the more tails they have, the stronger they are. The strongest is the 9th, which looks like a giant red fox. The monks say that the demon fox is called the Kyubi no Kitsune in these lands. I have asked the monks what country we are in, but it seems there is no formal government and therefore no country. I ask that whomever reads this can please bury my comrades and myself if we are not already buried. And as payment for doing this for us, I give you and your people the contents of this scroll." While here, the monks taught us how to seal objects in paper. Inside the seals contain scrolls on my country's 3 different styles of martial arts and how to perform them. In the other seals is a book on Kuruda's history, my brother's Deus's Black Wing, and my old training gear from when I was younger. Use the training gear as a base to make others for your people if you see fit, and use the Black Wing to protect yourself and your loved ones, and finally use the book of history so that my people will live on forever in the hearts of your people. I fear that I am not long for this world. I can already feel the tremors caused by the demon's footsteps heading our way. Good luck, stranger, and I hope what's going to happen to us will never happen again to any human being in existence. P.S. If you found this place by mistake, pull the barrel away from the wall opposite from me. It will open up a secret passage to the outside. Looking back at the pile of bones behind him, Naruto sheds a tear for those that died by the Kyuubi's hands. Well, Gao-san, you don't have to worry anymore. That beast was killed by my village's strongest Hokage, and I will see that you are finally put to rest. Rolling up the scroll and throwing it over his shoulder, Naruto opens the secret passageway and grabs Gao's body, pulling it along up to the surface. Getting to the top of tunnel, Naruto can see that the sun is starting to come up. Wow, I didn't think I was down there that long. Oh well, I guess I better get you buried and head to the old man's office. So Naruto began to dig. Hours later, Naruto had dug a pit deep enough to put Gao's body in and covered. Before he left, though, Naruto constructed a crude headstone that said this: "Here lies Gao-ban, the Black Howling." Around midday, Naruto finally made it back to the Hokage's tower. Waiting at the entrance to said tower was an ANBU member with gravity-defying silver hair and a dog mask. "Naruto, where have you been? Hokage-sama is very worried about you and has the 3 teams out looking for you." Naruto grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. "I kinda passed out in the forest last night trying to find some food." Naruto then looked down. "Why do the villagers hate me? What did I ever do to them?" asked Naruto. The dog ANBU got down to Naruto's level and put a hand on his shoulders, then gave Naruto a light squeeze. "They are just fools, Naruto. Do not let them get you down. Someday you'll be able to show them just how amazing you are, and they will finally treat you right." Naruto looked into the black eyes of the mask. "Thanks, Kakashi and Ayase," said Naruto, giving the ANBU a genuine smile. The silver-haired Nin stood back up. "Don't mention it, Naruto." "Wait, how do you know who I am, Naruto?" "ANBU identities are supposed to be classified, so only the Hokage and head of ANBU know who we are," stated Kakashi, slightly confused. Naruto laughed. "You don't think I'm that stupid, do you? I may not be a ninja yet, or started the academy for that matter, but even a civilian would know it was you, Kakashi and Ayase. I mean, how many other people have hair that is silver and defies the very law of gravity? You really should use a genjutsu or something to hide it when you're in your ANBU uniform," said Naruto as he walked into the tower with Kakashi behind him. Sigh. "Yeah, I guess you're right, Naruto." Kakashi was upset that a 6-year-old figured out his identity just by looking at his hair. Was it really out of the ordinary to have silver hair and have stand up without help from gels or mouses? He had tried everything he could think of to keep it down, but no matter what, his hair seemed to have a mind of its own when it came to style. Even when wet, it seemed to only droop a tiny bit. Back to the matter at hand, Kakashi felt a small tug on his vest. "What is it, Naruto?" he asked. Standing in front of the office doors, Naruto looked up to Kakashi. "Could you do me a huge favor, Nisan?" asked the blonde. "Sure, Naruto, what is it?" said Kakashi. "Well, since I'm going to be talking to Gigi for a long time, could you do some shopping for me? I would go after we talk, but the villagers never let me in the shops. I have some money stashed in a hollow leg of my bed at home, so you don't have to pay," said Naruto. "No problem, Naruto, but you don't have to worry about the money, I'll pay for it," said Kakashi, giving Naruto one of his famous eye smiles. That is if Naruto could see through the mask. "Now, what would you like me to get?" Naruto thought about it for a moment and then eyed the scroll on his back. 2 weeks worth of food, a few sealing and storage scrolls, books on basic chakra control, sealing, and weights. Also, could you get a tent big enough for 6 people? Kakashi thought about it for a second. "Sure, Naruto, I can get all that. But why do you need all of it besides the food?" "Well, since my birthday is coming up, I was thinking about camping outside the village for a while until after it was over. I also thought I would start on some light training before I enter the academy in a few months," said Naruto, hoping Kakashi would buy it. Kakashi knew Naruto was not telling him everything, but he decided to let it go. "No problem, Naruto. Where will you be camping? That way I can set up everything for you, and when you're done you can go right there." Thinking of whether he could trust Kakashi with this information without it getting back to Gigi, go out the east gate and head about a mile into the forest. Look for a makeshift headstone that has the name Gao-ban on it. "I'll be camping there." Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair, told him goodbye, and said that he would meet him at his apartment in a few hours to take him to the campsite. Disappearing in a puff of smoke, Kakashi was off to get everything that Naruto asked for, and a few other things that he thought the youngster might want or need. Turning around to face the double doors of the Hokage's office, Naruto knocked on the giant doors. "Come in," said the man behind the door. Naruto walked in and sat down in front of the Hokage's desk, waiting for the old man to notice who was there. "Out with it. This better be about Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts." "It is, he's right here," laughed Naruto. "Naruto-kun," yelled the aging Kage as he ran from behind his desk to hug the small boy. "Where have you been all this time? I was worried that one of those damn villagers finally got you." Naruto wiggled out of man's embrace and caught his breath. "Aji-sen, I'm fine. But there's something I have to talk to you about." The old Kage motioned for Naruto to go sit on one of the couches. Sitting beside the boy, Sarutobi told Naruto to tell his tale. So Naruto went on for the next few hours talking to Sarutobi about what happened, what he learned from the history book so far, and what his plans were. "So that's about it, Ojizen. I plan to move out there by the old temple where no one other than you and Kakashi and Ai-san can find. But there's one thing I was wondering about and was hoping you could help me with." "What is it, Naruto-kun?" asked the aged Kage. "Could you find out anything about how long ago this Kuruda place existed? The book doesn't have any dates written down," said Naruto, standing up. "Sure thing, Naruto-kun, I'll get right on it for you." Sarutobi messed with Naruto's hair. "Now you better be going before Kakashi decides to leave without you." Naruto gave his foxy grin and ran out the door. "Thanks, Gigi," yelled Naruto as he left the office. Sarutobi went and sat at his desk as Naruto was leaving. The old man had a knowing smile on his face and reached out to grab something that was not there. But fortunately something appeared where he reached. Kakashi. "Kakashi, I have a mission for you," said the Hokage. Kakashi nodded. "What do you want me to do, Hokage-sama?" asked Kakashi. Sarutobi smiled. "You are to watch over Naruto until he starts at the academy. Help him out where he needs it. And I take it you heard the last bit of the conversation." Kakashi nodded. "Good, then you know he is living out there now. Since that area is nothing but swamp and unlivable mountain land, I want you to get Tenzo and have him make a house for Naruto out there." "Yes, Hokage-sama," said Kakashi before disappearing. A little later at Naruto's apartment, Naruto was just arriving when two figures appeared behind him. Turning around as fast he could, Naruto looked up to see two Anbu behind him. "Hello, Naruto. Glad to see you're done talking to Hokage-sama. Are you ready to go?" greeted Kakashi. Naruto looked at the other Anbu nervously. "Who's he, and Ai-san?" Tenzo shook his head. "How rude of me. I am Yamato. The Hokage asked me to follow you and Kakashi-senpai for a mission." "Oh, okay." Naruto smiled at the two elite shinobi. "Did you get the storage scrolls, Nisan?" Kakashi nodded. "Cool. Could you help me seal some things away? Then we can get going." Kakashi followed Naruto inside, as did Yamato. Walking through his front door, Naruto saw that all his things were gone. "Where'd all my stuff go?" asked a worried Naruto. "Don't worry, Naruto. While you were in the Hokage's office, Kakashi and I sealed up all of your things into a few scrolls. We need you to come in here so that if anyone was watching would think you're home," explained Yamato. Kakashi saw that Naruto was confused and decided to answer his question before Naruto could ask. "What Yamato means by that is that we sealed your things and need you to come inside so when we leave the villagers won't follow or know where to look for you." "How are we going to leave without getting seen by the villagers?" asked Naruto. Yamato grabbed Naruto's shoulder and disappeared in swirl of leaves, and reappeared in front of the campsite. "That's how, Naruto-kun," said Yamato. Naruto almost fell to ground once Yamato let go of his shoulder, since he was not used to moving that fast. At least not yet. Getting his balance back, Naruto looked around the camp. Awesome. Kakashi finally appeared in front of the group that he would be in charge of. "Alright, you two, you need to get some sleep because tomorrow we have a lot of work to do." Naruto looked at Kakashi confused. "What do you mean, Nisan? There's not that much work that needs to be done." Kakashi shook his head. "Not true, Naruto. Tomorrow you start training on chakra control since you already know how to mold it. While you're doing that, Yamato and I are going to be working on your house." "My house?" asked Naruto. "What about the tent?" "Well, Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama asked me to make you a home to live in out here, since you won't be living in the village anymore. Yamato saw that Naruto was going to start yelling, so he continued. Hokage-sama said you were going to be staying out here a lot anyway and that it would be safer for you to life outside of the village. Don't worry about going through the gate anymore though, cause we found out that that temple runs underneath the village. And that means all we need to do is connect my house to the temple and then the temple to somewhere in the village, right? Asked Naruto. Kakashi, I smiled. Correct, Naruto. You're quite smart for a kid your age. Naruto got a sad smile on his whiskered face. Thanks you guys. You gotta be smart to survive what I go through on a daily basis. Everything was silent for a moment. You won't have to worry about that anymore, Naruto-kun. Kakashi and I will make sure of it. Now let's get some shut-eye. Why don't you go ahead of us, Naruto-kun? I have to talk to Kakashi for a moment. Naruto ran off into the tent and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Kakashi-senpai, what are we going to do about his house? I can only create with structures. I cannot provide pluming or electricity, said Yamato. Kakashi pulled out a medium-sized scroll and let Yamato read it. That is book written by the fourth. It's a book of seals he created. It is a gift from him to me, and now I'm giving it to Naruto. Yamato was kind of confused at the moment. That's good and all, senpai. But that doesn't answer my question. Kakashi took the book back and sealed it away into the scroll he got it out of. In that book are seals that produce electricity and water. All we need to do is set up the seals and then everything will work on its own. I did the same thing with my home, so I don't have to pay a water or electric bill each month. Oh, that is all Yamato could say. Well, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day, said Kakashi, walking into the tent. The next day, both Kakashi and Yamato woke up around 5 a.m. to start work on Naruto's new home. So what you think we should do, senpai? We can't exactly build a house in the middle of the woods outside of the walls. It would be too easy for it to be attacked, said Yamato. Kakashi walked away from Yamato, moving closer to the entrance to the temple. We're not going to build it out in the open. It's going to be underground. What do you mean, senpai? Asked Yamato. Last night while we were asleep, I had a few clones working on a space for the house. Kakashi motioned to a tunnel next to a torch. Why don't you go take a look at what you got to work with, then get started? I'm gonna go get Naruto up and start him on chakra control. Yamato nodded and entered the cave Kakashi made. See you in a few, senpai. Moments later, Kakashi was walking up to the tent to find that Naruto was already up and making food. Taking a spot behind a tree so as not to be spotted, he watched Naruto for a bit to see what he would do. Naruto was boiling some water to use in his ramen cup before he started his morning workout. While he was waiting for the water to boil, Naruto decided to take out the scroll he got from the temple the other day and check out some of the things inside it. Opening up the scroll, Naruto unsealed the black wing, Gao's old clothes for training, and the scrolls on Karuta Taijutsu. Looking at the training clothes, to Naruto it just seemed like a tight black bodysuit with closed-toe boots and blue leather stockings for the arms and legs. So he put it on to see how it fit on him. He had to admit it made him look more muscular and he felt a bit heavier, but not that heavier. Looking around for where he put black wing, Naruto noticed a piece of paper on the ground. Picking it up he read, to add weight to the suit, just concentrate a little bit of soma into an area of the suit where you want to build muscle. Soma? Questioned Naruto. I guess he means chakra. Let's see what happens. Focusing chakra all over his body, Naruto was not ready for what was about to happen. As soon as he focused his chakra, he slammed into the ground and went all the way through down to where Yamato was creating the house, and continued on to make a crater 10 feet deep where he landed. Oh wow, whoa, yelled Naruto. Help, I can't move. Kakashi appeared right by his side and was trying to lift him up, but with great difficulty. Kakashi, what happened? Yelled Yamato with a bit of urgency in his voice. I do not know. Naruto just took out a scroll and started unsealing things from it, including this suit. And when he put this suit on, his chakra spiked and then he went right through a ceiling that's 15 feet thick, said Kakashi. Naruto, what did you do that made this happen? Asked Kakashi, falling down on his ass, tired of trying to pull Naruto up. Naruto sighed. I put this suit on and read the instructions for it. They said to focus your chakra into the suit to add weight to it. So I did, and now I'm here and it hurts. Well then Naruto, just stop focusing your chakra and that should do the trick, said Kakashi, standing back up. After a few minutes, Naruto was finally able to control his chakra enough to stop focusing it, which was actually harder than he thought it would be. Standing up, he dusted himself off and got out of the crater. "So what, Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-sensei?" asked Naruto, who was still a bit sore. "Sensei?" questioned Kakashi and Yamato, pointing at one another. Naruto shook his head. "You guys are helping me train, right? And teaching me a few things while I'm in the academy?" Kakashi was dumbfounded. Yamato could barely speak. "Why yeah, but, stuttered Yamato. "Then you two would be my senseis. I mean, what else do you call someone that is teaching you?" Kakashi dropped his head in defeat. "Well, I guess you got us there, Naruto." Kakashi turned to Yamato. "Looks like you and me are Naruto's senseis." Yamato looked like he was about to cry. "But Senpai, I've never been someone's sensei." Kakashi gave him an eye smile. "Of course you have, Yamato. You helped train the past few recruits that joined ANBU. That was you being a sensei, and as our first assignment to you as your sensei's Naruto." Naruto got an excited look on his face before it completely dropped and was replaced with look of terror. "You will climb out of this pit through the hole you made in the ceiling only using your feet," said Kakashi. "Yamato will demonstrate for you and monitor you while I'm finishing up our home. Now get started." So Kakashi walked off to handle all the ceiling that needed to be done on house while Naruto was being taught the tree climbing exercise. Or in his case, rock climbing exercise. "So Naruto, do you know how to channel chakra?" Remembering what happened moments earlier, Yamato retracted his question. "Never mind that. What you're about to learn is an ability that all genin should learn but are not taught at the academy. This skill will allow you to walk on any solid surface by using chakra. You could walk on walls and ceilings without falling off. Now watch closely and I want you to try when I'm done." Forming a half-ram seal, Yamato started walking up the wall of the cavern. Getting to the ceiling, Yamato sat down and looked to Naruto. "Now I want you to apply chakra to your feet and start walking up. Use a kunai to mark your progress, and here is a tip. If you apply too much chakra, you will be launched off the surface and you will lose your footing and fall. But if you apply too little, you won't stick at all and will also fall. Now begin." So Naruto pulled out a kunai and started his training. He fell numerous times but never gave up. Around lunch, Kakashi came back to the area where he left Yamato and Naruto to train. "I think my clones made this cave a bit too big. You could fit the entire Hyuga clan compound down here. Oh well, if Naruto is anything like his dad was, then he might need the extra space for more houses." Kakashi smiled, thinking of his old sensei. After his father died, Kakashi did not have much of a male role model to turn to after that. Luckily enough for him, he had his sensei there to help him through everything. Thinking back to Naruto, Naruto did not have that in his life. He went to the Hokage when he was not busy, but other than that, Naruto had no one to turn to. Kakashi would have to change that. It was the least he could do for everything his sensei did for him. Making it up where he saw Yamato standing, he could also see Naruto laid out on the ground panting. "So how's training going?" asked Kakashi. Naruto just grunted. "He's doing rather well, Senpai. He has made it halfway up the wall so far. I know that may not seem like much, but your clones built this cave kinda high. I mean, 100 feet to the ceiling is pretty high, don't you think?" answered Yamato. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when I was walking over here, but it's too late now to change anything." Looking over at Naruto, "How you feeling, Naruto?" asked Kakashi. "Good." Naruto wheezed. "Just need to rest a bit. This is really tiring." Kakashi laughed. "Well, once you're rested up, come to the house for lunch. Yamato and I are going on ahead to have a talk." Grabbing Yamato and waving goodbye to Naruto, Kakashi started to make his way to the house. "So what do you need to talk about, Kakashi-senpai?" asked Yamato. "I've been thinking we should move in and take care of Naruto here. He has no one else to watch over him, as you know, and because of the council either trying to kill him or turning him into a weapon, they won't allow anybody to adopt him. But that doesn't mean we cannot care for him anyway," said Kakashi. "I understand if you don't want to do this, but I'm doing this either way," said Kakashi, looking back at Naruto in the distance. "Why do you want to do this, Senpai? I mean, I have no problem with living here. This is some of my best work and I would love to live here, but I just want to know why you're doing this before I say yes." replied Yamato. Because he is full of potential and from what he has already accomplished, he may one day be the greatest shinobi this village has ever seen, said Kakashi. Yamato stopped and released a small amount of killer intent directed at Kakashi, causing said ninja to stop and turn to Yamato. Don't give me that, Kakashi. I want to know your real reasons for doing this, said Yamato in a serious tone. Kakashi sighed and turned back around to face the house. I want to do it as a way to repay his father for all he has done for me. Walking away from Yamato, the conversation was never brought up again. Chapter 2. The Makings of a Warrior. It has been 7 years since Naruto found the temple holding a scroll that would change his life, and now he was just a few days away from graduating from the academy. He would have graduated sooner, but Kakashi said it was best for him to hide his skills and make everyone else think of him as an idiot and weak. But little did they know that Naruto was actually one of the strongest academy students around. The only one that gave him a run for his money was Sasuke, but that is just because Naruto's wind jutsus are weak against Sasuke's fire jutsus. Finishing up his normal morning workout, Naruto released the chakra in his suit to get back to the house faster so he could get ready and leave for class. Getting to the front back door of the house, he shared with Kakashi and Yamato. He was almost hit in the face by the door being opened. Oh Naruto, you're already done with your workout. Well, I got something for you today. Call it an early birthday present from the two of us, said Kakashi with Yamato standing right behind him holding a scroll. What is it, Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-sensei? Is it a jutsu I can use so I can finally have an advantage against Sasuke? Asked a hyped-up Naruto, eager to learn a new jutsu. Well, you could say that. We know you've been having trouble with your Bushin jutsu, so we talked to the Hokage and got him allow us to teach you a Bushin jutsu that would work well with your massive chakra reserves, said Yamato, tossing Naruto the scroll. This technique is called Kage Bushin. It will make solid copies of you instead of illusions. Naruto dropped in defeat. But I hate the Bushin technique. All my clones come out looking like Kakashi-sensei after hearing that the new Ika novel has been delayed another month. Yamato laughed, picturing Kakashi laying on the floor of their home pale and deflated. Kakashi just growled at his two roommates. That as it may, you still need to learn how to do a proper Bushin so you can pass the exams this year, said Kakashi. Speaking of which, sensei, how come you're letting me pass this year, not the last 3 years? Asked Naruto, sitting down in the dirt and opening the scroll to start learning the technique he got. It's part my fault and the council's fault, actually. I wanted you on my genin team, but the council wanted to train the last Uchiha since his family got assassinated 3 years back. And now that he is finally stable and returned to the academy this past year, I can have you on my team as well as Sasuke, stated Kakashi. Naruto just sighed. That may be good for you and all, but because of that everyone thinks I'm a moron. Kakashi laughed before closing the door. You kinda had to be a moron for my plan to work. You see, when it comes to team selections, the rookie of the year and the dead last get put on the same team along with whomever scores the highest in the written test but lowest on the field test. That way the teams are even. All Sora team will be training here, continued Kakashi rather hurriedly. Kakashi may have thought he got away with the last bit, but Yamato knew different. Thanks to the QB being sealed inside Naruto, Yamato knew that his student had advanced hearing and also knew that Naruto heard Kakashi. Stepping away from Kakashi, Yamato positioned himself so that he was out of the way of Naruto and tried to get them away from the house. Finally getting Naruto to aim towards the far wall of the cavern, he let Naruto let out his anger. What do you mean our team will be training here? And don't you dare say that Sasuke will be able to come here? Screamed Naruto, still sighting down yet releasing all the killer intent he could muster directly at Kakashi. Kakashi blinked at Naruto's killer intent. He had felt far greater in his day compared to Naruto. But for a 13-year-old, it was still some mighty powerful Ki. Now Naruto, calm down. I know you don't like Sasuke, but my team needed a training ground and this is the only place that wasn't taken. I had no choice, explained Kakashi. Fine. But for not telling me earlier about this. Naruto spun around on his palms and launched both feet at Kakashi's face. Tomahawk! Naruto screamed the name of his attack. Making contact with the scarecrow, Kakashi was sent flying into the far wall, making it crack all the way to the ceiling. That's what you get. I'm off to class. I'll see you two in a few days. Oh, and Yamato-sensei, the first aid kit is in the top drawer in the third floor bathroom. Yamato waved Naruto off as he himself went to go check on Kakashi. Getting to the crater, Yamato pulled out the bloody and bruised Kakashi. Told you should have told him sooner. Mocked Yamato. Kakashi coughed up some blood. Oh, shut up and help me to the hospital. I think he cracked my jaw and broke a few ribs that time. Yamato sighed and shined them both to the hospital. Checking in, the nurse asked, he angered Naruto again, didn't he? To which Yamato just nodded and signed the paperwork. Take him to room 403 and wait for the doctor. She will be with you shortly. Walking to the academy via underground passage, Naruto arrived at the hatch that was right beside the tree in the courtyard of the academy. I'm so glad I asked Kakashi to make these tunnels. It makes it a lot easier to avoid those hateful looks from the villagers. Going through the hatch, Naruto made his way to the classroom before anybody else got there. Unfortunately, someone was already there. Well, two someones, Shikamaru and Sasuke were both there. Shikamaru was napping, of course, and Sasuke was in the middle row brooding like always. Taking a seat up top, Naruto pulled out his scroll and began reading. Looking over the technique, he found it to be rather simple but was labeled as an A-rank jutsu. Apparently the Kagebushin split your chakra evenly between all the clones, and whatever the clones learned, you learned once they were dispersed. Seems easy enough. I might as well give it a try before class starts. What are you talking about back there, dope? You're being annoying, said Sasuke. Naruto just ignored Sasuke as he got up and walked out the room. Sasuke was seething. Nobody ignored an Uchiha. At least that is what Sasuke thought. But what Naruto did proved different. Not one to let anything go, Sasuke followed Naruto out the academy into the courtyard. Seeing Naruto standing by the tree with the swing, Sasuke was about to yell at Naruto but found he could not when he heard Naruto say Kagebushin, and suddenly he was surrounded by hundreds of Narutos. What the hell is this dope? How did you make so many clones? Yelled Sasuke in anger. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto canceled the jutsu and turned around. What do you want, team? Can't you see I'm busy training? Asked Naruto as he walked by Sasuke. Teach it to me, said Sasuke, grabbing Naruto by the arm. Couldn't even if I wanted to, Uchiha, said Naruto with a bit of an edge in his voice. Now remove your hand or I'll remove it for you. Sasuke smirked and squeezed hard on Naruto's arm. Like you could make me. Taking that as a challenge, Naruto peeled Sasuke's hand back in a painful manner, making said Uchiha yelp in pain. Then threw the raven-haired boy through the air and into the window of their shared classroom. Walking inside Tachi classroom, Naruto was greeted by a passed-out Sasuke lying next to Irika and Mizuki's desk, and Shikamaru looking right at Naruto. Do you have to be so troublesome this early in the morning? Asked Shikamaru. Naruto laughed. Wouldn't want to disappoint you, Shika. Taking his seat, Naruto decided to catch some Z's while he waited for the class to get there. About a half an hour later, the other kids started to arrive. They went through their usual routine. Kids came and sat down. Some glared at him and made little snide comments. But a select group of people known as fangirls, these creatures are a group of young girls that, instead of acting normal human beings, act more like animals, especially when it comes to the object of their fangirl-like ways. In this case, that object would be one Uchiha Sasuke. Today, like always, Ino and Sakura were the first ones into the classroom, although they argued which one was first even though they arrived at the same time. Finally, the group of beasts stopped arguing long enough to notice that Sasuke was not in his normal seat. Where's Sasuke-kun? Asked one girl. I hope he's not sick, said another. Well, I hope he is sick so I can take care of him, said Sakura. Not if I take care of him first, billboard brow, screamed Ino. In your dreams, Ino pig, shrieked Sakura. Then the whole group got into it about who would take care of Sasuke if he was sick, and you could hear the occasional death threat or shirt ripping as they got into it. Naruto had enough of it. He was trying to sleep until Irika got there, and these banshees would not allow that. Oh, I screamed Naruto, effectively silencing the girls. Sasuke isn't sick. He's over there near Irika's desk, knocked out. Now will you please stop screeching? Kami. Sounds like nails on a damn chalkboard. Some of the other people in the room laughed at Naruto's little barb at the girls. A few hoolered, amen, while the rest just ignored the whole thing. Why is Sasuke passed out anyway? Asked Kiba. Shikamaru decided at that time to let his presence be known at that time by telling everyone what happened. Sasuke attacked Naruto out in the courtyard, for not teaching him a technique Naruto was working on, and Naruto threw Sasuke through the open window in the back. If you don't believe me or Naruto, you can ask Sasuke now that he's awake. Everyone but Naruto and Shikamaru looked to the front of the class to see Sasuke getting up and taking a seat. Some tried to see if what Shika said was true, but they all got the same reply of, "This is between me and the dope, so it's none of your business." Naruto chuckled a bit. "What's the matter, Duck-S? Don't want the class to believe that you got tossed by the dead last?" asked Naruto. Sasuke snarled and was about to reply but got stopped when Irika came in and told the class to sit down. The rest of the day went off with any more hiccups. Making his way back home, Naruto arrived to see Yamato and Kakashi sitting in the onsen that they added a few years back once they found out that there was a hot spring near the house. "Hey guys," said Naruto waving. "How you feeling, Kakashi and I-san? I didn't hurt you too bad, did I?" Yamato just shook his head. "Well, you cracked my jaw and broke 3 ribs, so yeah, I'm fine," said Kakashi sarcastically. "Well, that's what you get for not telling me anything about the whole Sasuke thing," said Naruto, taking off his clothes and getting into the spring. "We gotta talk about that, by the way." "What is there that needs talking about, Naruto-kun?" asked Yamato. Settling into a comfortable position, Naruto closed his eyes. "Well, first off, both my teammates need to have the seal we created put on them, and Sasuke needs to have the other seal put on him as well." "What other seal, Naruto-kun?" asked Yamato. Kakashi gave Naruto a stern look before answering Yamato's question. "Naruto, and I recently developed a seal that when activated leaves anyone with a Taijutsu unable to use it while they are within the barrier field and I set up when we first moved in. The seal was created just in case Kakashi had a team or I had a teammate that had a Taijutsu," finished Naruto, "and since now we have both, we have to use it. Right, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto with some venom behind that last statement. "Listen, Naruto, I know you don't like it, but it is better than the alternative," said Kakashi. Naruto huffed. "Yeah, right. Anything would be better than being on a team with Sasuke. Naruto, if you were on any team but mine, you would have been stuck with a sensei that ignored you in favor of the other two," rationalized Kakashi. Naruto sighed. "He is right, Naruto-kun. If it were anyone but the two of us, you would be forgotten." Naruto sighed. "Yeah, I guess you're both right. Although if I was on Guy's team, I would have been fine. Especially since Tenten is on that team." Let it go, Naruto," said Yamato. "It's never gonna happen between you two. She is too stuck on Hyuga Niji to even notice you," said Kakashi. "Oh yeah, we'll see about that. With that weapons fetish of hers, there's no way she won't notice me when I finally pull out my Blackwing," said Naruto, standing up and getting out of the onsen and walking inside before slamming the door. Yamato turned to Kakashi. "You know, he has a point. With the way that girl looks and acts around weapons, the boomerang of his is sure to get her soaked." Kakashi laughed. "Yeah, even more so when he throws it and she sees what it can really do." They both went silent after that. Finally deciding to get out, they both went to their rooms and went to sleep. The next day went as it normally did. Yamato and Kakashi went out on patrol since it was going to be their last days as ANBU, since they would start out being jounin in 2 days. Naruto, for his part, woke up, trained for 3 hours, went to class, then came home and trained some more. The day after that was a special day though. Today was the day of the Genin final exam. Today Naruto got up extra early to train his normal 3 hours in the morning. Once he was finished, he came back inside and changed into what would be his Genin uniform. Walking downstairs to meet Yamato and Kakashi for breakfast, Kakashi was the first to notice his new outfit. "So you finally decided to wear it, huh?" said Kakashi. Yamato turned around to see Naruto wearing black weighted arm guards that looked more like metal pipes than arm guards, black fingerless gloves, and red metal rings above his biceps. He was also wearing a red leather battle skirt that went all the way down to his boots that were still closed-toed instead of the regular open-toed boots. The skirt was split up the front and back to allow the legs to have freedom of movement. His top was the same black bodysuit that went from his feet to his shoulders. The only difference was he had more than 2 silver studs over it. There were a total of 20 studs now all over his upper torso. The lower half had a red steel plate for protection. On his face is what surprised Yamato the most. Naruto was wearing a Kakashi-approved face mask that covered most of his face and was tucked into the lining of his bodysuit. "Looking good, Naruto. Happy you chose to finally wear the mask I got ya, said Kakashi. Naruto looked over at Kakashi and gave him an eye smile. I'm sorry, Kakashi, did you say something? Kakashi paled. He now knew what it was like for Guy when he did it to him. Yamato fell on the floor laughing hysterically when Naruto used Kakashi's catchphrase on him. Ha 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 ha.
Oh kami.
If you could see your face right now. Ha 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 ha. Quick, Naruto, find a camera, laughed out Yamato. Before Kakashi could recover though, a flash went off and in Naruto's hand was a camera. You guys suck, whined Kakashi as he sat down and ate his breakfast without once ever taking his mask off. Later that day, after the shenanigans were over, Naruto was sitting in the classroom finishing up his written exam, which he made sure to pass just by 1 point. There now, I just have to pass the next part and I'll pass. And even if I show off, there's no way I'll be put on another team with the way my grades have been for the past 7 years. Laying his pencil down, Naruto flipped over his test and went to sleep. 30 minutes later, Irika woke him up when he picked up the tests. All right, now that the written test is over, we're going to be calling you up one by one in alphabetical order to pre-form the last part of the exam. When I call your name, hurry it up and get down here and make 3 clones, please, said Mizuki. Everyone went and made their 3 clones while Sasuke went and made 5 clones just to show off. Well done, Sasuke. Top of the class as always, said Mizuki. The fangirls cheered. Now lastly, Uzumaki Naruto, please come up and give it your best shot. We won't think any less of you if you fail. Naruto smirked as he walked to the front of the class and made a cross seal. Suddenly the entire room was filled with about 100 clones. Everyone but Naruto and Sasuke had their jaws on the floor, but one person in the room had to say what everyone else was thinking. Holy shit, said Kiba, with Akamaru barking at his master. What do you think of the dead last now? Said Naruto smirking as he dispersed his clones and sat down. For the rest of the class, no one said anything until Irika called everyone down to pick up their headbands. Naruto opted to get a red headband with an extra long tie so it would hang down his back and would flow through the air when he ran. After class was over, Naruto went home and then went to bed waiting till tomorrow when he would meet Kakashi as his genin sensei. The next day, Naruto got up early to get some more training in than usual. Today, he focused more on training with his Blackwing than his physical training or jutsu training. Now that I'm a genin of Konoha, I can truly impress Tenten. I think you just might, Naruto, said Yamato. Naruto stopped training for a bit. When Yamato showed up, you really think so, Yamato-sensei? Sure. I mean, the way she is with weapons, you are guaranteed to get her attention. And with you natural animal magnetism, how could she resist you? Said Yamato, trying to get the boy happy. Thanks, Yamato-sensei. I'm glad I got you and Kakashi-sensei here when I need you, said Naruto, giving Yamato a nice smile. Yamato just smiled back. No problem, Naruto. Now you better go get cleaned up, get something to eat, and then get on to the academy. Yes, Ka-san, said Naruto, laughing at the face Yamato made. Getting ready to go, Naruto grabbed a sandwich on his way out the door. Making his way to the academy, Naruto arrived just in time, as at such time Irika came in the door. But a strange thing was Mizuki was not there yet. Hey Irika-sensei, where's Mizuki? Asked Naruto. I don't know, Naruto. You will have to ask your Jounin senseis. They were the only ones that were told. Now take your seat while I tell you and the others the names of their sensei, said Irika. I'm just gonna take a nap till my sensei gets here, said Naruto. Naruto, you have to stay awake so you know who your sensei is, said Irika. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. I already know who my sensei and teammates are. Irika looked confused. Naruto, how do you?
Iruka-sensei.
That would be telling, and as shinobi we can't just give out information to people that aren't our teammates, interrupted Naruto. So without further interruption, Irika named off all the teams until he got to Team 7, and Team 7 will be. Interrupted yet again by Naruto, the blonde finished for him. Team 7 will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Sakura squealed while the rest of Sasuke's fangirls screamed, and myself. This time it was Sakura's turn to scream. Irika-sensei, how come I have to be on a team with Naruto? He is so annoying. Irika sighed. Naruto felt like taking this one again as well. I'm on a team with you and the Duckass because I have the lowest scores in the class while Sasuke is at the top. To even out the teams, the dead last gets paired with the Rookie of the Year. And to make it a three-man cell, they put in the person with the highest test scores but the lowest practical scores. In other words, Sasuke is the best, you're just average, and I'm the ass end of the class. Naruto explained the pairings to the whole class but was not done yet. And you call me annoying? For Kami's sake. You're like a damn banshee the way you screech. Shinobi are supposed to be stealthy, not giving away their position all the damn time. Oh, and before I forget, our sensei is Hatake Kakashi. The whole time while they were arguing, each team was leaving while at the same time listening to Naruto's explanation. By the time Naruto was finished, the only people left were Team 7. Sakura was furious. She was going to go and brain Naruto, but one voice seemed to stop her in her tracks. Huh. For once Naruto has a point, said Sasuke. Maybe he isn't the dead last since he actually understands the meaning of being a ninja. Sakura, for her part, looked like she was about to cry. What do you mean, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke sighed. Just shut up and wait for our sensei to get here. He finished by shutting his eyes and going to sleep. Sakura again got angry. Naruto, this is all your. Sakura turned to see Naruto gone. Where'd he go? He probably left to go cry about being the dead last, said inner Sakura. Hours later, Sakura was pacing around the room still waiting on their sensei. Where the hell is Naruto and Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke suddenly shot up out of his seat hearing Sakura scream. Will you shut up? Kami, you're more annoying than Naruto, said Sasuke, getting back in his chair. Before Sakura could reply, the door opened behind her and Kakashi walked in. Would Team 7 please meet me on the roof? Asked Kakashi as he disappeared as quickly as he appeared. Dropping down from the ceiling in front of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto walked out the door. Come on, you two. You don't want to be late, do you? Yelled back Naruto. Making their way to the roof, Sasuke and Sakura arrived to see Naruto and their sensei talking to one another. Ah, there you two are. Took you long enough. Now come and take his eat, so we can get team introductions over with. Taking their seats, Kakashi pointed to Sakura. You're up, Pinky. Introduce yourself to everyone. Wait, before we start, how do you two know each other, sensei? Asked Sakura, to which Naruto answered, Meet my two-san. Now may we continue? Asked Kakashi. Naruto's two-san? I thought Naruto was just an orphan without any parents, said Sasuke in a cold tone. I don't have any parents, asshole. But Kakashi-sensei is the closest thing I have to parents. Unlike you, Uchiha, snarled Naruto. Sasuke was about to say something when Kakashi stopped them. All right, settle down. We're supposed to be telling each other about ourselves, not trying to kill the other. Now you in the pink hair start talking, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Why don't you go first, Kakashi-sensei, so we know what to do, said Sakura. Kakashi looked over to Naruto. Is she always this slow? Naruto nodded and Sakura got pissed, while Sasuke just smirked. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have taken care of Naruto since he was 6. I have a lot of hobbies and a lot of dislikes. I don't really have a dream yet, and my first impression of the two of you are, I don't like you. Now it's your go, Pinky. Sakura huffed. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are, looks over at Sasuke and squeals. My dream is to, looks over to Sasuke and squeals again. And my dislikes are Naruto and Ino Pig. Great, they gave me a fangirl, thought Kakashi. All right, now it's your turn, short, scrawny, and brooding. I don't have any hobbies or likes. I hate a lot of things, and my dream. No, my ambition is to kill a certain man and revive my clan, said Sasuke. And now I have to deal with an Avenger, perfect, thought Kakashi. He's so cool, thought who else, Sakura. Okay, now that that's over, let's get started, said Naruto. Sakura stood up. Wait, you gotta introduce yourself just like the rest of us, Naruto. Naruto scoffed. You all know who I am, and I don't trust any of you except Kakashi-sensei, so I'm gonna say anything about myself to you too. Are you happy now? Said Naruto. Now that we're done with the introductions, I'm gonna go on ahead and set up our training ground. Once you're done, Naruto, please bring them with you, said Kakashi before disappearing. All right, you two, since you will be training at where Kakashi and I live, you need to have a seal on you before you can get in, so lift up your shirts so I can apply the seal. said Naruto, pulling out a brush and a well of ink. Why do we need to lift our shirts, you pervert? Yelled Sakura. 1. I am not a pervert. 2. The reason you need to lift your shirt is, like I said before, I need to put a seal on your bodies or you won't be able to enter the training ground, explained Naruto. And what if we don't have the seal on us? Asked Sasuke. Naruto smirked. Well then the barrier around our home will kill you. This seal allows only those we deem worthy to enter. Personally, I would rather let the two of you get fried, but since Kakashi and Aisan won't allow that, I have to give you the seal. Now I'm not gonna say this again. Lift your shirt so I can apply the seal. Lifting up their shirts, Naruto got to work applying the seal. Once done, Naruto looked over at Sasuke. Now I need you to take off your headband. Why do I have to do that? Asked Sasuke, a bit annoyed. You have to because I have another seal especially for you, said Naruto. Sasuke took a step back away from Naruto. Oh yeah? What does it do? Asked Sasuke. It's something I thought of that Kakashi agreed to let me put on you. It's a seal that while you're in the training compound you can't use your Sharingan to steal everyone else's hard work, said Naruto with a sinister grin. You can't do that. I'm an Uchiha, one of the elite, screamed Sasuke. Yeah, you can't do that too, Sasuke, added Sakura. Naruto smirked. I can and I am. It's my house, so it's my rules. Now you either let me do this or you can go find yourself another sensei to train you in how to use your Sharingan when it awakens. Sasuke paused for a moment, thinking it over. The only other person in the village with a Sharingan was Kakashi, so he was the only one that could train him in its use. Fine. Put the damn seal on me then, said Sasuke, taking off his headband. Sakura tried to stop Naruto from doing it, but Sasuke just told her to mind her own business. Finally done sealing, Naruto motioned for the others to follow him. Making his way down to the tree in the courtyard, Naruto opened up the hatch and jumped in. Come on in and hurry up. We don't have all day to wait around. Following Naruto through the tunnels, they arrived in the cavern that held the training ground and Naruto's home. Wow, this place is huge, said Sakura. It's all right, said Sasuke, not really interested. Welcome to my home and Team 7's training ground, said Naruto. Don't forget that it's Kakashi's and in my home too, Naruto-kun, said Yamato, walking up from the training field. Oh hey Yamato-sensei, what you doing here? I thought you had a mission today, said Naruto. I did. We finished around lunch and made it back here early, and I was helping Kakashi fix up the training ground for all of you. He told me to tell you that to head back there when you got here, said Yamato, walking back to the house. Follow me. The training ground is this way, said Naruto as he made his way to the training field. On their way down to the field, Naruto began to notice trees. Now, to some people trees are not that special, but considering that these trees were underground, that made them quite special. Ha, I guess this is why Kakashi needed Yamato, said Naruto to no one in particular. What are you talking about, dope? Asked Sasuke. Naruto sighed. For the rookie of the year, you don't pay much attention, do you? Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke pays more attention than you do, screamed Sakura. Sakura, we are underground. That means you screaming like an idiot could cause the roof to cave in. So shut up, yelled Naruto, effectively shutting Sakura up. Now to answer your question, Duckus. Don't you find it odd that there are trees growing underground without any sunlight? Sasuke looked around and then shut up. Yeah, that's what I thought, said Naruto, smirking. You can stop walking now, we are here. Sasuke and Sakura looked around and saw giant trees surrounding a rather large training field. In the center of the field was a sparring ring that was roped off. Outside of the ring, closer to the back of the field, were target dummies and 3 entrances, each with a sign above the entrance. The one farthest to the left had a 1 on the sign, the middle sign had a 2 on it, and finally the one to the right had a 3 painted on it. What's the signs for? Asked Sakura. Kakashi appeared in front of the group suddenly, scaring the hell out of Sakura and making her scream. I'm glad you asked, Sakura. These are obstacle courses that increase in difficulty as you move up a number. A genin should be able to complete the first one with little difficulty. A chunin should be able to complete the second, and it takes an Anbu or jounin to beat the last one, answered Kakashi. Sakura recovered from her almost heart attack and Kakashi motioned for them to follow him. All right, Now I want two of you to get in there and spar so I can see what you all have to offer. Naruto jumped in the ring. Come on, Sakura. You and me are going first. Naruto began stretching. Please, I'm not fighting a weakling like you. It would just be embarrassing, said Sakura, crossing her arms over her chest and turning away from him. Well, it's not like you would be willing to fight your precious Sasuke-kun. Besides, if I'm such a weakling, then this would be a good opportunity to prove how strong you are to the duck-s, said Naruto. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. Naruto, why do you keep calling Sasuke duck-s? Asked Kakashi. Naruto laughed to himself. Look at his hair and tell me what it reminds you of. Kakashi looked at Sasuke's head and smirked. Huh, Naruto's right. It does look like a duck's ass. Never mind, Naruto, I see what you're talking about now. Now Sakura, get in there and show me what you got. And Naruto. Naruto looked up to Kakashi. Don't kill here, said Kakashi. But Naruto just brushed him off. Alright, you two, this is an anything goes match. Use whatever jutsu you want, but when I say stop, the match is over. Now are you both ready? Naruto put both hands behind his back. I'll give you a handicap and put both hands behind my back, said Naruto. Your funeral, said Sakura, getting into the basic academy taijutsu stance. Kakashi dropped his hand in a chopping motion. Go. Sakura launched at Naruto at breakneck speeds, well, breakneck for her anyway. To everyone else, though, she was about as fast as an untrained ninja. Sakura cocked her arm back and prepared to swing at Naruto's head. Seeing the punch coming a mile away, Naruto moved to the right to avoid the blow, to which Sakura followed up with right hook. Naruto dropped to his back to dodge her punch again and kicked his legs out and started to spin. Naruto landed several kicks to Sakura's stomach, making her fall over in pain. Getting back to his feet, Naruto put some distance between him and Sakura. What's the matter, Sakura? I thought you said this would be embarrassing? That I'm a weakling, taunted Naruto. Regaining her breath, Sakura got back in her stance. That was just a lucky shot, dead last. I won't lose to you, yelled Sakura. Naruto smiled. Then come get some forehead. A fire suddenly erupted in Sakura's gut. She no longer wanted to beat Naruto. She wanted to kill him. Well, you're mine, you bastard, said Sakura as she rushed at Naruto. Waiting for her to get close enough, Naruto prepared his attack. Sakura, for her part, did some hand seals and a copy of herself appeared on each side of her. Seeing this, Naruto made a cross seal and two other Narutos popped out. The Narutos on the left and right went after the other Sakuras on the left and right using tomahawk, while Naruto sat and waited till Sakura was close enough to strike. Take this, you bastard, yelled Sakura as she swung at Naruto's head. But before she made contact, Sakura felt a sharp pain in her chest followed by a loud scream.
Uzumaki Assassination Technique Shadow Skill, Sword.
Naruto swung his right leg at Sakura, making a diagonal cut across her chest, showering blood everywhere. Dropping to the ground, Sakura screamed in pain. Naruto leaned down to her to pick her up and carried her bridal style to Kakashi. She's not dead or badly injured. She just needs to be bandaged up. The cut is very shallow, said Naruto as he laid her down. Turning to walk away, he heard Sakura say something. What was that, Sakura? Before she could reply, Sakura passed out. Didn't I say not to kill her, Naruto? Asked Kakashi, but it came out as more of a statement. Naruto shrugged. And didn't I tell you that she is not dead? She just lost a little blood and passed out. She will be fine with some rest. Kakashi sighed. Well, I'm gonna go take her to one of the spare bedrooms and let her lie down. Once we are done here, Naruto, she is your responsibility. What are you talking about, Kakashi? Naruto asked with an edge. What I mean is when the three of us are done training today, you are going to take care of her until she wakes up, said Kakashi, and walking towards the house. Oh, and while I'm gone, you two are going to fight. After Kakashi was gone, Sasuke entered the ring. Ready to get your ass kicked, dope? Taunted Sasuke as he got into the traditional clan taijutsu stance. Naruto hooped into the ring. Ready when you are, duck-s. Will you stop calling me that? Yelled Sasuke and charged forward, unleashing a volley of blows. Fortunately, Naruto dodged everyone. Tomahawk! Yelled Naruto, aiming for Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke jumped back in order to get away from Naruto's attack. Once Naruto got his footing, he reached into his shuriken holster, pulled out a 2 shuriken and threw them. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and was planning on deflecting the 2 projectiles until Naruto made a hand seal and 2 shuriken turned to 40. Naruto quickly went through some hand seals and performed another jutsu, wind release, gale wind palm. Naruto shot a giant gust of wind from his palms, which was not enough to blow Sasuke away, but it was enough to make the 40 shuriken even faster and 3 times as deadly. Sasuke tried to dodge the incoming shuriken but only managed to dodge about half. "When did you get this strong dope? How could you be so powerful?" yelled Sasuke. Naruto got down low to the ground as much as possible without laying down. "I've always been the strong Sasuke. I've just never shown my true strength till now. And even now, I'm only showing you half of my strength." Naruto suddenly appeared above Sasuke with his foot high in the ready to deliver an axe kick to the unsuspecting Uchiha. Sasuke braced himself for the attack, but instead of an axe kick, Naruto flipped his body mid-attack and threw a punch, Uzumaki assassination technique light skill. Harken! When Naruto's fist impacted with Sasuke's arms, a strong wind shot from his fist and began to cut Sasuke up. Blood was flying everywhere. Standing over Sasuke, Naruto smirked. "Not so high and mighty now, ha Uchiha?" Sasuke spat up some blood. Shakily at best, he got back up to his feet. "I'm not done yet, dope." Going through some hand seals, Sasuke called out, "Fire release, grand fireball." Out of his mouth shot a giant fireball at least 15 feet in diameter. Naruto was too close to get out of the way before the fireball hit, so he did what he could and shielded his face from harm. Being shot back a few feet, Sasuke took this opportunity to get behind Naruto. Once the fireball dissipated, Naruto turned around to get hit in the face by Sasuke's fist. "What do you think of that, dope?" asked Sasuke, smirking. Naruto wiped the blood from his lip. "Pretty good, Duckus. But now it's time for me to stop playing around." Naruto started running as fast as he could towards Sasuke, and Sasuke did the same. Halfway to Sasuke, Naruto started to spin like a top, and then cried out, "Uzumaki assassination technique shadow skill. Chainsaw." Sasuke saw the attack coming and tried to dodge by jumping back and using a jutsu to try and stop the oncoming attack, fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. The 2 attacks collided. Sasuke smirked thinking he had won, but that smirk soon fell when he noticed that the spinning top that was Naruto was still coming at him. But now it was a flaming top. Sasuke was in the middle of the air, so there was no way to dodge it now. The only thing he could do was brace himself and hope for the best. Closing his eyes and waiting for the pain to come, Sasuke was surprised when he landed on the ground and there was a wall in front of him that was burned and about 10 feet thick. The funny part was he could see a foot sticking out his side that looked singed. "Whoa, that was close. I'm glad I got here when I did, or you would have been dead," said Yamato standing behind Sasuke. "What do you mean dead?" asked Sasuke, a bit angry that someone interrupted his spar. Yamato walked over and pulled Naruto out of the hole he had made in the wall. "I've only seen Naruto perform that move he calls chainsaw 5 times. The one time he used it in a spar was against me. And the doc said if I had been lower than a jounin in experience and skill that the kick would have killed me." Sasuke cringed and tightened his fists in anger before passing out from blood loss. "Damn Naruto. Always going overboard," said Kakashi as he picked up Sasuke. "Come on, Yamato. Let's get these 2 inside to get some rest. Naruto should be up in about an hour. Then they are his responsibility." Chapter 3. Enter the Panda. Several months later, after their first meeting, Team 7 has made a lot of progress as a team. Well, Sakura has made more progress than anyone. Since she started training with Naruto and Yamato, her speed, strength, endurance, and chakra reserves all increased. Although her levels were still below Chunin level, they were a great improvement from what they were. Sasuke was now learning lightning manipulation under Kakashi and working on his Taijutsu so he could defeat Naruto and then hopefully beat his brother. His chakra reserves also increased a bit and was working on the water walking exercise along with his teammates. Naruto stayed the same in some areas. The only things that really changed with him were his ninjutsu. He was currently training with Yamato learning water manipulation and already had quite a few water jutsu to use in battle, although he would continue to use his wind jutsus as they were his natural affinity. His speed increased slightly, as did his strength. Altogether, with Kakashi leading the team and Yamato helping out when he could, Team 7 became a force to be reckoned with. Although they were a powerful team, They had yet to do anything higher than a D-rank mission. So with nothing but D-rank missions, the team was starting to get antsy. They needed a challenge. Speaking of challenge, while walking through the woods, Naruto heard a loud crash nearby and decided to investigate. Getting closer to the source of the crash, the blonde heard shouts of youth and fucking sunsets. Entering a clearing, Naruto stops to see Lee and Guy hugging, with the sunset behind them and waves crashing against rocks. Beside the two hugging weirdos was Tenten, Naruto's crush, and Hyuga Neji, Tenten's crush. Naruto walked up beside Tenten and Neji, watching as the clones hugged some more. So have either figured out how to release the genjutsu yet? He asked. Tenten shook her head. We've tried everything. I've checked time and time again, but I cannot even find the chakra source that it's coming from. I guess it is destiny for us to never dispel it, said Neji. You can't think like that, Neji. For the sake of everyone in Konoha, we must find a way to release it, or permanently disrupt it, said Naruto. Neither Neji or Tenten got a chance to reply though, because Lee and Guy finally stopped hugging and noticed Naruto was there.
Naruto-kun.
My youthful rival's pupil, what brings you to our training ground today? Asked Guy. Yes, Naruto-kun, tell us what you have been up to, said Lee. Neji and Tenten saw a look in Naruto's eyes that just screamed mischief and silently begged him not to do what he was about to do. Naruto turned to Lee and Guy and gave them a bored look. I'm sorry, did you two say something? Guy and Lee started going off about hipness, youth, rivals, and one day proving that hard work beats out natural talent. Neji was grumbling something about stupid blondes. Sorry, Neji. I guess this was destiny, said Naruto. Tenten laughed at Naruto's little jab at Neji's belief in destiny, and he smiled. So what was that crash I heard earlier from this field? Asked Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun, Lee here was training a new move that I was teaching him, said Guy. Naruto's eyes sparkled at hearing about a new taijutsu move. What technique is it? Would you mind telling me? Asked Naruto. Lee shook his head. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I cannot tell you the name of the move or what it does. Naruto pouted. Oh, why not? Naruto giggled at Naruto's antics. Today might be the day I get her to go on a date with me if I keep making her laugh like that, thought Naruto. Because this is the ace up my sleeve for the upcoming Chunin exams in a few months, stated Lee. Thinking quickly, Naruto came up with an idea to get rid of Lee and Guy for a few hours. Oh, I almost forgot why I was really here, he said. And why are you here, Naruto-kun? Asked Guy. Naruto smirked, scarring Neji and Tenten. Kakashi-sensei sent me to challenge you and Lee to contest of youthfulness against Sasuke and himself. Naruto pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to Guy. The location of where they will be is in that piece of paper. He also said if you are not there within 15 minutes that your springtime of youth has ended and he wins all further contests between the two of you. Faster than you could blink, both Lee and Guy were gone. Coughing like crazy from the dust cloud, Neji had to ask the million-dollar question. Kakashi did not challenge Guy-sensei, and Lee did he Naruto? Naruto shook his head and smiled. Nope. Tenten looked confused. Then where did they go, Naruto? I gave them the location of where Kakashi and I live, said Naruto like it was no big deal. Both Neji and Tenten's jaws dropped to the ground, then yelled, Are you crazy? Naruto rubbed his ears, trying to get his hearing back. That depends on who you ask. But I did that for a reason. Suddenly the three teens heard two loud screams of pain. Naruto? What was that just now? Asked Tenten. That Tenchan would be the screams of two green-clad shinobi hitting a seal barrier that only allows those with a certain seal to get into, said Naruto nonchalantly. And what happens if you don't have the seal on you and you try to enter the barrier? Asked Neji. Naruto started laughing. It shocks the hell out of ya, he exclaimed. Just imagine Lee and Guy-sensei smoking, covered in black soot, and with their hair puffed out and frizzy. Neji and Tenten began to imagine the two the way Naruto described them. Tenten fell to the ground laughing and Neji suppressed a chuckle. Well, if that is all, I will see you later, Tenten. Nice seeing you again, Naruto, said Neji as he walked away. See ya, Neji, yelled Naruto as Tenten got to her feet. Hey Tenten, wanna see something I've been working on? Tenten shrugged her shoulders. Well, since my team is gone, sure, why not? What you want to show me? Naruto unsealed Blackwing and held it out for her to take. Tenten's eyes lit up seeing the piece of black steel. Is this a battle boomerang, Naruto? She asked. Naruto smiled. Yeah, it's called the Blackwing. I thought you might like it. Tenten froze and stared at Naruto for several moments before Naruto knocked her out of her trance. Tenten, you alright? You spaced out there for a bit. Tenten got a serious look in her eyes. Naruto, did you say that this weapon is called Blackwing? Asked Tenten. Yeah, why? Do you know it? Asked Naruto. Know it? Of course I know of it. I'm the foremost weapons expert in Konoha, said Tenten with pride. The only battle boomerang in history was known as Blackwing, although the last time it was mentioned was 10,000 years ago. How did you come across this, Naruto? Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously. I kinda just fell in a hole and found it. Tenten fell to the ground comically. Getting up and dusting herself off, she looked at Naruto. Of course you did. You got the devil's luck, Naruto. Naruto just laughed. So do you want to see the legendary Blackwing in action? Without even saying a word and eyes sparkling like stars in the midnight sky, Tenten shoved the piece of steel into Naruto's chest and nodded her head violently. Okay then, stand back. Naruto looked around for a target and saw the 3 training posts in the center of the clearing. Taking aim, Naruto filled the Blackwing with chakra and threw it. Once it was released, the boomerang turned into 9 different colored blurs, all going straight for the training dummies. Within seconds, the 3 training posts were cut to hundreds of pieces. On the return pass, Naruto caught all 9 of the boomerangs and quickly absorbed them back into the original piece. Tenten was ecstatic. Naruto-kun, that was amazing. Naruto smirked. Since when am I Naruto-kun? Tenten blushed heavily and started stuttering. Well, you see. Just shut up. Naruto laughed. Calm down, Tenten, I'm just messing with you. Tenten punched him in the arm. Ow. What was that for? That was for making me flustered and calling me Tenchan earlier. Huffed Tenten. Naruto laughed some more. Stop laughing, exclaimed Tenten. I'm sorry, Tenten, but you're cute when you're angry, said Naruto. Tenten blushed even harder than before and in a hushed voice said, Shut up. Deciding to change the conversation, Naruto thought it was now or never. Tenten, can I ask you something? Wondering why Naruto got tense all of a sudden, Tenten got curious. Sure, Naruto, what do you want to know? Turning red as a tomato, Naruto turned away so as not to face her. Would you like, if you're not doing anything, that is, and it's fine if you don't, it won't hurt my feeling or anything. But if you would, that would be awesome. I promise not to be a jerk. I'll be a complete gentleman. Getting frustrated, Naruto, just say it already. Swallowing the knit in his throat. Would you like to go out to dinner with me tonight? Tenten thought about it for a moment. Well, he is kinda cute. And Niji hasn't even showed one bit of interest in me. I guess I couldn't hurt. And who knows? I might have a great time. Sure, Naruto. Pick me up around 7. Sure. See you then, said Naruto kinda confused. Don't forget to wear something nice. And pick somewhere nice to eat. And oh, ramen, yelled Tenten as she walked away. Naruto just stood there staring at the back of Tenten's head. Sure, whispered Naruto to himself. Turning to walk away, Naruto got a giant smile on his face, then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Appearing in the kitchen of his house, he arrives to find Guy and Lee, bandaged up, sighting and talking to Kakashi, Yamato, Sasuke, and Sakura. Hey guys, I got great news, exclaimed Naruto. You mean besides almost killing Guy-sensei and Lee? Asked Sakura, looking rather angry. Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah, sorry about that, but I couldn't think of any other way to get rid of you guys. Guy quirked his freakishly huge eyebrows. And why would you want to get rid of Lee and myself, Naruto-kun? Yamato sighed. I think I know why. Kakashi, I smiled. You finally asked her out, didn't you, Naruto? Sakura looked at Kakashi, then looked at Naruto. Ask who out? Guy got a smile on his face. You asked my youthful student Tenten out, didn't you, Naruto-kun? Naruto blushed. You did, didn't you? Asked Kakashi. What did she say? She said to pick her up around 7 for dinner, said Naruto, smiling. But that smile soon dropped when he saw Guy put his hand on the table and look at Kakashi and Yamato. Alright, you two pay up, said Guy. Naruto looked confused as Kakashi and Yamato pulled out 200 yen and handed it to Guy. Ugh, what's going on? Asked Naruto. Sasuke decided to answer this one. Isn't it obvious dope? They had a bet going about whether this 10-10 person would say yes or no to you asking her out, said Sasuke as he sipped his tea. And I bet you froze up when she said yes, huh? Naruto nodded, then was more confused when Sasuke put his hand out and Kakashi, Yamato and Guy paid him 200 yen each. Let me guess, you bet I would freeze up if she said yes? Asked Naruto. Sasuke just nodded his head as he pocketed the money. So the only person here that had faith in me was Guy-sensei? Asked Naruto. Everyone nodded their head. You guys suck. I'm gonna go get ready for my date. Walking up the stairs to his room, Naruto started getting ready. Meanwhile, the conversation downstairs continued. So how about it, Kakashi? She needs one more C-rank mission to qualify for the Chunin exams this year, and you have your first C-rank tomorrow, said Guy. Well, it's just a simple escort mission, so I don't see why not. But you have to count what Naruto did earlier as a win for me, deal? Said Kakashi. How is that a win for you? Asked Guy. Kakashi, I smiled. Well, for one, my pupil got one over on both you and Lee, so it really should count as 2 wins for me. And second, I got the photos of what you look like when the barrier zapped you. So all in all, that's 3 wins if you want to get technical. Guy waved his hands in the air. I'll regal right. Fine, it's a deal. Now we are tied. And you will get 10-10 for a mission tomorrow. Why does she need a C-rank mission to qualify for the Chunin exams, Guy-sensei? Shouldn't she have the same number of missions as the rest of your team? Asked Sakura. Actually, Sakura-chan, 10-10 broke her leg during training a few months ago and missed her a few C-ranks missions that we were called out on, so she's been working with other teams to catch up. She just needs one more and she can enter with us, answered Lee. Sakura just opened her mouth and gave a silent "oh" before sipping her tea. So are you 3 gonna spy on them while they are on their date? You bet. Wouldn't miss it. And gotta make sure she stays youthful, were the replies from the 3 jounin in the room. Can we come too? Asked Lee, pointing to Sasuke, Sakura, and himself. You can go, but I'm going home. What the dope does in his spare time is his business, not mine, said Sasuke. Sakura frowned but did not want Sasuke to ruin a good time. I'll go. Sounds like this could be fun. Walking downstairs, Naruto arrived wearing a dark orange button-up shirt and black dress pants and black shinobi sandals. Sakura was the first one to notice him. Wow. Everyone turned to see what Sakura was staring at just to find Naruto standing there in his dress clothes. Looking good, Naruto-kun, said Yamato. Lee and Guy both gave him a thumbs up. You'll sweep her off her feet for sure, Naruto-kun, exclaimed the duo. Sasuke just snorted. Nice threads, Naruto, said Kakashi, pulling out a picture and handing it to Naruto. Here, take this. What's it for, Nai-san? Asked Naruto. Don't look at it yet. Wait till you and Tenten are leaving dinner, then show it to her. I'm sure she will love it, said Kakashi, waving Naruto off. Now you better get going or you will be late. Pocketing the photo, Naruto turned to Guy. Guy-sensei, I was wondering if you could tell me where Tenten lives? Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'll take you by there since I'm about to leave. It's on my way home anyway, so it's no problem, said Lee, getting up and pushing his chair in. Naruto smiled. Thanks a lot, Lee. You're a great friend. Saying their goodbyes, the 2 genin left. About half an hour later, Naruto and Lee arrived right outside Tenten's apartment complex. Her number is 607. Oh, and she likes yellow roses, with the thorns still on the stem, said Lee. Thanks, Lee. But how do you know what kind of flowers she likes? Asked Naruto. Lee smiled. She tried to get Niji to buy her flowers for her birthday last year, but it didn't work, so I thought you might like to know. Naruto gave Lee a quick hug. You are a great friend, Lee, and since I know you like Sakura, I'll do my best to help you out, okay? Lee smiled and looked like he was about to cry. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun, and good luck. The 2 parted ways as Lee went home and Naruto went to the nearest flower shop. Arriving at the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto looked at the sign. Yamanaka? Where do I know that name? Naruto thought about it for a moment. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. Entering the store, a bell above the door rang. Welcome to Yamanaka Flowers. How can I help you today? Naruto, is that you? Naruto looked at the girl behind the counter to see a girl with platinum blonde hair and pale blue eyes. He cringed inwardly, knowing that his date with Tenten was going to be plastered all throughout the village now that the gossip queen of Konoha knew he had a date. Hey Ino, what's up? Asked Naruto. Not much, just watching the shop while my mom and dad are out, said Ino. So what can I do you for? I need a dozen yellow roses with the thorns still on, said Naruto. Ino gave him a quizzical look. Why do you need them for? You going on a date or something? Naruto laughed nervously and ran his hands through his hair. Yeah, actually I do. Ino's eyes began to sparkle. Oh yeah? With who? Tenten, said Naruto as he stepped closer to the counter. I asked her to go to dinner with me today and she told me to pick her up tonight at 7. Ino looked at the wall and saw that he had about half an hour until he had to meet her. Isn't she the girl on Team 6 with that Hyuga guy? Said Ino as she gathered the flowers Naruto asked for. Yeah, she is. Oh, I was thinking, could you also throw in a yellow rose with majority of the stem cut off and no thorns? Asked Naruto as he fished out his wallet. Sure, said Ino as she picked the flower he asked for and put everything on the counter. What do you want the one flower for though? It doesn't exactly fit in with the dozen you got. Naruto had a blush that would make a tomato jealous. I wanted to put it in her hair when I saw her tonight. At www, that's so romantic, squealed Ino. I wish I could find a guy like you. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. A guy? Don't you mean Sasuke-kun? Ino just shook her head. No, I've gotten over him. With not seeing him every day these past months, I thought of him less and less. And when I did think of him, it was why I liked him. It turns out I just liked him because he was popular. But the truth is he was rather cold to everyone in the academy. Naruto smiled. Well, it's good to see that someone got over their fangirl phase. Unlike some kunoichi. Ino smiled back at him. Anyways, you better get going or you'll be late for your date. Naruto looked at the clock. Oh yeah, you're right. Naruto paid for the flowers, then grabbed them off the counter and went for the door. Thanks, Ino. And good luck. Ino waved goodbye as Naruto left in a hurry. Maybe I already found a guy, she said to no one in particular. As long as the date goes bad, that is. 20 minutes later, outside Tenten's apartment, Naruto was standing there holding flowers he bought behind his back with one, and was about to knock when a thought crossed his mind. If I go out like this, we won't get any service anywhere since the village hates me. I guess I should henge into someone else. Knocking on the door, Naruto waited for Tenten to answer. What seemed like an eternity to Naruto was actual only a minute or so before Tenten opened the door. When the door itself opened, that is when Naruto's entire world came to a stop. In the doorway to Tenten's apartment stood a goddess. Tenten had her hair down instead of in her usual twin buns. Her Chinese top was replaced by a blue silk dress with gold trim and a crane design that wrapped around the side and front. She got rid of her shinobi sandals, instead going with blue heels to go with her outfit. Tenten began to blush as Naruto continued to stare at her. You know, you could say something instead of just standing there with your mouth wide open. Naruto awoke from his stupor. Huh, what? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare, said Naruto nervously. You look wonderful. Tenten blushed again. Thanks, Naruto. You don't look bad yourself. Now it was Naruto's turn to blush. Thanks? Oh, these are for you, said Naruto, pulling the flowers from behind his back. Tenten's eyes went wide as she took the flowers from the blonde. Naruto, they are beautiful. How did you know I liked yellow roses? OW, yelped Tenten. Looking at the roses, she noticed that they still had the thorns on them. And how did you know I liked them with thorns? Naruto smiled at her. I had some help from a friend. He told me where you lived and what your favorite flowers were. I'm gonna go put these in some water. You can come sit down if you would like. So Naruto followed Tenten into the apartment and sat down on the couch. So what are we doing tonight, Naruto? Asked Tenten from the kitchen. Well, diner is the first thing, then I thought we would go for a walk since it looks like it would be a nice night, said Naruto as he looked around the room. To be honest, he thought the walls would be covered with all different kinds of weapons, but was surprised to find that it was very girly. That and she loved the colors blue and red. Tenten walked out from the kitchen holding a small purse. So are you ready to go, Naruto? She asked. Naruto looked over to her, then stood up and walked over to her. Not yet. There is still one more thing I have to do. Tenten looked him in the eyes. He got closer to her. She was beginning to get nervous. What's that? Naruto reached into the pocket of his shirt and pulled out another rose. This, he said as he put the rose in her hair behind her left ear. Tenten blushed heavily. Thank you, Naruto. I love it, she said as she looked at herself in a mirror. Naruto blushed heavily this time. I'm glad you like it. Naruto put his arm out for Tenten to take hold of. Well, shall we go? Tenten smiled and wrapped her arms around his. Lead the way. So the two set off to have a wonderful evening. But unknown to the happy duo, they were being watched by their teams as they went off into the night. Suddenly, a group of shinobi appeared on the roof of Tenten's apartment. Looking around as if waiting for somebody, Kakashi looked down to see Yamato appear out of the woodwork. So what happened? Asked Kakashi. Yamato appeared to be crying when he stood up. Yamato-sensei, is everything all right? Asked Sakura and Lee at the same time. It was beautiful. Our little boy is growing up, Kakashi, cried Yamato. What did Naruto-kun do with Tenten that was so beautiful, Yamato-san? Please tell me it wasn't something that was unyouthful, said Guy. Yamato shook his head. No. He gave her favorite flowers and then gave her another rose and put it in her hair. Aw, that's so sweet. I wish Sasuke would do that for me, said Sakura, frowning at the last part of her statement. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. I'm sure somebody would do that for you, said Lee. Kakashi looked around trying to spot where Naruto and Tenten went. Anyways, we better get going. Otherwise, we are going to lose them, said Kakashi to an unanimous right as his reply. Walking down the street arm in arm, Tenten decided to break the silence. So Naruto, what happened to Lee and Guy-sensei? Naruto paused for a moment. Oh, that's right. Kakashi-sensei gave me a photo earlier that he said to look at once I was with you. I think it might have something to do with Guy-sensei and Lee. Pulling the photo out of his back pocket, Naruto showed it to Tenten. As soon as the two looked at the picture, they almost fell over laughing. In the photo was Guy and Lee lying next to each other covered in black, smoking and their hair puffed out and frizzy. Not only that though, their eyebrows were also puffed out, making the picture twice as comical.
Oh, kami, that's hilarious.
You have to let me keep that, said Tenten as she recovered from her laughter. Naruto continued to chuckle as they resumed their walk to the restaurant. Sure thing. I'm willing to bet Kakashi already made copies anyway, so this one's yours, said Naruto as he handed the photo to Tenten. Taking one last look at the photo and giggling before she put it in her purse. So where are we going to eat? You'll see when we get there, said Naruto. Tenten pouted. You're no fun. Naruto laughed at Tenten's antics, making the girl blush. You know, you look so cute when you blush like that. Tenten turned away from Naruto and blushed even harder. Stupid blondes. Naruto just laughed and continued to walk. About 5 minutes later, Naruto stopped in front of a restaurant called The Burning Leaf. Tenten gasped when she saw where they were going. Naruto, we aren't going here, are we? This is too expensive. Naruto looked into Tenten's chocolate orbs. Well, I think you're worth the expense, said Naruto as he led Tenten into the building. Putting on a simple henge, Naruto went up to the host table for Hitaki. The man looked over his list and quickly found the name. Ah yes, Mr. Hitaki. Please write this way. Naruto and Tenten followed the man until they were sat in a back corner where the two could be alone. Your server will be with you shortly. Waiting till the man was gone to drop the henge, Naruto looked over at Tenten and smiled. Why did you bring me here, Naruto? I feel underdressed, said Tenten as she looked around. Naruto grabbed one of her hands that was on the table and gave it a squeeze. Don't say that. You look beautiful. Tenten blushed. Thank you, Naruto. But why are you going through so much trouble for me? Naruto leaned back in his chair. Well, to be honest, I've had a crush on you since we started the academy a few years back. You were cute, you laughed at my jokes and pranks, and out of all the years I was in the academy, you were the only girl that took being a kunoichi seriously. And I respected you for that. Plus, you are still the hottest kunoichi in the village. Tenten looked Naruto in the eye and did something he did not expect. She leaned forward and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Naruto blushed and looked dazed when Tenten pulled away. What was that F for? Tenten smiled, for being so sweet. Soon the waiter appeared and gave them both menus. Hello. My name is Amy, and I'll be your server this evening. Can I start you off with something to drink? Naruto motioned for Tenten to order. Let's see, said Tenten as she looked over the drink list. I'll have the green tea, please. The server looked at Naruto waiting for him to order. And I'll have the red tea with lemon, please. Amy wrote down their orders and left. She quickly came back and dropped off their drinks along with some bread. So Tenten, why did you choose to be a weapons mistress? Asked Naruto as he went over the menu. Tenten thought about it for a moment. Well, before my parents passed, they were great weaponsmiths, and since I used to hang around them a lot, I got into weapons too. Besides, it saves a lot of chakra when you're just using weapons instead of using jutsu all the time. A kunai to the heart will kill you faster and easier than any jutsu. Naruto thought about Tenten's words for about before coming up with a response. You have a very good point there. But answer me this. What happens when you run out of weapons, or if you can't avoid a jutsu being used against you? Tenten thought about it for a moment. I don't know. The only things I use are Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. And I don't plan on changing that, said Tenten as she crossed her arms over her chest. Well, don't you think it would be a good idea to learn 1 or 2 defensive jutsu just in case? Or take up sealing? Asked Naruto, setting down his menu. I don't think so. I've done pretty good so far with what I got, so I don't see any reason to change, said Tenten. Before Naruto could retort, Amy came back. So are you ready to order? Tenten ordered chicken tempura with fried rice and an unagi roll, while Naruto ordered teriyaki steak with white rice and miso soup. All right, your food will be ready shortly. After Amy was gone, the two continued their conversation. So Naruto, what's it like being on the same team as the Uchiha? Asked Tenten. Naruto sighed. Sometimes it's okay, and sometimes I just want to beat the snot out of him. Tenten giggled. Why is that? Well, when he is off with Kakashi training, he's fine because I don't have to deal with him. But when the whole team trains together, he acts like he is so much better than everyone else. Even though I pounded him into the ground during our first training session, said Naruto as he ate a piece of bread. Wait, you beat Sasuke Uchiha? Wasn't he the rookie of the year in your class? Asked Tenten. Naruto nodded his head. Then how did you beat him when you were labeled the dead last of this year's class? She asked. Well, the thing is, I could have graduated before you, Neji and Lee, but Kakashi wanted me to act stupid and weak, so when he became a Jounin sensei, I could be on his team along with Sasuke. I was never really the dead last in any of the years I attended the academy. I just held myself back so I could be where I am today. Naruto took a sip of his tea. And besides, if I wouldn't have held back, I wouldn't be here with you right now. Tenten blushed. Naruto, how come you never told me you liked me in the academy? This time it was Naruto's turn to blush. Well, back then you were too focused on Neji. I knew you really liked him, so I didn't say anything. Tenten frowned. That still shouldn't have stopped you from saying something. Well, being with Neji would have made you happy, and that's all I wanted you to be. Whether you were with me or Neji, it didn't matter as long as you were happy, said Naruto as he stared down at his plate. Now Tenten felt bad for berating the blonde. Well, I'm glad you told me now, said Tenten as she smiled at Naruto. Naruto looked up and smiled right back at her. As they were looking into each other's eye, the food came and they began to eat in comfortable silence. Once they were done eating, Naruto paid for the meal and walked out of the restaurant with Tenten once again wrapped around his arm. So where to now, Naruto-kun? Asked Tenten as she nuzzled her cheek against his arm. Naruto smiled at the brown-haired beauty, then took a look at the sky. Thinking quickly, Naruto got a brilliant idea. How about I take you to the best spot in Konoha? Before Tenten could respond, Naruto picked her up bridal style. Eep. Tenten looked around then at Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto smirked. Just hold on tight and you'll see. Tenten did as she was told and held on to him for dear life. Suddenly she was moving faster than she ever had before. Keeping her eyes closed, Tenten waited until they came to a complete stop. All right, you can open your eyes now, said Naruto as he sat her back on her own feet. Then as she was turning around, Naruto covered her eyes with his hands. Do you trust me? He asked. Tenten nodded slowly. All right, now walk forward. Okay, now stop. Now when I tell you, open your eyes. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and made sure everything was right. Naruto, can I open my eyes yet? Asked Tenten. No, not yet, just wait, said Naruto. This better not be a prank, Tenten said angrily. It's not now, calm down, said Naruto chuckling and giving her a squeeze. Okay, you can open them. Tenten opened her eyes to see the most breathtaking view of her life. From what she could tell, they were on top of the Hokage monument looking over the village right as the sun set. Naruto, this is beautiful. How did you find out about this? Naruto pulled Tenten closer to his chest and whispered in her ear. When I was younger, I would come up here when I was upset about something, and then I would sit on the fourth's head. From there, I would watch the sunset and listen to the breeze as it came by. And just like that, all my troubles would disappear. This is amazing, she whispered to him. I hoped you would like it, whispered Naruto. I've never shown anyone else this spot. I'm glad I could share it with you though. Tenten turned around in his embrace and looked into his deep blue pools. Naruto. Yeah, Tenchan? He asked. Tenten leaned up towards his face and closed her eyes, and Naruto did the same. Together they shared one of the most passionate kisses they ever experienced. Taking what seemed like forever for the two of them was only seconds before they broke for air. They stood there in silence for a few moments before Tenten broke it. Thank you, Naruto. Snuggling into his shirt. This was a great first date. Naruto held her even closer. It was my pleasure, Tenchan. Tenten smiled into his chest. I can't wait to see what you're going to do for our next date. Naruto smiled the biggest smile he could muster when he heard those words. As the sun set, a small group of shinobi in the bushes could see a single tear run down Naruto's cheek. Come on guys, let's go. This just doesn't seem right, said Yamato. The others nodded and left as quietly as they came. An hour later, after the sun had set, Tenten began to shake in Naruto's grip. Tenchan, are you cold? Asked the blonde. Tenten nodded her head into his chest. Here, take my shirt, he said, taking it off and wrapping it around her shoulders. Tenten looked up. But what about you? Won't you be cold? Naruto just shook his head as he picked her up and started to carry her down the mountain. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. As they were walking down the mountain, Tenten became entranced by the sound of Naruto's heart beating and quickly fell asleep. Naruto looked down when he heard a light snore come from his chest, only to see Tenten snuggling against his chest. Now I know this was the best night of my life. Several minutes later, Naruto arrived at Tenten's apartment with her still asleep in his arms. Looking down at her to see that she was sleeping peacefully, Naruto decided not to wake her. Summoning a clone, Naruto used it to get her keys out of the purse and open the door. Once the door was open, Naruto dismissed the clone and shut the door. Walking back to where Naruto thought her room was, he placed her on the bed and removed her shoes. Then he tucked her underneath the sheets and shut the door to the bedroom and left. While shutting and locking the door to her apartment, Naruto forgot to grab his shirt. Oh well, I'll just get it back from her tomorrow. So our blonde hero set off down the road heading towards the academy. Once there, he opened the hatch and headed home to go have dreams of his weapons-loving kunoichi. That night, Naruto and Tenten slept better than they had in years. Ch4. To wave and back. The morning after Naruto and Tenten's date was rather uneventful. Well, almost uneventful. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, having a dream starring his new girlfriend, caramel, whipped cream, and you know the rest. Well, Naruto's dessert was suddenly cut short when he felt something staring at him. Opening his eyes, Naruto finds Kakashi right in his face, staring at him. H, screamed Naruto. What the hell, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Time to get up, Naruto. We got our first C-rank mission today, so you need to get up and head to the main gate in an hour. Naruto calmed his heart rate down to a low thunder as Kakashi left the room. Geez, can't he just knock on my door or something instead of doing that to me? He could have gave me a heart attack. Well, it would be no fun for us if we did it that way, said Yamato, sticking out of the wall beside Naruto's bed. Holy shit, yelled Naruto again. Would you stop that? Yamato laughed and morphed back into the wall. Waiting till he knew Yamato was gone, Naruto sighed. I gotta get them to move out and build their own homes. 15 minutes later, Naruto arrived downstairs in his genin attire with his supplies in a scroll strapped to the small of his back. Grabbing a quick bite to eat, Naruto headed out the door to go see Tenten before he left. Getting to her apartment, Naruto knocked and waited, and waited and waited. 10 minutes later, after knocking a few times and waiting, Naruto decided to leave a note telling her that he had a C-rank mission and did not know when he would be back and that he would miss her while he was gone. Content with his note, Naruto left and headed for the main gate. Getting there a few minutes early, Naruto decided to take a quick nap. If I know Kakashi, he will be here about an hour late. Thinking he had to relax, Naruto let his guard down as he fell asleep, resting his head on his scroll. As Naruto was sleeping, Tenten, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the mission employer arrived at the main gate. "Let me wake him up," said Tenten as she walked over to Naruto. Tenten leaned down to whisper in his ear, "Naruto-kun, it's time to get up." Naruto rolled over and mumbled something. "Just 5 more minutes, Tenchan. I'm having fun." This did not go unheard by the entire group. "What is he talking about?" asked Sakura. "Having fun doing what, Naruto-kun?" asked Tenten. Naruto groaned again, "Eating you. You make a perfect sundae." Tenten flushed red with embarrassment and Sakura flushed red with anger. Kakashi and the employer fell over laughing and Sasuke, as usual, did not care. Sakura made her way to Naruto planning to brain him. Stupid pervert. When Sakura was about to swing, Tenten reached out and grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" asked Tenten. "I'm gonna pound him for being a perv." "What does it look like I'm doing?" proclaimed Sakura. "If anyone is gonna pound my boyfriend, it's going to be me, got it?" said Tenten as she tossed Sakura aside. Kicking Naruto lightly to wake him up, Tenten called out again, only this time a little louder, "Naruto, wake up!" Naruto opened his eyes and saw Tenten standing above him. Standing up, Naruto smiled. "Tenchan, what are you doing?" *OWWW, what was that for? Yelped Naruto. "That was for having dirty dreams about me and talking in your sleep." Tenten leaned forward and kissed the spot where she slapped him, then whispered in his ear so no one could hear. "And that was for giving me an idea for when we get back." Tenten gave Naruto a wink and he almost passed out from a massive nosebleed that shot him through the gates of Konoha. Walking up to Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi helped him back to his feet as they made their way out of the village. "Ugh, what the hell happened?" asked Naruto. "You got slapped by your girlfriend, blown out of the gates when she whispered something in your ear that gave you a nosebleed," said Kakashi before Sasuke interrupted. "And now we are dragging you with us, dope," said Sasuke. "So where are we going?" asked Naruto. Looking ahead as he walked on his own, Naruto saw Tenten ahead of him. "And why is Tenten coming with us?" "We are going to Wave Country for a mission to protect Tazuna-san from bandits," said Kakashi, pointing to Tazuna behind him. "And I'm coming along because I need one more C-rank mission before I can qualify for the Chunin exams this year with my team," answered Tenten. Sakura gave Tenten a questioning look. "What do you mean you need on more C-rank to qualify to go to the Chunin exams? Don't you just need a recommendation from your Jounin sensei?" "Actually, Sakura, Tenten's team is a special case. Since her team is Taijutsu and Kenjutsu based, her team has to do a certain number of missions before they can enter the Chunin exams to prove that they are ready for the added difficulty of becoming Chunin," explained Kakashi. "Well, what about us?" asked Sasuke. Kakashi thought about it. "Well, I think I will do the same for you three since you haven't even been genin for a year yet. When you go, I want you to be ready for anything." "Sounds fair enough, although I think I'm more than qualified," said Naruto. Sasuke snorted. "Yeah, right, only the elite rise up in rank. You're going to be a genin forever, dope." Naruto snarled, "Says the guy that can't even beat me in a straight fight. Or do you think you can beat me now, Uchiha? As soon as I unlock my Sharingan, you will never beat me again, dope," said Sasuke as he moved ahead of him. "We'll see about that, you bastard," said Naruto under his breath so only he could hear it. Seeing the look in his eyes, Tenten stopped walking long enough until she was side by side with Naruto. Wanting to get some answers, she leaned over to his ear. "What are you thinking, Naruto-kun?" she asked. "Nothing, Tenchan. Just thinking of a way to shut that prick up for good," said Naruto as he put an arm around Tenten's shoulders. Tenten leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes. As long as you don't get yourself in trouble, I'm fine with it. Naruto smiled and continued walking down the road, as did the rest of the group. About 10 miles down the road, Naruto noticed a puddle in the middle of the road, motioning to Kakashi to let him know of an upcoming attack. Kakashi nodded and kept walking, as did Naruto. Once Kakashi stepped over the puddle, 2 shinobi jumped up and trapped him in a battle chain. Too easy, said the shinobi with one horn on their headband. Yanking on the chain, Kakashi splattered everywhere. Kakashi-sensei, screamed Sakura. Mist ninja, snarled Tenten. Sakura, guard Tazuna. Tenten, when you get the chance, pin the chain. Sasuke, you get the guy with the 2 horns, I'll take the other one, yelled Naruto as he charged the one mist nin that killed Kakashi. You, Ari mine asshole.
Oi.
Who made you team leader, dope? Asked Sasuke as he went after the nin Naruto told him to go after. One horn was dodging Naruto's blows and tried to attack at the same time. As he attacked, Naruto tried to dodge the clawed hand of the one horn. Paying close attention to the claws, he noticed something dripping from them. Sasuke, watch out for the claws. They're poisoned, yelled Naruto. Already know that, dope, yelled Sasuke. Get out of our way, yelled 2 horn. Meizu, go get the old man, yelled 1 horn. I'm trying, yelled Meizu. These leaf nin are a bit tougher than we were told. Tenten waited with a kunai at the ready for when her opening occurred. Come on. Come on. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke had backed the 2 into the trees, Tenten finally got her opening. Sasuke, Naruto, move. When Naruto and Sasuke got out of the way, the area where they used to be was suddenly peppered with hundreds of shuriken, effectively killing the 2 mist nin. Jumping down from a nearby tree, Kakashi walked towards the group. Nice job, team. You did great, Naruto, you did good job taking charge when they attacked. Sasuke, you followed orders from someone other than me for once, and you put the pressure on those 2 pretty good as well. Tenten, Guy would be proud of you for handling the situation so well. And Sakura, you stayed focused and took care of their target. Wait a second, how are you still alive? We saw you get cut to bits, screamed Sakura as she pointed back at what she thought was Kakashi's corpse. Looking to the corpse, Sakura saw nothing but wood. What happened? Sasuke walked up and decided to explain. Kakashi knew that they were going to attack, so he replaced and hid in the trees to find out who they were after. Isn't that right, sensei? Kakashi, I smiled, perceptive as always. Sasuke. Turning to Tazuna, Kakashi gave him a hard glare. I believe it's time you tell us why you had 2 chunin from Mist following you and trying to kill you. So Tazuna told them the whole story, how Gato had taken over Wave, the bridge he was building, and now the ninja that were after him. So there you go. I had to lie to your village, otherwise my country would die, said Tazuna. Kakashi turned to his team. Well, I'm not one for turning around and abandoning an entire country. But it is up to you 4. Right now we could turn back and leave the mission, which we have every right to. Or we can continue the mission. What do you guys think? I don't care if you all decide to turn back, but I want run from this mission, said Naruto. No matter how dangerous this mission has become, I can't just stand by and let this happen to the people of Wave. I'm with Naruto-kun, said Tenten. I don't care either way as long as I get to fight a tough opponent, said Sasuke. If Sasuke goes, I'll go too, said Sakura as she looked over at Sasuke. Well, Tazuna-san, it looks like we're here till it's over, said Kakashi as he helped Tazuna to his feet. Tazuna was in tears. Thank you all so much. Yeah, enough with the crying. Let's just get going, said Sasuke as he walked off. Tenten looked back to where the mist nin bodies were. Hold on, guys. I want to get their claws and my shuriken. Sorry, Tenten, but that will take time we don't have at the moment. We have to get Tazuna to his home before we are attacked again, explained Kakashi. Then you go on ahead. I'll stay behind with Tenten and help her out, said Naruto, making a cross seal. Besides, with my shadow clones, we will be done in no time. Kakashi sighed. Fine, but hurry up. I don't need you 2 getting lost or attacked. We'll meet up with you as soon as we are done, said Tenten. And with that done, Kakashi continued on with Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura down the road. Shall we? asked Naruto, creating 100 clones. Alright fellas, you know what to do. Gather all the shuriken you can, but make sure not to cut yourself. Naruto gotta collaborate. Yes, SIR. Wow, I didn't know you could make that many clones. And why are they working? They are just illusions, right? Said Tenten. Naruto laughed, not really. These clones are real, not illusions. Naruto turned and faced Tenten. And so we don't have to do this in the future. I have something for you. What is it, Naruto-kun? Asked Tenten. A jutsu, said Naruto. Tenten turned away angry. I don't need any jutsu, she said. Now hold on a second. I think you'll love this one. Naruto pulled out a kunai and showed it to her. Now watch this. Going through some seals, Naruto called out the jutsu as he threw the kunai. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly the one kunai turned to 30, and when they hit the trees they all disappeared except for the original kunai. So what do you think of that jutsu? Asked Naruto with his hands on his hips. Tenten's eyes were sparkling like diamonds in the sun when she saw the jutsu. You have to teach that to me? Squealed Tenten. Naruto laughed. Calm down and I will. Calming down, Tenten got ready as Naruto taught her the jutsu. Half an hour later, Tenten was able to turn one kunai into 15. Alright, that's good enough for now, but we need to catch up to Kakashi and the others. Right? Picking up her scroll, Tenten jumped into the trees with Naruto and made their way to Wave. Finally landing in Wave once they crossed the water, Naruto saw Tazuna and Sakura running towards them. The look on their faces is what got Naruto and Tenten worried. Naruto, something's wrong? Said Tenten. I agree, said Naruto as he landed in front of Sakura. Sakura, where are the others? We were attacked. Kakashi got captured by some guy called Zabuza. He told us to run, but Sasuke stayed behind to try and help Kakashi, said Sakura as she caught her breath. Naruto looked off into the direction Sakura came from. Zabuza? I know him. He's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Naruto, we have to go help them, said Tenten. No, said Naruto. No? What do you mean no? Screamed Tenten. I mean we are not going to help them, I am, said Naruto. Naruto, that's crazy. If Kakashi-sensei couldn't beat him, then how can you? Asked Sakura. I never said I was gonna beat him. I'm gonna grab Kakashi and Sasuke and run, explained Naruto. Tenten, I want you to get these two to Tazuna's home and stay there. If I'm not back in an hour, I want you to get out of Wave and head back to Konoha. Do you understand? Naruto, I'm not letting you. Tenten was interrupted by Naruto stomping his foot. I'm not discussing this now, go, yelled Naruto. I'm the only one fast enough to pull this off. If you followed, that just means I have one more person to slow me down. Now get going. Tenten kissed Naruto on the cheek. Be safe, she said as she ran off with Sakura and Tazuna. God, I hope this works. Naruto unsealed Blackwing and began to pour chakra into the blade, as well as throw out his entire body until his muscles began to bulge. Martial arts language. Active. I am invincible. My shadow skills perfectly honed. The force of my blow knows no equal. Naruto threw Blackwing with all his might. This is gonna hurt. Ladder. Shadow skill. Kamui. Naruto suddenly disappeared. No cloud of smoke. No giant dust storm caused by his speed. He just vanished. Elsewhere with Kakashi and Sasuke. So this is the famous copy ninja of Konoha? I'm disappointed. I was expecting more of a challenge. And the last Uchiha. I though the would have been stronger than this, said Zabuza as he watched Sasuke's unconscious form. You'll never get away with this, Zabuza, snarled Kakashi. When I get out of here, you are dead. Ha 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 ha. Not very likely, Kakashi. You see, you're about to die. Zabuza raised his blade high in the air and brought it down onto Kakashi's head. Or so he was planning. On its way to cut Kakashi in half, the blade was dropped into the water. H, screamed Zabuza as he dropped the blade and clutched his bleeding arm, and releasing Kakashi from the water prison. What the hell was that? Zabuza began searching the area trying to find what him. Suddenly Zabuza dropped to his knees and cried out in pain, H. Bleed sprayed from 8 other gashes that appeared all over his body. 1 on his right arm, 3 on his back, 2 to the chest, 1 to both of his thighs and 1 to his left arm, nearly separating it from his shoulder. Zabuza coughed up a huge amount of blood. Where are these attacks coming from? Kakashi got up out of the water carrying Zabuza's sword on his back. Struggling under the weight of the sword, Kakashi tried to lift the sword above his head. I guess it is you that will die, Zabuza. Swinging the sword down, Kakashi hit nothing but water. The force of the swing caused Kakashi to lose his balance and fall right back into the water. When Kakashi was swinging the rather large blade, Zabuza was hit from the side by some unknown force and slammed through a nearby tree. As Kakashi was getting out of the water, he saw a shinobi standing by the body of Zabuza, putting it around their shoulders. The shinobi turned towards Kakashi. Thank you for knocking him out for me. It would have been a hassle taking him down alone, said the nin. No problem, Hunter-san. But I didn't do all the work. Something else finished him off, said Kakashi. The hunter nin nodded her head and then disappeared with Zabuza. A moment later, Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi. We need to go, now. Right when Kakashi was about to say something, Naruto grabbed him and disappeared again. Seconds later, Naruto and the 2 he was carrying arrived at Tazuna's home. Just 5 feet from the door, Naruto collapsed. Kakashi got up, leaving Zabuza's sword lying on the ground. Naruto, what the hell was that? Asked Kakashi. Said Jounin, then looked down at Naruto and saw that his battle skirt was torn off and his legs were bleed profusely. Shit. Naruto, wake up, he yelled. Sasuke stirred for a moment, then got up. Ugh, what happened? Asked Sasuke. Sasuke, help me get Naruto in the house. You grab his arms and I'll get the legs, said Kakashi, grabbing Naruto's feet. Sasuke kicked the door open and walked Naruto in the house. Tenten was the only one downstairs at the time and saw the 2 enter the house with Naruto unconscious. Naruto, yelled Tenten as she ran to his side. The others in the house heard the scream and ran downstairs.
Oh, Kami.
What happened, sensei? Asked Sakura. Tazuna, I need you to get me some towels. Make that a lot of towels. Sakura, I want you to go into town and find a doctor somewhere, said Kakashi as he laid Naruto down on the sofa. The young lady standing beside Tazuna went to Sakura. Come now, Sakura-san. I'll take you to our local doctor. As soon as those 2 left, Tazuna came back with several towels. Thanks. Kakashi cut Naruto's pants off, leaving him only in his boxers. Taking the towels, Kakashi put them under Naruto's legs to absorb the blood that was pouring from his legs. Kakashi, what happened to Naruto-kun? Asked Tenten, kneeling beside Naruto with tears running down her face. Kakashi was busy trying to stop the bleeding when he heard Tenten ask him what happened. I'm not sure, Tenten. Zabuza was about to kill me when he got all cut up and knocked through a tree, then Naruto appeared and picked me and Sasuke up. Now we are here. Then why is he bleeding so much? Asked Sasuke, watching what Kakashi was doing. I'm not sure, we are just gonna have to wait till he wakes up, said Kakashi, finally getting the bleeding to stop. Half an hour later, Sakura arrived with the doctor. My name is Takashi. Tsunami and young Sakura here tell me you have an emergency, said Takashi, walking into the house. Tenten looked up from Naruto's side. His legs were bleeding really bad and was passed out from blood loss when he got here. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke are upstairs, passed out from their fight as well. Well, I'll take a look at the boy. Takashi walked over to the couch and performed a jutsu. Takashi's hands started glowing green and ran them over Naruto's legs. Well, it seems he burst just about every blood vessel he had in his legs from ankle to upper thigh. How he's still alive, I don't know. But he is very lucky. And at the rate he's healing, he should be good as new in about 3 days. Takashi reached into his pocket and pulled out a few pills. Tell him to take these when he gets up. They will replace his lost blood. Tenten thanked Takashi for looking over Naruto and making sure he was all right. You're welcome, Tenten-san. It's the least I could do for what you and your team are doing for our country. Now could you take me to this Kakashi and Sasuke you spoke of? I would like to take a look at them before I leave. Tenten took Takashi to the room where Kakashi and Sasuke were sleeping in and allowed him to check the 2 over. Once he was done with the checkup, Takashi went back downstairs to talk with Tazuna, Sakura, and Tenten. How is Sasuke-kun? asked Sakura. Will he be all right? He will be fine, as will Kakashi. Sasuke is the worst of the two though, said Takashi, making Sakura gasp. He is suffering from chakra exhaustion, a mild concussion, and for broken ribs. I healed the ribs, so that's no longer a problem. But he will need to stay in bed for the next couple of days. Sakura let out a sigh of relief when she heard that he would be okay. Kakashi, on the other hand, just has a case of chakra exhaustion. It will be about a week before he is back to full strength. Thank you, Takashi-san, said Tenten as she got up and bowed to the man. Takashi just waved her off and left. As he walked out the door, he told them to let him know if they needed him again. Later that night, everyone but Kakashi and Sasuke woke up to the sound of Naruto screaming. Rushing to the couch downstairs, Tenten was the first one there. Naruto, what's wrong? She asked as she looked him over, trying to find something that could be causing him pain. Through gritted teeth, Naruto growled out, My legs, they're on fire. Do something, please? Gah, hi. Tenten rushed to the kitchen and grabbed a few towels, bags of ice, and soaked the towels in cold water. Getting back to Naruto, she wrapped his legs and the ice bags with the towels. Naruto looked like he was calming down but was still in pain. What's going on down here? Asked Tsunami. She was the only one that bothered to get up besides Tenten. Naruto woke up and was in a lot of pain. I wrapped his legs in cold damp towels to cool them down, but the pain is still bothering him, said Tenten, still at Naruto's side. Tsunami smiled at the two young shinobi. Hold on a minute. I'll see if we have any painkillers. Tenten nodded her thanks as Tsunami walked back up the stairs. Not a minute later, Tsunami came back with a bottle of pills. Here, these should numb the pain long enough for him to heal completely. Thank you, said Tenten as she took out 3 pills. Here, Naruto, take these. They will help with the pain. Naruto took the pills from Tenten and swallowed them with no problem, thanks Tenchan. Tsunami-san. Naruto laid back down and was fast asleep even before his head hit the pillow. Well, I'm going back to bed now that everything is all right. Are you coming, Tenten-san? Asked Tsunami. Hearing no reply from the young kunoichi, Tsunami looked back to see Tenten fast asleep, laying on her head on Naruto's chest. A young love, thought Tsunami as she walked upstairs. The next couple of days were uneventful. Naruto was finally walking around on his own. Although his legs were still causing problems for him, it was nothing that the painkillers could not fix. A day after Naruto had finally started moving around, Kakashi and Sasuke woke up, but were still told to stay in bed until they were 100% again. Around the end of the week, Kakashi called all the genin into his and Sasuke's room for a meeting. What do you need to talk to us about, sensei? Asked Sakura, sitting next to Sasuke on his bed. Well, first I would like Naruto to tell me what happened when I was fighting Zabuza, said Kakashi, eyeing Naruto, who was standing in the far corner of the room with Tenten by his side. There's not much to say. I used a technique that made me faster than normal and left me invisible to everything. Unless I stopped, that is, said Naruto. It also comes at a high price. When I read about the ability, it said I would make you faster than any living creature, but it would severely damage your legs. But with my healing factor, I thought it wouldn't be as bad. Guess I was wrong, said Naruto, laughing nervously with his hand behind his head. Naruto, if what you said was true, then that ability surpasses even the flying thunder god jutsu that the fourth created, said Kakashi in shock. What do you mean, Kakashi? It's not that fast, is it? Asked Naruto. I could always see Sensei's jutsu when he used it, but with you, Naruto, I could not tell what was going on. 1 minute Zabuza was about to cut me in half and the next he was going through a tree. You were moving so fast that even my Sharingan could not keep up. Everyone in the room gasped except for Sasuke. He was furious. How does the dope have the power to take on a Sharingan user, but I can't even awaken mine yet? Thought Sasuke. Naruto, until you can find a way to reduce the effects of that technique, you are forbidden from using it, said Kakashi. What? How come? Yelled Naruto. Tenten smacked him in the back of the head with one of her scrolls. For 1, you burst every blood vessel in your legs, and 2, you could have lost the use of your legs forever, and 3rd, if it wasn't for the doctor, you would have died from blood loss. Then she whispered so only she could hear, and I was worried I would lose you. Naruto wore a sad smile as he brought Tenten into a warm embrace. You'll never lose me, Tenchan. whispered Naruto into the young teen's ear. Tenten blushed and leaned into his embrace, allowing his warmth to flood through her. So what are we gonna do now that Zabuza is dead? Asked Sakura. Kakashi sighed, that's the problem. Zabuza is still alive. Everyone on the room looked at Kakashi like he was crazy. And if I had to guess, he should be back to full strength in a day or two. So we are going to rest for our upcoming battle. Naruto stepped forward. Kakashi, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think we have a chance in beating this guy. You and Sasuke got beat in with little effort on Zabuza's part, and if it wasn't for me, you both would have been dead. And the only reason I beat was because I used a technique that could have destroyed my legs entirely. I can handle myself dope. I don't need your help, said Sasuke as he got up and left the room. You make a good point, Naruto, but we are ready for him this time. Plus you and Tenten will be with us from the start, said Kakashi. All right, but what about this partner of his? We already faced two Chunin that were more than likely working for this Gato guy, so I would assume that after seeing Zabuza get so many injuries that he would hire more muscle or already had them in case Zabuza failed, argued Naruto. What about that sword you brought with you, Kakashi-sensei? Isn't that Zabuza's sword? Asked Tenten. Yes, it is. So we also disarmed him slightly. After all, what is a swordsman without a sword? Asked Kakashi. Okay, none of you are hearing me, said Naruto as he pulled out some paper and a map. We already faced two Chunin and one Jounin, so logically Zabuza's partner that picked him up would be high Chunin to mid Jounin since Zabuza is a member of the Seven Swordsmen. What's your point, Naruto? Asked Sakura. My point is, we are going to be facing two highly skilled shinobi, maybe more tomorrow or the next day. And one thing is for sure, they are all skilled in water manipulation, and as you can see by the map here, they have the advantage, not us, said Naruto. Suddenly Naruto's words hit everyone like an earth jutsu. They were possibly outnumbered and outclassed, but no matter what they still had to try. How can someone that is always so cheery be the one to be the downer of the group? Asked Tenten. Kakashi sighed, Naruto's right. If we go after them, we will probably be killed or at the least severely wounded. We need to come up with a better plan than just facing them head-on. Naruto put on a bright smile. That's why we are shinobi, Kakashi-sensei. I thought of a plan that will level the playing field a bit. What's this plan you have, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. So Naruto told everyone of his plan, getting approving nods from everyone including Sakura. That night Naruto left and began setting his plan in motion. Around midnight Naruto finished with his tasks and passed out in the forest. A few hours later around Naruto was awoken by someone poking his ribs. Huh? What's going on? Asked Naruto as he sat up with a jolt. You were sleeping out in the forest. I stopped to wake you up so you would not catch a cold, said the stranger. Thanks for waking me up, but I'm used to these kind of conditions, said Naruto. I wouldn't be much of a shinobi if I could not handle a little cold weather. You're a ninja? Asked the stranger. Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously. Yeah. Is it that hard to tell? The stranger giggled. You look more like a fighter than a shinobi. Yeah, well. Deception is key to being a shinobi, was Naruto's retort. Very true, said the stranger with a smile. By the way, my name is Haku. What is yours? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stood up and was walking away when he waved back to Haku. Nice meeting you, Haku-chan. Haku stared at the back of his head and then yelled back to him, I'm a boy. Naruto fell face first into the dirt, making a loud thud when he hit. Wow, he's almost as beautiful as Tenchan, thought Naruto as he got up and dusted himself off. Back at the house, Tenten was still up waiting as Naruto walked through the door. Where have you been? I was worried that they attacked early, said Tenten as she rushed towards him and gave him a warm hug before smacking the back of his head. Ow, what was that for? Asked Naruto as he rubbed the bump on his head. For making me worry. Now where were you all this time? You should have been back by midnight at the latest, said Tenten. Well, I kind of fell asleep in a clearing near the bridge once I finished the preparations for tomorrow, said Naruto as he moved both Tenten and himself to the couch. Now let's get some sleep. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Naruto laid down on the couch and pulled his brunette beauty along with him. Good night, Tenchan. Tenten found a comfortable position resting on his chest. Sweet dreams, Naruto-kun. Soon they were both asleep in each other's arms. The next day Naruto and Tenten woke up when they heard a scream outside of the house. "What was that?" asked Naruto. "I don't know, but we should check it out," said Tenten as she grabbed a kunai out of her pouch. Walking to the door, Naruto looked out and growled. "What's wrong?" asked Tenten as she got to the other side and looked out to see two goons attacking Tsunami and her son Inari. "Those bastards! I'll take the right, you get the one on the left," said Naruto as he pulled out a few shuriken. Tenten nodded and let her kunai fly right into the back of the head of the guy on Teichi left. Naruto did the same with his shuriken and took out the one on the right standing above Inari. Walking up to Inari and Tsunami, Naruto and Tenten helped them to their feet. "Are you all right?" asked Naruto. "We're fine now that you two showed up," said Tsunami. "Where are the others?" asked Tenten. "Grandpa went to the bridge with your friends," said Inari in a sad tone. Naruto looked to Tenten and ran inside. "When did they leave?" asked Tenten. "They left about 3 hours ago to go work on the bridge," said Tsunami as she looked over her son to make sure he was all right. "Mom," Inari whined. "Stop it." Just when Tsunami was about to respond, Naruto came out with his gear and Tenten's scrolls. "We better get going then. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna-san must be in trouble by now." "Why are you trying so hard?" screamed Inari. "This isn't your home, so why bother? You're just gonna die anyway." "Shut up, kid," said Naruto, strapping his kunai and shuriken pouches to his legs. "You don't belong here, so just leave before you die like the others," yelled Inari again. "Shut up," screamed Naruto. "Naruto, calm down," said Tenten, placing a hand on his shoulder.
No.
"This coward needs to hear this," said Naruto as he picked up Inari by his collar and held him in the air. "You think you're the only one that's suffered, kid? Well, you haven't. I have suffered more than your entire country combined. I've been hated by my own village for as long as I can remember. Always hated, called names, beaten to the point of being hospitalized, starved every day or given rotten food if they were being nice that day. Everyone present was shocked to the point of silence. And that was until I was 6. I never had parents or friends until recently. I had Kakashi and Yamato-sensei after they were ordered to watch over me, but no parents. I don't even know who my parents are. But at least you have family." Naruto was crying now, finally letting out all the pain from years of abuse. "I heard the story of your dad, kid, and I can honestly say if he were alive today, he would be too ashamed to even look at you." Naruto threw Inari to the ground. "He sacrificed himself in order to try and save your country, and you repay his sacrifice by spiting on his memory and hiding like a coward. If you truly love something, then you fight for it every day and to your dying breath." Turning around, Naruto jumped into the trees towards the bridge. Finally getting over her shock, Tenten apologized for Naruto's actions and ran after him. While all this was going, Kakashi was with the others at the bridge waiting for Zabuza to attack. "This isn't right. I thought you said they would attack in a day or so, sensei," asked Sakura. "I did say that, Sakura, but we still have." Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, a thick fog rolled in from the east. "Sakura, please learn to be quiet about these kind of things. They tend to happen when you talk about it." Kakashi produced a kunai and got in front of Tazuna. Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. A dark laugh came from the fog. "Ha ha 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 ha. You don't learn, do you, Kakashi? Taking the same stance as you did last time." Zabuza appeared a few feet from the group with the hunter Nin at his side. "Let me guess. You and the duck's ass over there are going to try and take Haku and myself while Pinky there guards the bridge builder?" Kakashi shifted in his stance a bit. "If I remember correctly, Zabuza, you were the one getting hit through a tree the last time we met." "We both know that that wasn't you, Kakashi," growled Zabuza. "And this time I've come prepared." Zabuza raised his hand in the air and snapped his fingers. "Boys!" Within seconds, the bridge was covered in mist Nin that came out of nowhere. "You see, I've brought some backup. And just in case you thought I was unarmed, seeing as you took my sword." Zabuza pulled out a scroll and bit his thumb. Smearing some blood on the scroll, another giant sword appeared from the seal. "I brought a spare." Kakashi was sweating now. He thought that Naruto would be partially right, but now he knew that when Naruto thought something, no matter how out there it was, to take it seriously. I hope this plan of Naruto's works. Sasuke, Sakura now! Yelled Kakashi as he grabbed Tazuna and jumped into a seal located on the center of the bridge. Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. Channeling lightning chakra into their hands, Kakashi and Sasuke slammed their hands into the bridge. Suddenly, the whole bridge started glowing a pale blue. Screams could be heard all around. Seeing what was about to happen, Haku and Zabuza jumped into the air to avoid the attack. "What did you guys do?" asked Tazuna. Kakashi smirked. "It's a little seal Naruto developed that allows you to channel any element into the object the seal is drawn on. In this caused lightning chakra into the bridge, killing anyone in contact with it at the time." "Then why are we alive, Sensei?" asked Sakura. "Isn't it obvious? The seal we are in protected us from the attack," said Sasuke as he got back into his stance. "We missed 2 of them." "What did you do to my men?" roared Zabuza. "You like that?" smirked Kakashi. "One of my students came up with that plan to take out your men, if you had any, that is." "Curse you, Kakashi," growled Zabuza. "Haku." "Yes, Zabuza-sama?" said Haku, kneeling by Zabuza. Zabuza raised his blade and leveled it with Kakashi. "Take out the boy and then kill the bridge builder. I'm going after Kakashi." No sooner had he given the order had Haku ran right at Sasuke. Seeing the attack coming, Sasuke intercepted Haku and caught her in a deadlock with his kunai and her Sunban needles. "Looks like I'll get a workout after all," said Sasuke with a smirk. "You are too arrogant for your own good," said Haku. "What are you talking about? I'm the one who is about to overpower you. I can feel your arm giving out already," said Sasuke, pushing back against Haku. "Is that so?" Haku raised her unused hand and performed a jutsu with just one hand. Haku slammed her foot into the ground. Ice release. 1,000 flying water needles. 1,000 needles began to form around Haku's head before they launched at Sasuke, making him jump away from Haku. "Make this quick, Haku. I want to get our money and get the hell out of here as soon as possible," said Zabuza as he swung Kakashi, trying to cut him in half. In the woods by the bridge, Naruto and Tenten arrived to see bodies everywhere. "Wow, what did all this?" asked a bewildered Tenten. "I guess Kakashi had to use the seal after all," said Naruto as he ran across the water towards the bridge. Tenten followed closely behind him. "We need to hurry and help them before they get killed." "Naruto, what this is the seal you were talking about?" asked Tenten. "Yeah, it spreads out elemental chakra over a wide area and intensifies it. I placed 2 on the bridge," said Naruto, walking around the water looking at the fighting above. "2? I thought you only made 1," said Tenten, watching Naruto walk around. Naruto stopped when he saw that Sasuke was losing bad, and Kakashi was not doing much better. "I put 2 on the bridge. 1 up top and the other down here. Tenten, I want you to go help out Sasuke while I cover Kakashi, alright?" Tenten nodded and made her way to Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, waited for the right moment to attack. Watching as Zabuza and Kakashi traded blows, Naruto began to think he should go help Tenten and Sasuke instead, because this was getting boring. Then, when he was about to walk away, Kakashi jumped a good distance away from Zabuza, giving him the opening he needed. Shadow skill. Rapier. Naruto jumped into the air, moving at high speeds towards Zabuza's exposed feet. Destroying the planks that were in front of him, Zabuza was thrown into the air and further away from Naruto and Kakashi. "I was wondering when you would wake up," said Kakashi, wiping the blood away from his eyes. "Yeah, well, better late than never, right?" said Naruto as he got down low into his Taijutsu stance. "Who's this Kakashi? Another one of your pathetic genin?" laughed Zabuza. Naruto stood proud. "In honor of those who have fallen before me and have yet to fall, today this warrior shall be named." Naruto unsealed Blackwing and struck a pose. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the Red Howling." Zabuza laughed. "Well, Red Howling. I am Momochi Zabuza, Demon of the Mist." Kakashi whispered to Naruto so only they could hear. "Naruto, distract him for a bit, I got a plan." Naruto nodded and charged Zabuza. Kakashi pulled a small scroll out of his vest and opened it up. Taking some blood that was on his cheek, Kakashi wiped it on the scroll, then slammed it into the bridge. Kanji flew from the scroll onto the bridge and there was a puff of smoke. Seeing that the first stage of his plan were ready, Kakashi formed 3 hand seals and began building up chakra in his right hand while his left hand held the right forearm to steady it. Zabuza, on the other hand, was having a hard time keeping up with Naruto's speed. For everyone hit Zabuza got in, Naruto would get 10. "You're pretty good, kid. I never thought a genin would give me this much of a workout," said Zabuza with a smile. Naruto smirked. "You are one of the strongest opponents I've ever faced. Too bad it has to end," said Naruto as he jumped back to Kakashi. Suddenly, a giant pack of dogs burst from below the bridge and bit into Zabuza, holding him in place. "What the hell?" Zabuza was bleeding pretty bad all over from the dogs biting him. "This is your doing, Kakashi." "Yes, and now I'm ending this fight." Kakashi rushed forward, followed by Naruto. Seeing the attack coming, Zabuza tried to get his arm free so he could block the oncoming jutsu. As soon as Kakashi got within 5 feet of Zabuza, Zabuza finally got his arm free. Picking up his sword, Zabuza swatted Kakashi away. "I'm not going down that easily," roared Zabuza. "I'm sorry to say, but you're wrong, Zabuza." Naruto channeled chakra into his hand. Uzumaki assassination technique, light skill. Fray. Naruto slammed his fist right through Zabuza's chest. Naruto pulled his hand out of Zabuza's chest and stepped back. Zabuza spewed blood everywhere as he fell to the ground dead. "Nice job, Naruto," said Kakashi as he limped over to Naruto. "Thanks, Sensei, but we're not done yet. We still have to take care of that fake hunter Nin," said Naruto. "Right, let's go." Naruto and Kakashi made it to the ice dome right as it was collapsing. "Looks like they beat him, Naruto." Naruto. Naruto was frozen in place with a look of horror painted on his face. "No." Naruto ran to where the dome used to be. "Naruto, what's the rush?" Kakashi looked to where Naruto was running to and saw the bodies of Sasuke and Tenten. "Oh no." Kakashi walked over to the bodies of the 2 young teenagers. Tenten knelt down next to Tenten and picked her up. "Please be all right. Tenten, speak to me. Please speak to me." Tenten coughed up a huge amount of blood onto Naruto's jacket. "Tenchan? Cough Naruto-kun?" asked Tenten. "I'm here, Tenchan, don't worry. You're gonna be all right," said Naruto. "Kakashi, get over here now." Tenten put a hand of his shoulder and motioned for him to stop. "Tenchan?" said Naruto, 5 tears streaming down his face. "It's already too late, Naruto-kun. I'm just happy I got to see you one last time," said Tenten with a weak smile. "Don't say that. You're going to be fine." Tenten just shook her head.
Naruto-kun.
"Before I go, would you do something for me?" asked Tenten. "Anything, Tenchan. Just name it," said Naruto, still crying. "Kiss me. Kiss me the way you did back on the Hokage monument." Naruto leaned forward and captured her lips in his. And for that brief moment in time, Naruto felt truly loved and never wanted that moment to end. But sadly, it would not be so. Shortly into their kiss, Tenten's body went limp in Naruto's arms. Naruto released the kiss and sobbed into her chest. Kakashi looked on from Sasuke's side as he removed the needles from his body. "Naruto, I'm sorry about Tenten, but we need to get going before the hunter comes back after us." Naruto did not even acknowledge that Kakashi spoke, he just kept on crying. That is, until he heard footsteps approach them from behind. "So you love this one?" asked the Haku. "Now you know how I feel losing someone you held dear." Something pulsed deep within Naruto's gut. "You took away Zabuza-sama from, so I took your comrades. You killed them." Red chakra began to swirl around Naruto. His hair, teeth, and nails all grew longer. "You killed them." "Shit, the seal is breaking," thought Kakashi. "Naruto, you need to calm down." Naruto ignored him as he laid Tenten down and turned to Haku. "What's going on? Why is his chakra visible?" asked Haku, seeing a fox's face within the chakra. Suddenly the chakra intensified and everyone was frozen in place. "You killed them all." Ah! Naruto ran at Haku so fast not even Kakashi saw him move. Light skill. Mace fist. Naruto was laying into Haku with such ferocity that every blow caused scorch marks to appear on Haku's robes. Naruto kicked at the back of Haku's head, missing it, so that he could latch onto her neck with his foot. Shadow skill. Boomerang. Naruto spun around Haku's body at high speeds until he stopped by slamming Haku's face into the bridge, shattering the planks of wood. Standing up, Haku's mask was beginning to break. So this is the end? Finished off by this boy. Haku smiled behind his mask. At least I will be with Zabuza-sama. For killing Tenchan, I will destroy you. Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of Haku with his fist cocked back. Uzumaki assassination technique ing style. Kugar. Naruto thrust his hand into her chest. Haku's chest began to glow with a sickly purple energy when Naruto's hand made contact. Then 5 beams of the same energy burst from Haku's back. Once the energy dissipated, there were 5 fist-sized holes in Haku's chest. When Haku fell to the ground, Naruto heard clapping from behind him. Well, well, well. Looks like I don't have to pay them after all. Naruto turned around still in his feral form. His eyes narrowed on the small man standing in front of the crowd of 1,000 mercs. Looks like I owe you thanks, kid, for saving me the trouble of killing them myself. Too bad I have to kill you now since you are the one protecting the bridge builder. Naruto, get back. We will take them on together, said Kakashi, pulling out 2 kunai. Naruto smirked and raised his hand, pointing at the small man. You must be Gato then? I see my reputation precedes me, said Gato with a smirk. Yes, I am Gato. Then this is all your fault. I'm gonna have fun ripping you to pieces with my own 2 hands, said Naruto with a feral grin that struck fear into the mercs and their employer. I don't think so, kid. Boys, get him, ordered Gato. The mercs charged with their weapons drawn, and so did Naruto with his claws no even longer than before. Naruto, wait, yelled Kakashi, but it was too late. As soon as the 2 forces met, Kakashi heard flesh being rent from bone, the spray of blood as it splashed to the ground, the cries of the mercenaries as Naruto carved into them with his claws. Within mere minutes, 1,000 hired soldiers were reduced to about 30 men, all scared out of their minds. What is that? Yelled one. He's not human, said another. I am no longer the Red Howling. From now on I will be known as Uzumaki Naruto, the Bloody Fox, said Naruto as he walked towards Gato, ignoring the remaining men. No, get a WI from me, yelled Gato as he fell to his feet and tried to crawl away in fear. Covered in blood, Naruto made his way over to Gato and picked him up by the back of his head. Let me go. Let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, power, anything. Just let me go, cried out Gato. Anything, huh? Asked Naruto with a psychotic grin. Yes, anything, said Gato, trying to get free. Naruto smirked and tightened his grip on Gato's head. I want you to die, Gato screamed as Naruto increased his grip on Gato's head. Oh, screamed the tiny man until his head was crushed under the pressure that Naruto was applying to it. Once Gato was dead, Naruto returned to normal and passed out on the bridge soaked in blood. Kakashi walked over to pick him so they could go find Sakura and Tazuna together. Naruto, are you all right? Asked Kakashi. There was no answer. I guess using the Kyuubi chakra combined with losing Tenten was too much for him, thought Kakashi as he threw Naruto over his shoulder. Walking back to where Tenten and Sasuke's bodies were, Kakashi arrived to find them gone. What happened to them? Kakashi was startled when he heard coughing coming from the far end of the bridge closest to Fire Country. That's probably Sakura crying over Sasuke. She must have grabbed the bodies. Kakashi stopped dead in his tracks as he got closer to the coughing because he heard something else that made his heart skip. Sakura, let me go. The wound still hurt a lot, said Sasuke. Sakura just continued to cry. I thought you were dead. I'm so happy you're alive. I don't know what I would do if I lost you. Sasuke just sighed and let the tiny girl cry to heart's content. Well, it looks like you two are fine, said Kakashi, walking up to his 2 students. But where's Tenten and Tazuna? Sakura looked up to Kakashi and wiped her tears. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive. I thought after only finding Sasuke-kun and Tenten that you and Naruto were. Sakura finally saw what Kakashi was carrying on his shoulder. Is he dead? Asked Sakura as she began to cry again. No, Sakura, we are both quite alive. Naruto is just a bit worn out from his battles. I'll explain the rest later. Now, where is Tenten's body and Tazuna? Kakashi asked again. Sasuke coughed and pointed to some pillars. They are over there by the piles of pillars. And she's not dead. Once Sakura removed the needles, she woke up. She should be alright once she gets some rest, sensei, said Sakura as she picked up Sasuke and let him lean on her for support. Sasuke, albeit reluctantly, took the help offered to him. Kakashi motioned for those two to follow as he went to go find Tazuna and Tenten. After a minute of looking, Kakashi finally found Tazuna helping Tenten sit up and drink some water. "Well, you look a lot better than you did before," said Kakashi. Tazuna looked up and smiled. "Yeah, we thought she was gone until Sasuke woke up and told us that no vital organs were hit, so we thought it might be the same with Tenten here." Tenten smiled weakly. "I'll be fine. I just need so rest. By the way, where's Naruto?" Tenten tried to get up a bit too fast when she saw Naruto covered in blood laying across Kakashi's shoulder. Tenten started crying uncontrollably. "Please no." Kakashi smiled a sad smile. "Do not worry, he's fine. Just exhausted from using too much chakra." Tenten stopped crying long enough for Tazuna to pick her up bridal style so that she could be carried to his home. On the way there, everyone but Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna was passed out. Getting to the house, Tsunami opened the door, letting everyone in. Naruto was laid down next to Tenten in the girls' room, and Sasuke was laid down in the boys' room alone. After everyone was lain down, Kakashi left with Tazuna and Sakura to go see to the repairs on the bridge. Later that evening, Tenten awoke to hear crying coming from beside her. Opening her eyes, she wakes to see Naruto crying in his sleep. Reaching a hand up to his face, Tenten wiped the tears from his face. Feeling a strange sensation on his face, Naruto opened his eyes only to start crying even harder. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" asked Tenten as she looked into his eyes and saw nothing but pain and despair. "No matter if I'm dreaming or not, I can't escape visions of you. How can I move on if I can't get you out of my head?" cried Naruto even harder than before. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. Now please leave me alone. Please, please let me have peace," choked out Naruto, heartbroken because he lost Tenten. Tenten began to cry herself, seeing the pain that the blonde was in because he thought she was dead. Tenten leaned forward and caught Naruto's lips with her own and held there. Naruto tried to force her off of him, think it was just an illusion, but after a while he just gave up the struggle and let it happen. "I would never leave you, Naruto-kun. Not now, not ever," cried Tenten, breaking the kiss. Naruto cried even more and ran his hands through her hair. "Please, be real," choked Naruto as he looked her right in the eye, trying to find some sort of deception, but he found none. For the first time in hours, Naruto smiled and laughed, and tears of sorrow and pain turned to tears of joy. "You're alive. Oh, thank Kami, you're alive." Tenten cried tears of joy as well when Naruto pulled her close to him and did not let go. "I don't know what I would have done if I had really lost you," said Naruto, letting the statement hang in the air. "You'll never lose me, Naruto-kun, and I promise I'll never cause you pain like this again," said Tenten as she held on to our blonde hero for dear life. "I'm never letting you out of my sight again. I promise I'll protect you till my dying breath," said Naruto, quickly falling asleep. Tenten's only response was to nuzzle her face against the spot where Naruto's neck and shoulder met and fell asleep. Over the next week, things went as normal as life could for Shinobi. They finished their mission, got paid the money Konoha deserved from completing an S-rank mission after Naruto and Sasuke decided to raid Gado's and Zabuza's hideouts. On the last day of the mission, the bridge was finished and the entire village was seeing Team 7 plus Tenten off. "We can't thank you enough for what you have done for our country and our people. We will be forever in your department," said Tazuna and his family, bowing. "You and your team are welcome here anytime, Kakashi-san," said Tsunami. "Will you come to visit us soon?" asked Inari. Naruto smiled and tousled the kid's hair a bit. "Only if you work on what we talked about." Inari smiled and went back to stand next to his mother and grandfather. "Well, we better getting you for. We have a long way to Konoha," said Kakashi. "Goodbye, everyone," said everyone but Sasuke as they turned away from the crowd that was ahead of them. Jumping into the trees, the Konoha shinobi were gone. "You know we still need to name the bridge Tazuna," said one of the men that worked with Tazuna. "He's right, father. We do need to give our bridge a name," said Tsunami. Tazuna grabbed his chin in thought. How about the Great Tazuna Bridge? Pretty much everyone in attendance shook their heads in disapproval. How about the Great Uzumaki Naruto Bridge, Grandpa? Questioned Inari. That sounds perfect, smiled Tsunami. Tazuna was beaming with pride. That's a wonderful idea. Inari's name it is then. I hereby dub the bridge the Great Uzumaki Naruto Bridge.
Cộng hòa 5.
New team, new challenges. It had been a quick walk back to Konoha from Wave instead of taking the 2.5 days walk they did last time since they had Tazuna with them. Now they could jump through the trees at a much faster pace. Within half a day, the group finally made it back within Konoha's walls safe and sound. Once they got close to the Hokage Tower, a squad of Umbu appeared in front of them. The one with the hawk mask was the one to speak. Jounin Hataki Kakashi and Genin Uzumaki Naruto. Please come with us. This will have to wait, Umbu-san. My team and I are on our way to report our mission to Hokage-sama, said Kakashi. Hawk stepped forward and handed Kakashi a scroll. That is why we are here. Hokage-sama sent us to retrieve you when you and your team arrived in the village. He is waiting for us back in Umbu headquarters. So please come with us. The rest of you are dismissed. Watching as his students and temporary charge left, Kakashi opened the scroll and paled, well, bloody fox. Apparently this is more about you than it is the two of us. So tell me, Umbu-san, why must I go as well? Since you are this Genin-sensei and guardian, Hokage-sama asked that you be with him as well for this debriefing. Now come. Before Hawk could say any more, both Kakashi and Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Seconds later, the blonde and silver-haired Nin appeared in Umbu headquarters in front of the Hokage. You wanted to see us, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi. Sarutobi turned around to see Naruto and Kakashi standing in front of the desk he had borrowed from the Umbu commander. Kakashi-kun? Naruto-kun, please take a seat. We have a few things we need to discuss, said the aged Hokage. First, I want you to report on the events that happened, Kakashi-kun. Kakashi cleared his throat and began his report to Sarutobi. Well, Hokage-sama. After leaving the village, we encountered two missing Nin from Mist known as the Demon Brothers. They were of Chunin level and were taken down rather easily by Tenten, Sasuke, and Naruto here. After that, we questioned Tazuna and found out the real story of why we were hired and why he lied. Wave had been under control by Gato of Gato Shipping and was forced into poverty by the man, so to save his country, Tazuna began building a bridge to help his people thrive again, but Gato hired missing Nin to come after him so the bridge would fail. That is why he hired us and only paid for a C-rank mission. So that is why he lied to us? Because he did not have the money to pay for a B-rank mission? Interrupted Sarutobi. You're partially right, Hokage-sama. You see, the next day after light training, before we moved on, Naruto and Tenten stayed behind at our campsite to collect all of her weapons that she had thrown about during our training. While those two were doing that, Tazuna, Sasuke, Sakura, and myself were attacked by another missing Nin, upping the mission to A rank, said Kakashi. And why did it become an A-rank mission? Asked Sarutobi. Because we were attacked by Zabuza Momochi, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi did not look surprised. The battle did not go so well, and I was defeated by Zabuza, as was Sasuke. Sakura took Tazuna and ran off to find Naruto. Moments later, she found Naruto. Said Kakashi. That is when Naruto decided to finish this part of the report. Once Sakura found me, I told Tenten to take Tazuna and Sakura to Tazuna's home, and I would go and help Kakashi-sensei. So I could get there on time, I used a technique that I myself have labeled forbidden, said Naruto. What technique, Naruto-kun? And why do you see fit to call it a forbidden technique? Asked Sarutobi. Well, the technique is called Kamui, and it renders me invisible to everything, including the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It forces my body to move at such high speeds that nothing can see or detect me unless I attack something. But this comes at a high price to me. While I do gain speeds faster than the Force Hyroshin technique, it cannot be used repeatedly and only for a short amount of time. It also destroys the blood vessels and muscles in my legs, explained Naruto. Sarutobi was deep in thought. I see. Well, you were right to label this as a forbidden technique, Naruto-kun. I will need to put this in the forbidden scroll. I'm sorry, Gigi, but you can't do that, said Naruto. And why can't I, Naruto-kun? Asked the Hokage. All the martial arts skills I know are clan techniques, meaning that they stay with me and not the village. said Naruto, crossing his arms over his chest. Sarutobi sighed. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but you do not have clan status, so you can't keep these techniques private. They must be recorded. Naruto reached into his pants and pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Sarutobi. Actually, I do. Since neither one of you will tell me about my family, I decided a while ago to find out for myself. Sarutobi was shocked when he read the scroll, then passed it to Kakashi, who was also shocked. While looking through your archives one night, I found a document mentioning one Uzumaki Kushina. She was labeled the last of her clan and given clan status when she came here to Konoha. Then when I checked her records, I found out that she was pregnant and had a child the night of the Kyuubi attack, the same day I was born. It also states that she died giving birth, but it doesn't say who the child was or what he looked like. But I'm not stupid. I know she is my mother. And since she is not around anymore, that makes me the last Uzumaki in Konoha and leader of the Uzumaki clan. So you can't put my family's techniques in the Forbidden Scroll, Hokage-sama. Finished Naruto. When did you find all this out? Asked Kakashi. The same night Mizuki stole the Forbidden Scroll. While everyone was trying to find him, I was in the archives. And don't say a word about me breaking the law and that I committed treason by breaking into your private archive. I have a right to know who my family is, exclaimed Naruto. And now that you know I know about my mother, I want anything and everything that she left behind for me, and if you can't do that, I'm going to the Fire Daimyo with this. Hold on, Naruto, you don't need to do that. I will get you what you want, just give me a week to get it all together. Now please continue with the report, said Sarutobi as he took out his pipe and lit it. Well, when Naruto arrived, he immobilized Zabuza and carried Sasuke and myself to Tezuna's home, where we rested and healed for about a week. The following week, we trained and guarded Tezuna at the bridge. At the end of the second week, Zabuza arrived with a hunter Nin by his side, along with about 100 other missing Nin and bandits that Zabuza had gathered, said Kakashi. Using a seal I created and placed on the bridge, the other missing Nin and bandits were killed except for Haku and Zabuza. And no, that is also staying in the family, so I'm not telling you what that is about either, but for a price I will train a select few in its use and place them around the village for security, said a smirking Naruto. Kakashi just rolled his eyes. Anyway, I faced Zabuza while Sasuke faced Haku, who was the hunter Nin, and Sakura was guarding Tezuna. I left Naruto and Tenten at Tezuna's home to watch over Tsunami-san and Inari-san when they woke up. We got beat pretty bad, but not as bad as before. Naruto and Tenten came to help us half an hour later. Naruto came and helped me take Zabuza, while Tenten helped Sasuke against the hunter Nin. With our combined efforts, Naruto was able to land the finishing blow to Zabuza, said Kakashi. And how did you do that? Asked a confused Hokage, finding it difficult to believe that a genin could take down a jounin. Well, Kakashi-sensei used his summons to bite Zabuza and hold him in place while I used a taijutsu move to kill him, answered Naruto. And move, would that be Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked. The move is called Frey, and it is one from my light skill taijutsu set, said Naruto. What does this move do that allows you to kill someone using it, and what is this light skill taijutsu? Asked Sarutobi. How about I show you first, said Naruto as he stood up. Making a crossed ram seal, Naruto summoned a single shadow clone. Focusing his spirit energy into his hand, Naruto called out the technique, Light skill, Frey. Naruto then slammed his hand through his clone, making it poof away. You see, by focusing my spiritual energy into my fist, I can make my arm and hand sharp as steel and faster than lightning, and thrusting forward through my target's chest with ease. Now to answer your other question. Light skills are hand and grappling techniques, while my shadow skills are leg techniques, and my ing style is a combination of the two but more refined. Sarutobi frowned, seeing that he was informed of Naruto's progress. I see. Kakashi, once this is over, you and I are going to have a long talk. Now continue with the report. Kakashi continued with the report. Well, after Naruto killed Zabuza, the mist started to clear slightly, and we made our way to help Sasuke and Tenten. We arrived to see a dome of ice collapsing and the fake hunter Nin standing there. Naruto was the first to arrive as he was ahead of me. What he saw made him snap. Sasuke was dead, and so was his girlfriend Tenten, or so we thought. Later, after removing the senbon that were embedded in them, they came to and were fine. They just needed rest. What do you mean, snapped Kakashi? Asked Sarutobi. I went into an extreme emotional state. After seeing Tenchan dead, I snapped. I wanted that hunter Nin to pay for what he did by taking her from me. I heard this voice calling out to me to kill him, to rip his heart out of his chest, to give in to its power so that I could kill the bastard. So I gave into my rage and was surrounded by strange red chakra, said Naruto, shaking in fear. After I killed the hunter Nin named Haku, Gato arrived with over 1,000 mercs. In my rage I slaughtered them all. I couldn't stop myself. I wanted them all to die, to pay for all their crimes, and it was in that moment after killing the mercs and Gato that I named myself the Bloody Fox. Sarutobi sat back in the chair he was sitting in and took a long drag of his pipe. That explains some things. Now why did you name yourself Naruto-kun? Out of respect to those that I killed, and have yet to kill, a warrior must have a name. Before I killed Zabuza, I claimed the name Red Hollowing, but during the fight with Haku and Gato's men it changed due to the influence of the fox. Answered Naruto, smirking as he watched Sarutobi let his pipe fall to the floor. You know about him, Naruto-kun? Who told you? How did you find out? Asked a bewildered Hokage. Naruto and Kakashi just sighed. How long did you think you could hide it from him, Hokage-sama? Especially with the villagers and most of your shinobi forces constantly trying to kill him when he was younger and always calling him a demon. Asked Kakashi. Did you honestly think I was that stupid? After the last time I was attacked by the villagers and taken in by Kakashi and Ai-san and Yamato and Ai-san, I figured it out on my own. I mean, everyone in the village hates me. They call me demon and monster. The attempts to kill get worse on my birthday, which is the same day the Kyuubi attacked, and I have this weird seal on my stomach that appears every time I access my chakra. And from what I know from the books and scrolls Kakashi and Yamato gave me, tailed demons cannot be killed or destroyed, only sealed, said Naruto.
Naruto-kun.
I'm sorry, I never told. Sarutobi was cut off from his sentence when Naruto stood up and turned towards the door. Shut up, Hokage-sama. If you were sorry, none of what happened to me since I was born would have happened. Now I'm leaving. Kakashi-sensei can finish the report. As Naruto reached for the door, he paused for a moment before speaking. Oh, and thanks for trusting me enough to tell me what and who I am. It feels real good to know that someone I saw as a grandfather had so little faith in me. With that, Naruto walked out of the room and went home. While the two shinobi were shocked by what Naruto said, they both began to stare at Sarutobi's chest, and their eyes went wide. Soon the glowing stopped. You know you truly messed up this time, Hokage-sama. Naruto usually deals with things face to face, but it seems that he lost all faith in you now that he removed you from the seal. Sarutobi cried silently, hiding his tears behind the brim of his hat as he was keeping his head down. I know, Kakashi. I know. Well, if that's all, Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave. That was the end of the report anyway. We finished the mission and they were able to pay for a full A-rank mission. Throwing a scroll on the desk in front of him, Kakashi left the office via Shunshin. Arriving back at the compound, Kakashi arrived to find Naruto meditating under a waterfall. Hey there, Naruto. What you up to? Naruto did not respond. Listen, Naruto, I know you can hear me, so I'm gonna talk and you can listen. I'm not saying this as your sensei. I'm saying it as your brother. You need to go talk with Sarutobi about what happened today in his office. He did have a reason why he couldn't tell you. Naruto opened his eyes and walked out from under the waterfall. Oh, I plan on it. But not in the way you're hoping in Ai-san. What are you planning, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Since I'm 15 now and I am the head of the Uzumaki clan, I get a seat on the council. So within the next couple of hours I will be heading to the council room for the council meeting, said Naruto as he dried himself off using his jacket. Naruto, you just can't go into the council and take a seat. You have to be a jounin to become a clan head and be on the council, said Kakashi in protest. Naruto walked inside the home with Kakashi right behind him. Going up to his room, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his desk and tossed it to Kakashi. Kakashi's eye went wide as he read the scroll, as you can see in Ai-san. My mother became the clan head and sat on the council when she was a genin after she turned 15, since she was the last of her clan just like I am. Also, from what I found out, Danzo never made it to Jounin since he went from Chunin to ANBU, then retired after losing the use of his right side during the last war, and he has a seat on the council. Also, I believe that the civilian half of the council is just that, civilian. They have no shinobi background and will never be Jounin. So how are they on the council at all? Said Naruto as he began to change into semi-formal wear. So you're actually going to do this, Naruto? Well, I gotta say this is a pretty smart plan you put together, but what do you plan to do once you're on the council? Asked Kakashi, handing the scroll back to Naruto. I'm glad you asked, Nai-san. Naruto took the scroll and put it within his robes that he had bought a while back. I plan to use my position to find out who my father is and have inside information about the village that I have never known about. Okay, I understand about your father, but why do you want information on the village? Asked a confused Kakashi. It's actually something you taught me, Nai-san. Naruto turned around and gave him a foxy grin. Knowledge is power. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Minutes later, Naruto arrived in front of his favorite ramen stand. Hey, old man.
Nei-chum.
I looked out from behind the curtain. Oh, Naruto-kun, it's you. Where have you been? We've been worried about you. I just got back from a mission outside of the village, Chan. But that story will have to wait because I'm kinda in a hurry, said Naruto as he pulled out a scroll from his robe. I need you and the old man to sign this if you want to, that is. Took the scroll and looked at it. What is this, Naruto-kun? Uzumaki clan. Well, I found out that I am the last of my clan instead of some random clanless kid. So I need people to join my clan, and I want you and the old man to join me and my Nai-sans, said Naruto as he handed her a pen. Smiled brightly. Sure thing, Naruto-kun. I'll go get father to sign it right away. Leaving Naruto at the stand, went to get the scroll signed. A few moments later, came back too and handed Naruto the scroll. Here you go, Naruto-kun. Thanks, chan. Naruto gave the older girl a hug and then leapt up onto a nearby roof and made his way to a local weapons shop. Once there, Naruto walked up to the counter to see his girlfriend asleep on the job. Smiling, Naruto leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wake up, Tenchan." Naruto blushed red as a tomato and had to hold back a chuckle when she moaned out his name, Naruto-kun. Just 5 more minutes. As he was about to give her a shake, a tall man walked in from the back covered in soot. Hello there, how can I help you? Asked the man. Hello, sir, said Naruto with a bow. I'm just here to speak with Tenchan. Oh, so you're Naruto. Tenten has been talking about you a lot lately. By the way, my name's Kiro, said the Kiro with a smile. I'll wake her up for you. Just as Naruto was thanking Kiro, said man kicked the stool out from underneath Tenten. OW, what the hell was that for? Yelled Tenten as she stood up rubbing her backside. You fell asleep again, you lazy idiot. Now wake up, you have a guest, said Kiro walking back to the back forge. Then she heard him yell back to her. And if you fall asleep again, you're fired. Welcome to the Wolf Claw Weapons. Naruto, exclaimed Tenten when she finally noticed that it was her boyfriend standing before her. What are you doing here? She asked, embarrassed that he caught her sleeping at work. Well, besides watching you sleep, Naruto noticed her blush when he mentioned that. I was hoping to ask you to join my clan. Your what? Tenten asked, dumbfounded. My clan. You see, recently I discovered who my mother was and that she had a seat on the council because she was the last of her clan, and now that I'm the last of the clan, I get it. So I wanted to ask you to join it since you are my girlfriend, said Naruto, leaning against the counter that separated him from his love. Tenten thought about it. What do I have to do? Naruto pulled out a scroll and passed it to her. Well, first you need to sign your name down at the bottom, and then that's it. If you want, you can take the clan's name since you don't have a surname of your own, and also you may move into the clan compound. That sounds good. But who else belonged to the clan besides you and me? She asked. My Nai-sans Kakashi and Yamato, Tuchi and his daughter that run Ichiraka Ramen, and that's it for right now. I was thinking of asking Lee after the council meeting on the one condition that he stops dressing like Guy, said Naruto, making Tenten giggle. Well, I better get going or I'll be late for the meeting. See you later, Tenchan. Naruto gave his girlfriend a quick kiss, then disappeared amongst a swirl of leaves. Uzumaki Tenten. Tenten smiled. I like the sound of that. Meanwhile, Naruto was making his way to the council chambers, hoping they had not started too early, as he wished to get there right as the meeting started. Making his way through the Hokage Tower, Naruto arrived in front of a door labeled Council Chamber. Well, I guess this it, thought Naruto as he opened the door. Sorry I'm late, everyone. I was not informed that there would be a meeting today, said Naruto as he took an empty seat near the top of the semicircular room. Everyone just stared at him like he was crazy. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Thought Sarutobi. He was broken from his thoughts when one of the council members spoke up. "ANBU, get this boy out of the council room. This is a private meeting," said Danzo as he watched the Umbu appear from the doorway. "ANBU, stand down," said Naruto as he was grabbed by his shoulder and pulled out of his seat. The ANBU paused. "Sorry, Genin, but you hold not authority over us. Only the Hokage and council members can give us an order," said the one in a bear mask. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his robe and gave it to the bear-masked Nin. As he finished reading, the bear ANBU closed the scroll and bowed. "Sorry, Councilman Uzumaki. I was not aware of your status." Naruto waved him off. "It is all right, only a handful of people knew until today." With that, the ANBU disappeared. "What is the meaning of this, Hokage-sama?" asked Hayashi. "Well, Hayashi-san, I've recently discovered half of my lineage. It turns out that my mother was the last of her clan when she moved her from Yuzu no Kuni. And since she held a spot on the council thanks to that, now that she is dead, I gained that same seat on the council when I turned 15 last year," said Naruto as he stopped to catch his breath. "This is preposterous. Only Jounin can become clan heads and have a seat on the council," yelled Hamura. Naruto just smiled. Actually, that's not true. He was soon interrupted by Shikamaru's father. "Shikaku, what do you mean by this, Uzumaki?" "Well, Nara-san, I believe that the civilian half of the council have no shinobi training, and they are still on the council," said Naruto. "Yes, this is true, but the Jounin rule only applies to shinobi," said Tsum. "Yes, I know this, but is Danzo not on the shinobi council?" asked Naruto. "I am, but I don't see what your point is, boy," said Danzo with a sneer. Naruto produced yet another scroll from his robes and tossed it to Danzo. "Well, if you read that scroll, everyone will know why I'm allowed on this council, but I'd rather tell you all myself." Naruto took a deep breath before continuing. "First of all, the Jounin rule was never officially made into any law in Konoha or Hai no Kuni. It was just a tradition of sorts. Second, my mother Uzumaki Kushina sat of the council when she was just in the academy. Third, the only rule says you must be at least 15 to join the council. And finally, Konoha's records state the councilman Danzo never reached the rank of Jounin before he retired. In fact, right after reaching the rank of Chunin, he joined the ANBU. Several years later, he lost the use of his right side during the Third Great Shinobi War and retired after that." Danzo was seething. He had just been outsmarted by a genin, and now his plans to turn him into a weapon would be stopped every time now that he had clan status and was a part of the council. "May I take a look at those documents, Uzumaki-san?" asked Shibi, the head of the Aburame clan. "Yes, I would like to see these documents as well," said Hayashi. Soon the whole room wanted to see them. Naruto had prepared for this and already had several copies made for them to read over. Soon Naruto had given everyone that asked for one a copy. "Hokage-sama, how can you allow this demon to be a part of the council?" yelled one of the members of the civilian council. "If he is allowed to join us, then Uchiha Sasuke should also be allowed to join us." Sarutobi sighed. "I'm sorry, but Sasuke-kun placed his seat in the hands of myself until such time that he reaches Chunin. But as all of you can see, Naruto has done his homework on this one and is now a part of this council. But when he has missions, he will be absent from these meetings and his vote will be placed with me from this point on." "Sorry, Hokage-sama, but that will not be necessary. I already chose a representative for when I am not in the village or otherwise unable to attend these meetings," said Naruto, interrupting Sarutobi. "And who would this be, Uzumaki-san?" asked Koharu. "Yamato Inai-san. Since his retirement as Umbu, he has been assigned to staying the village to work as a Jounin police officer in charge of the village guard. And since he and Kakashi-sensei adopted me and decided to join my clan instead of me joining Kakashi Inai-san's, Yamato will be my rep," answered Naruto. "That sounds fair enough, Naruto-kun," said Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, for the future please remember that while on duty and in the council chambers, my name is Naruto-san or Uzumaki-san, not Naruto-kun. I show you your respect, please show me the same courtesy," said Naruto, watching Sarutobi nod. "Good, now on to business, gentlemen." Several hours later the meeting was about to come to a close, Now that everything has been taken care of, is there anything else that needs to be discussed before we convene? Asked Sarutobi. Actually, there is, Hokage-sama. I wish to discuss the identity of my father, said Naruto. I'm sorry, but we cannot do that. As per your father's wishes, you are not to find out about him until you reach the rank of Jounin, said Sarutobi. Naruto snorted like this village cares about people's wishes. What's one more broken promise compared to 1,000? How dare you say that, boy? Yelled Hamura, but was stopped by Naruto releasing his killer intent to his fullest ability. I dare because you all betrayed the Yandame's finally wish, roared Naruto. Care to explain, Uzumaki? Asked Hayashi with a scowl. Gladly, said Naruto as he stood up and pulled up his shirt and focused chakra to the seal on his stomach. Soon the seal appeared and Naruto began to speak. You see, almost 16 years ago the Yandame sealed the Kyuubi into me. Many gasped when they heard this. Yes, I know that I carry the fox inside me, and even I, a genin, know the difference between a prison and those confined inside it. You see, the Yandame's dying wish was for me to be treated as a hero for holding the fox back and keeping it from destroying the village on a daily basis. But his sacrifice and finally wish were in vain, as the true colors of this village were shown when he died. His wish was forgotten and I was thrown to the wolves. Since the day I was born I was beaten, burned, starved and homeless. I was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 5 and forced to live in the streets. I have had so many assassination attempts it's not funny, and all of them were by Leaf Shinobi. I was treated lower than trash by everyone instead of the hero that I am. Finished Naruto before he sat down. This may be true, Naruto, but your father had many enemies, and news getting out of your heritage would put you in too much danger, said Sarutobi. Besides, the Chunin exams are coming up, so you should be more focused on them instead of who your family is at the moment. Soon everyone in the room were on the floor, all except Naruto, who was emanating a powerful red aura. How dare you say that to me? Uzumaki-san, please calm down. Shikaku managed to choke out.
No.
You have no right to deny me the knowledge of who my family is. I have been nothing but loyal to this hellhole of a village, and all I get in return is beatings and assassination attempts, roared Naruto. I'm better off taking my chances with his enemies than with my allies. Do you know what it's like growing up knowing that everyone around you sees you as a beast? Do you know what it's like to be hated just because you're alive? Do you know what it's like to grow up knowing that no one loves or cares about you? Continued Naruto. Naruto-kun, please, calm down, or I will have to call the ANBU and have you arrested, choked Sarutobi. Naruto calmed himself down enough so that the Kyuubi was no longer present in his killer intent or voice. Fine. But since you are so adamant on keeping this from me, then I have no choice. Everyone regained their composure and sat back in their seats. No choice but to what? Asked some. If by the end of the second exam I don't know who my father is, I will take my clan and move to Kumo. Everyone gasped and anyone not a shinobi nearly passed out. You can't be serious? Screamed one civilian. Why would you do that? Asked another. This village treats rapists and child murderers better than they treat me. For the love of Kami, Orochimaru, our greatest enemy who is always planning on how to destroy this village, is treated better by you people than I am, and I keep your village safe every day rather than destroying it, said Naruto in a harsh tone. Besides, I know how Kumo treats Jinchuriki, and if the greatness of one's village was based on how everyone was treated, then Konoha is no better than Kirigakure. Now if you maggots have anything more to say, talk to my empty seat because I am gone. And with that said, Naruto disappeared. I hope you are all happy with this, said Sarutobi. What are you talking about, Hiruzen? That boy plans to move to Kumo if he doesn't get his inheritance, said Danzo. If that happens, we will be losing a very important weapon. Not only that, but Kumo will then have 3 Jinchuriki, said Hamura. Sarutobi sighed. That's not the problem here. Then what is Hokage-sama? Asked Hayashi. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and leaned back in his chair. Do any of you know who his father is? Looking around the room to see confused faces, Sarutobi continued. Remove Naruto's whisker marks and grow out his hair. Now who do we all know that has bright blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes? At that point, every shinobi in the room froze. Looking up at the Hokage monument, they all realized the same thing. Uzumaki Naruto was the son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. I see that some of you have figured it out, but for those of you who haven't, I'll just go ahead and tell you. Uzumaki Naruto is actually Namikaze Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, said Sarutobi, watching as the civilian council gasped. But that can't be. Minato was never married, yelled one civilian. Actually, he was to Uzumaki Kushina. Minato wanted his marriage to be secret so his enemies would not go after his wife and children. So he came to me and asked me to marry them in private. The only people present then were Jiraiya and myself, said Sarutobi, taking another puff of his pipe. If we don't give him his inheritance, the current Raikage will figure out who his father is and then let all the elemental nations know they have the Yondaime's son. Then it will be you who have to explain to the village and daimyo why we let the son of our greatest hero leave and go to another nation. Sarutobi took a pause to let everything he had said so far sink in before he continued. That, and do you realize how much money the fourth and his wife invested into this village? This made the civilian council get worried. If Naruto does leave, this village will be economically crippled at best, but if he keeps everything without selling a single inch of land, Kumo will then own us. And if he goes to IWA, we will be destroyed. What do you mean if he goes to IWA? IWA hates Konoha. Danzo paled once he thought about what he just said. What are you thinking, Danzo? Asked a civilian. Shikaku laughed. He's thinking what the rest of us are. If IWA finds out that Minato's son left his home village to go to the enemy, that Tsuchikage will have a field day. Not only did they gain the son of their most hated villain, they gained the Kyuubi container and the power to destroy Konoha. And with the way we've acted towards Naruto, he will have no problem unleashing the Kyuubi on us. A few hours later, Naruto was found sitting atop the Hokage monument on his father's head. Since he was little, Naruto had always come to this same spot to think about things and ease his mind. But for some reason, his mind never came to rest. In fact, since he got there, he has just become more frustrated. Why did you do it? Naruto thought. Why did you have to curse me with this thing? He must have had no other choice, boy, or you were the unlucky one out of many, said Kyuubi from inside his cage. Besides, it is already too late. You are stuck with me and I with you. There is nothing you nor I can do about it now. Shut up, you fucking fox. I just want to be left alone right now, said Naruto to Kyuubi. Please, just leave me be. So Naruto sat there in silence, thinking about his life and his future. Never once did he notice the person watching him as he silently wept. Naruto-kun. The next day, Naruto woke up to something poking him in the face. Oh, Gaki, wake up. Huh? Where am I? Asked a confused Naruto. You're on top of the Yondaime's head, said a deep voice. You better get home, kid, before you catch a cold. Yeah, I will. Thanks for waking me up. Naruto finally got his eyes adjusted enough to see that whoever was talking to him was gone. Mister? Oh well, guess I better get home. And with that, Naruto shunshined home to get dressed for the day. Arriving in his room, Naruto heard a knock on his door. It was Kakashi. Naruto, when you get dressed, head to the Hokage's office. He wants to see you. Says it's important. Sure thing, Nissan. Waiting till he knew that Kakashi was gone, Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls. In one was one of the training suits he always wore that was for a male, and the other but for females. Throwing them on the bed, Naruto changed into a blood-red bodysuit with the arms cut off that showed off all his muscles. Next, he placed black leather arm guards with studs all over the top of his hand to add a little more damage to his punches. On his left shoulder there was a seal drawn carrying a circle with a sword in the center of it, and on his right shoulder was the same seal, but instead of a sword there was a boomerang. For foot, where Naruto pulled on his black thigh-high boots that flared out at the top to act as pockets. On his belt were 2 pouches for carrying shuriken and other items. Located on the small of his back was a medium-sized scroll used for carrying various items. On both his thighs were kunai holders colored blood red. Making sure that everything was ready, Naruto grabbed the 2 scrolls on the bed and left. Arriving outside the tower, Naruto started to make his way in when he was stopped. Councilman Danzo. To what do I owe the displeasure? Danzo scowled. Watch your tone, boy. Just because you are on the council does not mean that you can't be gotten rid of. I'll be sure to remember that if I find it worthy to remember later. Now hurry up and tell me what it is that you want. I'm already late as it is for my meeting with the Hokage, said Naruto, slowly reaching for a kunai without making Danzo aware of his actions. I'm here to offer you a deal, Uzumaki, said Danzo in a sugary sweet tone that made Naruto's skin crawl. What kind of deal? Naruto asked. I came to offer you training. Training that only I could give you. Training that would make you the strongest shinobi in this village within a matter of years, said Danzo smiling. Naruto laughed and laughed, and then he laughed some more. What is so funny, Uzumaki? Asked Danzo. You. Ha 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 ha, you want to train me. Bah ha 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 ha. That's a good one. Danzo scowled, but Naruto continued to laugh. After a few minutes, Naruto finally settled down. I'm sorry, but that was hilarious. Why is it funny, boy? I'm making an offer of a lifetime, sneered Danzo. I'm sorry, but I highly doubt that. You see, I already know you got the report from my mission to Wave due to your Root ANBU spying on everyone. So I know you know that I killed Momochi Zabuza and several other people, said Naruto. Yes, I already know of your mission and your part in the killing of one Momochi Zabuza, but I have yet to see the actual proof that he is dead, said Danzo with a smirk. But that smirk soon dropped when Naruto smeared blood over his left arm and Zabuza's sword appeared. Where did you get that sword? Asked Danzo nervously. Sealing it back into his arm, Naruto began to walk away. You see, I told you Zabuza was killed by my hands. And with that, Naruto was gone. Arriving in Sarutobi's office, Naruto knocked, then entered. I was told you wanted to see me, Hokage-sama. Yes, Naruto-kun, come in, said the old Kage, but Naruto never moved from the doorway. I mean, Naruto-san, please take a seat. Seeing that Naruto had finally come in, Sarutobi got on to the task at hand. Naruto, I called you here today to tell you that you and your team have been nominated for the Chunin exams by your sensei and by recommendation of the council. Why did the council recommend my team for the exams? Asked Naruto. To be honest, it was while you were away in Wave. And the reason they did it was because of Sasuke being on your team. Naruto was about to say something when Sarutobi silenced him. Now, before you say anything, that is not the reason I accepted your nomination. I made it aware to the council that if Sasuke was allowed into the exams, then all the other teams from your year would be allowed as well, as long as their senseis allowed them to enter. So that means it's not just Team 7 that will be joining the exams, but other teams as well? Asked Naruto, but stated it as more of a question. Yes, but I decided to change up the teams for the exam to make it more interesting. You see, to be a Chunin, you must be able to lead and make quick decisions that will better help your team complete the mission. And a lot of the time Chunin are not placed with their original team that they had when they were Genin. So everyone will be split up, said Hiruzen with a smile. So I get to be on a team that doesn't have the team and Pinky on it? Sarutobi nodded his head with a smile. That's awesome. So whose team am I on? You are on Guy's team, along with Tenten and Lee, and you will train with them every day until the Chunin exams in 3 weeks. Also, if the teams work out, they will become permanent, said Sarutobi. But regardless, you will be a Chunin by the end of these exams whether you complete them or not. What? Why? How can I become a Chunin if I don't complete the exams? Asked Naruto, confused. Sarutobi took a small black book from the top of his desk and tossed it to Naruto. Take a look at the first section. So Naruto opened the book and went to the first section and froze. The first section was labeled Genin, and there was only one name in that part of the book, his. This is a bingo book. But why is my name in here? Asked Naruto. Just read on, said Sarutobi. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. K.A: The Bloody Fox. Red Howling. Rank, Genin. Village, Konoha. Skills, has highly advanced Taijutsu, probably high Jounin level, and uses a style never seen before called Style, Shadow Skill, and Light Skill. Fuinjutsu is around low to mid Jounin. Genjutsu is non-existent. Ninjutsu is high Chunin to low Jounin level, and Kenjutsu is low Jounin level. Specialty, Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu, and Kenjutsu. Noticeable feature, has 3 whisker-like scars on both cheeks, neon blonde hair, and sapphire blue eyes, carries a black boomerang into battle. Description: defeated to A rank, missing Nin with one move each, then continued to kill over 1,000 mercenaries single-handedly, and responsible for killing Gato, the owner of Gato Shipping. Developed a red chakra cloak after witnessing the death of 2 of his teammates. This cloak resembles that of a fox. This shinobi is most likely a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi based on reports. A capture on site order is issued for this Nin. If you cannot capture, you are to kill the target. Threat rate B. Orders: capture on site, kill if capture is impossible. Holy shit, said Naruto with his jaw on the floor. Holy shit is right, Naruto, said Sarutobi. This just came in this morning around 8 o'clock. Now that I've seen this, I have no problems telling you who your father is. Who put this in the bingo book? And why do you think it is fine to tell me who my father is after this? Asked Naruto, sounding a bit angry. Sarutobi sighed. Well, Naruto, first off, your father wanted you to know about him when you were strong enough and could take care of yourself, which was decided that when you became Chunin you would find out about your mother, and when you were around mid to high-level Chunin you would know about your father. And second, Kumo sent that in to the bingo company that gives that to all villages. Oh. Well then how did Kumo find out about this and get so much info on me? Asked Naruto, rather confused. I do not know, Naruto, but I would have to say that there was a squad of Kumo shinobi nearby when you fought all those men. Now are you ready to find out who your father is? Sarutobi asked. Naruto nodded his head. Then here is the scroll your father left me. Naruto took the scroll and tried to open it. It's not opening. Oh wait. Sarutobi took the scroll and smeared some blood over the clasp that held the scroll shut. As soon as the scroll opened, he handed it back to Naruto. Here, it could only be opened by me so that no one could tamper with it. So, with the open scroll, Naruto began to read. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then you are strong enough to know who I am. My name is Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, your father. Now you should already know who your mother is, and if I had to guess right, you have her temper, and you are pretty angry right now. Let me tell you that I understand your anger, but please understand my pain as well. I did not want to have to seal that beast inside of you, but I could trust no one else other than my own flesh and blood with this burden. I want you to know that your mother and I both love you. I wish the Kyuubi had never attacked and that the 3 of us could be a family, and your mother and I could watch you grow into a fine shinobi. I know you will make both of us proud, son. And don't be mad at GG for not telling you sooner. It was my last order as Hokage that you not find out until you were Chunin, so please don't be angry. I have left a few things for you to claim once you are done reading this. One is that being my heir you get a seat on the council, so that along with your mother's you can give the civilian council hell now. Second is my book of seals. It has everything I have ever learned about seals and different ones that I was never able to finish that you might someday. Third is the key to beating paperwork for when you become Hokage, which I know you will. It's in your blood to be great. And lastly, I leave you the keys to the family home. Gigi, Jiraiya-sensei, or Kakashi should be able to show you where I once lived. All the nin, gen, tai, and fuinjutsu I ever studied is located in the basement vault, which includes all 3 of my original jutsus. But son, I must forbid you from ever learning the Shiki Fujin. That is the technique I used to seal the Kyuubi into you, and I never want you to learn it. I want you to promise me and your mother that you will never learn it. Well, I'm sorry, but I have to cut this letter short. I can already hear the Kyuubi coming towards us, and your mother just went into labor. She is not expected to survive the birthing due to the stress caused by the Kyuubi's ki. Just remember that we love you and are proud of you, my son. Love. Your father, Namikaze Minato. P.S. At the bottom is sealed the keys to your real home. The Book of Seals. Proof that you are my son and the secret to defeating paperwork. Naruto wiped away the tears that were flowing freely down his cheeks, then opened the seals at the bottom. The first was the keys, then came the Book of Seals, after that was a vial of Minato's blood. And finally the last thing that came out of the seal was a small piece of paper folded in half. Inside the note was one word and one word only: clones. After reading the note, Naruto got a big grin on his face that made everyone else worry. Naruto, is everything alright? Asked Kakashi. Oh, I'm fine, Nisan, but the Hokage's not. You see, I was planning on beating the crap out of him for not telling me about this sooner and making him feel guilty about hurting someone that's like a grandson to him, but I decided against that, said Naruto with a smirk that was starting to spread across his entire face into a full-blown smile. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto-kun. You know I would never do this on without reason. I'm just glad you can forgive me for what I had to do," said Sarutobi. Naruto stopped smiling. "Oh, I never said I forgave you. I just said I wasn't gonna make you feel guilty or beat your ass. I'm gonna do something worse." Kakashi raised an eyebrow on his visible side. "What's worse than that, Naruto?" Naruto gave them both a foxy grin. "My dad gave me the secret to defeating the most vile creature known to man." Seeing that he had both Nin's undivided attention, Naruto formed a ram seal. "Paperwork!" And with that, Naruto disappeared from Umbu headquarters. "Naruto, come back! Don't do this to me! I must know the secret!" But it was too late. Naruto was already gone, and he was probably already across the village. "I think it would have been better if he beat my ass and hated me," said Sarutobi, letting a single tear roll down his cheek. "Now I'll never be able to defeat this curse." After Naruto left the Umbu headquarters, he went off to find his new team. It was not hard to do either. All he had to do was walk around the training grounds until he heard the screams of youth and the world's only unbreakable genjutsu. Speaking of which, he had to ask them at one point how they did that. If they could create more genjutsu like that, then there was no telling what could be done. As Lee and Tenten sparred, Naruto sat in a tree waiting for the perfect opportunity to reveal himself to his new team. While Guy had already noticed Naruto's presence, he decided to see what Naruto was up to. "Guy-sensei?" asked Lee. "Yes, Lee," said Guy. "Where is Niji? He should have been here for training an hour ago," questioned Lee. "Yeah, where is he, Guy-sensei?" asked Tenten. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should go look for him after your spare," offered Guy. "But sensei, then he will miss out on team training," exclaimed Lee. "Don't worry about him, Lee. He's probably training with his clan, that's all," said Tenten. Lee's head fell hearing that. "I wish I had a clan that could give me private training," he said sullenly. Feeling a surge of chakra, Guy and Tenten went on guard. Lee, sensing the same, scanned the area but saw nothing. "Rock Lee, Genin of Konoha, I offer you a chance to gain what you wish," yelled the unknown figure. "Should have known," thought Tenten, recognizing the voice as her boyfriend's. "Naruto-kun always has such youthful entrances. He must teach me how to do this," thought Guy. "What are you talking about? Show yourself," exclaimed Lee. Suddenly, a large cloud of dirt and rubble erupted from the center of where Team Guy had been standing. Once the dust settled, Naruto could be seen standing in the center of the crater. "Naruto-kun? Rock Lee, I, Uzumaki Naruto, offer you a chance to the Uzumaki clan and the opportunity to be trained in one of 3 clan Taijutsu styles. Should you accept, you must concede to one demand," stated Naruto dramatically. "And what would that demand be, Naruto-kun?" asked Guy. "Lee must stop acting like you," said Naruto, pointing at Guy. "What? Why?" exclaimed Lee and Guy at the same time. "Well, for one, no one likes a copycat. I know you like Guy a lot, Lee, but you have to be your own ninja. Following someone's example is good, but going so far as becoming an exact copy is going too far," explained Naruto. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? I am not a clone of Guy-sensei," said Lee. "Lee, if Guy were to take off his Jounin vest, you two would look like father and son. You both have bowl cuts, giant eyebrows, green jumpsuits, orange leg warmers, and you both wear your red headbands around your waist as belts. I know Guy helped you become a splendid shinobi using taijutsu alone, but that's where it should end. But to put it simply, Lee, if you constantly act like someone else instead of yourself, your flames of youth will never burn bright," said Naruto. After Naruto's little speech, a fire began to burn deep within Lee's. "Naruto-kun, you are right. If I want my flames to burn brightly, I must be myself." Lee turned to Guy and started to tear up. "Ji-sensei, thank you for all you have taught up until now, but I must follow my own path from now on." "Oh, Lee," says Guy. "Ji-sensei," says Lee. "They're going for the sunset jutsu." "Tenten, close your eyes," yelled Naruto as he tackled Tenten to the ground to protect her from the evil that is flames of youth. After Naruto's little speech, a fire began to burn deep within Lee's. "Naruto-kun, you are right. If I want my flames to burn brightly, I must be myself." Lee turned to Guy and started to tear up. Ji-sensei, thank you for all you have taught up until now, but I must follow my own path from now on. Oh Lee, says Guy. Ji-sensei, says Lee. They're going for the sunset jutsu. Tenten, close your eyes, yelled Naruto as he tackled Tenten to the ground to protect her from the evil that is flames of youth. A few minutes later, after the man-to-man love fest was over, Naruto got up and looked around to make sure the coast was clear before pulling Tenten up with him. Is it over? She asked. I think so. I don't see any sunsets or waves crashing against the rocks, said Naruto. Wait, I think that's them over there, at least the jutsu's over. Come on, we need to go get them. I've got important information that they need to hear. Walking over to the green-clad duo, Naruto pulls out 2 scrolls. Hey Lee, catch. Tossing a scroll to Lee, Naruto then hands the other to Tenten. These are your new training uniforms and clan shinobi attire. They're just the basics, so you can modify them however you want. Wait, you mean Tenten is a part of your clan as well? Asked Guy. Along with the owners of Ichiraka Ramen, Kakashi, and Yamato-sensei, said Naruto. Now before I go any further into explanations about the clan, I have some information that you need to be made aware of that concerns Team Guy. What would that be, Naruto-kun? Asked Lee. Well, first off, Team Guy has been nominated to be a part of the Chunin exams. Lee and Tenten both perked up hearing that they would finally be able to make it to Chunin. Second, for this exam, Niji will not be a part of Team Guy. What? Yelled the original members of Team Guy. Naruto sighed. The reason being is Hokage-sama thought that since when we all become Chunin we will be working with many other teams besides our own, that we should start now during these exams. So from now until the Hokage says so, I am Niji's replacement on the team. Also from now until the exams start in a month, I will be training you two in our clan styles of Taijutsu. Wait a minute, Naruto, you just can't stop team training until the end of the exams, said Tenten. Actually, as head of the Uzumaki clan, I can pull members off of team training for the purpose clan training, explained Naruto. Now on to clan business. Guy, since you are our sensei, you may stay to hear what kind of training they will be receiving, since you do need to know their skills and abilities. Guy nodded and took a pad of paper out in order to write down his team's abilities. Okay, first is you, Lee. I will be training you in the light skills of the clan. Light skills are the grapple and arm moves that I use when performing taijutsu. Also, I will teach you the move sword. Sword is a shadow skill or leg technique that acts much like your dynamic entry technique, but is more powerful and has the ability, if performed right, to cut your enemy just as if you were using an actual sword. Tenten, you will be learning shadow skill taijutsu, which, like I said before to Lee, uses leg and knee moves to combat your enemies. Also, I will be training you in some jutsu that Kakashi and Ai-san taught me that work well with your weapon style of combat. When Naruto was finished explaining what they were going to learn, all were dumbfounded. Well, all but Naruto. Naruto, how do you expect both of them to learn all that in just 3 weeks? Asked Guy. Well, first off, I will be having 1 clone each train them. Second, I don't expect them to master the taijutsus in just 3 weeks, just get to a level where they can pass as a member of the clan. Also, the jutsu that I'm teaching you, Tenten, are low-level jutsu, but if used correctly, they can do the damage of an A or S rank jutsu, explained Naruto. Tenten's eyes went wide. Really? Show me, show me, show me. Alright, calm down. I'll show you, just watch. Naruto pulled out 2 Fuma Shuriken and unfolded them from his pack. Now, Tenten, you remember the Shuriken Shadow Clone jutsu I taught you? Yeah, why? Responded Tenten. This jutsu that I'm going to teach you was stolen by Kakashi and modified to be used on objects and not the body. Guy, you know of the body expansion jutsu used by the Akamichi clan? Well, this is the same principle but applied to kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools. Guy's eyes widened. Never had he thought of that to be possible. Now he knew how these techniques, while D and C rank, could do the same damage as an A or S. Naruto threw his shurikens towards the tree line away from the village. Once the 2 shuriken were far enough away, Naruto went through a small string of seals, then shouted, multi-sized jutsu. Soon the 2 normal-sized Fuma Shuriken turned into shuriken the size of a 2-story house. Pretty soon all the trees in the path of the 2 spinning blades were cleaved in 2 and lying on the ground, as well as the jaws of Team Guy. Now that combined, the Shadow Shuriken technique and the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique have the potential to destroy entire armies. said Naruto. Well then Naruto, since Lee is our main muscle now and Tenten was always support, what will be your role on the team? Asked Guy. I'm more of a frontline fighter so I'll be helping Lee a lot. Also support with my jutsus, but since Niji is gone, I'll be taking his place as the tracker of the team, said Naruto. Naruto-kun, how will you be doing that? Asked Lee. He was trained by Kakashi and Yamato Lee, two of the best ANBU ever to come out of Konoha. If he didn't know how to track by scent, I would severely disappointed with those two, said Guy. Now Naruto, when do you plan to start their training? Pulling out a pot of ink and a brushing, Naruto replied, right after I apply the seal to Tenten so she can enter the compound. If you need us in the next 3 weeks, you know where to go. With that, Guy disappeared and left the 3 genin to train. 3 weeks later, Naruto, Lee and Tenten were walking through the streets of Konoha on their way to the Chunin exams. The whole team was getting looks from the village as they made their way to the academy. Naruto was getting the usual hateful glares from the villagers, while Lee and Tenten were attracting some positive attention from the opposite sexes. Well, in Tenten's case, both sexes. The 2 original members of Team Guy were wearing their new uniforms that Naruto had given them. Lee's new uniform consisted of a sleeveless bodysuit like Naruto's, but instead of it being red, his was green with an orange swirl on the back. Around his neck was a long red scarf that covered the lower half of his face and hung to right below his knees. Around his forearms and shins, he had replaces the leg warmers and tape for red ANBU-style armor but still wore the blue shinobi sandals. Lee added a coat tail to his suit that came down to about lower thigh and had all his ninja equipment sealed into a scroll and hung at the small of his back. On his right thigh he also had his kunai and shuriken pouch. Deciding to change up his hairstyle, Lee started slicking his hair back and spiking it in the back, looking like he does when he goes into the 3rd and 4th gates. All in all, Lee had changed from a Guy clone into a completely different person, a person that most of the female population drooled over. Next was Tenten. She was wearing the same bodysuit, only hers was white with an orange swirl and deep red borders. Her bodysuit also had sleeves that came down to mid-forearm, and instead of full pants legs, hers ended right around her upper thigh, much like booty shorts. She has a large scroll stored around the small of her back as well as 2 kunai pouches, one on the left thigh and the other on the right, which are also a deep red in color. Tenten wore black fingerless gloves and ANBU shin guards that remained their original white color. All in all, Tenten looked hot. The suit showed off all her curves rather well. A little too well for Naruto's taste. But she was happy and he let it go, at least for now, that is. Arriving at the academy, the team made their way to the 3rd floor exam room. When they got to the 2nd floor, there was a large group of genin stopped in front of a door that said room 301. What a bunch of idiots. Laughed out Naruto so that only Lee and Tenten could hear him. That's not very nice, Naruto-kun. They're just trying to get into the exam room, said Lee. Yeah, Naruto-kun, you shouldn't say things like that, said Tenten. Naruto sighed. Guys, you do realize we only went up 1 flight of stairs, making this the 2nd floor, not the 3rd. Once it dawned on them that they were not on the right floor, they spoke up. Then that must mean, answered Lee. Right, a genjutsu, interrupted Naruto. I'm guessing the proctors put it there to weed out the dumb genin and weak genin from the rest. Thanks for stopping us, Naruto-kun, said Tenten. Hugging his girlfriend, Naruto made his way up the next flight of stairs. Up at the top stood 2 figures waiting at the door to the exam room. Gai-sensei? Asked Tenten and Lee. Kakashi and Ai-san? Asked Naruto. What are you 2 doing here? Well, I'm here to wish my team and my little brother good luck on the exams. They can be kinda brutal, answered Kakashi, looking away from his book. And I'm here to wish you 3 luck as well. Even though I haven't seen either of you for the past 3 weeks, I know that you will make me and your clan proud, said Guy. Thanks, Guy/Kakashi-sensei, replied Team Guy. Kakashi gave them his patented eye smile, then poofed off before Guy yelled, Now get in there and show them how bright your flames of youth burn. Gaining their hearing back, Team Guy entered the exam room. Once inside, the team was greeted by about 200 or 300 genin, all from different villages. A few teams from Konoha that they have never seen before, and handful of Kusa, Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri teams, and what looked like just one Suna and Odo team, and for some reason a mass amount or Aim and Hoshi Nin. Wow, that's a lot of genin, said Naruto. Not scarred are ya dope? Asked a familiar voice. Turning to his left, Naruto was greeted by Sasuke and the smiling faces of Ino and Sakura. Like hell I am. With my new team beside me, there's nothing that scares me. So they finally found you, huh? What are you talking about, dope? Asked a confused Sasuke. Naruto pointed to Ino and Sakura, who were standing right behind Sasuke, giggling like idiots. Actually, they've been with me all day. Wait, that means. Looking up at Sasuke's face and seeing the tears waiting to fall. Oh, you poor bastard. Wait, I'm lost. Why'd you call him a poor bastard, Naruto-kun? Asked Lee. Naruto pulled Lee next to him, and Sasuke then pointed to the giggling kunoichi. Lee, what you see in front of you are what are known as fangirls. Now these two are Sasuke's largest and most annoying fangirls. They have no drive to be kunoichi other than to impress Sasuke, and on missions, they are more liabilities than assets. In short, Lee, those two are the most unyouthful kunoichi that you will ever meet. Naruto-kun, we need to help these girls. We can't let them keep being unyouthful, yelled Lee. Sorry, Lee, but when it comes to girls like them, they have to be willing to help themselves first. We can't help them right now, interjected Tenten. Slumping his shoulders, Lee turned around to go have a seat before the exam started when he walked into someone standing too close behind him. I'm sorry I didn't… Niji? Niji, it's good to see you, exclaimed Lee. Lee, what happened to you? Asked Niji. What are you talking about? Is there something on me? Asked Lee, looking at himself, trying to find something wrong with his clothes. You change your whole appearance. You no longer look like a copy of Gai-sensei, said Niji. Lee rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously. Well, I kinda had to for my clan. They wouldn't let me become a clone of someone. I had to be my own person. Clan? What clan? Asked Niji. Yes, Lee-san, what clan did you join? Asked Shino, walking up to Niji. Beside him was Kiba with Akamaru on top his head. Naruto-kun invited me and Tenten to join his clan. I am now Uzumaki Rock Lee, said Lee proudly. Ah, the dead last has his own clan? What a joke. There's no way you have your own clan, dope, and if you do, it's probably the weakest out there, howled Kiba. Before Lee could respond to Kiba's insult, Naruto had already moved and had Kiba off the ground with his hand around his throat. I'd watch how you speak about my clan, Inuzuka. My clan was never known for taking insults like that lightly, and neither am I. Just remember that the weakest member of my clan could beat you, even on their worst day. Naruto released Kiba and turned to Niji and Shino. Niji, I suggest you keep your mutt on a short leash lest he ends up in the pound. Walking over to Tenten, he could see she was talking with Asuma's team, which now looked like it consisted of Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata. Hey guys, how's it going? Asked Naruto. Geez, Naruto, do you have to be so troublesome? The exams haven't even started yet and you are already causing problems, said Shikamaru. Choji was too busy munching on his chips to make a comment, let alone care. Hinata just blushed and tried to hide away from Naruto. Hey, Kiba insulted my clan, so I had to put the flea-ridden mud in his place, stated Naruto, crossing his arms over his chest and puffing it out defiantly. Tenten just smacked him in the back of the head. Naruto, what have I told you about attacking fellow Leaf Nin? Not to, said Naruto, hanging his head. But he insulted our clan. I can't let that go. Now this caused Choji to spit out his chips and Shikamaru plus Hinata to go wide-eyed. Naruto, did you say our clan? Asked Choji. Yeah, why? Asked Naruto. Naruto, I thought you were an orphan with no family, so how is she a part of your clan? Asked Shikamaru, pointing at Tenten. Naruto asked me to join and we made it official the other day. I'm now Uzumaki Tenten, said Tenten happily. Shikamaru just sighed and muttered, troublesome. A few moments later, a man with white hair and glasses showed up and confronted the group. Hey, if I were you, I'd keep it down. You're just making yourselves targets since you're obviously rookies, said the white-haired teen. Oh yeah, and who are you to tell us what to do, huh? Asked Kiba arrogantly. I'm sorry, where are my manners? My name is Yakushi Kabuto, nice to meet you, said Kabuto. You called us rookies. Would I be wrong in assuming this isn't your first time taking the exams? Asked Niji. You are quite correct. This is actually my 7th time taking the exams. Answered Kabuto. Kiba laughed. Wow, you must really suck to fail that many times. I mean, what kind of ninja are you? Well, I didn't leave those exams empty-handed. Kabuto pulled out a deck of orange cards and showed them to the rookies. These are my shinobi info cards. They have all the information I have on every shinobi in the village and in these exams. So you could tell me about anybody here? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, I could. Why do you want me to look up someone for you? Responded Kabuto. Sasuke thought about it for a moment, then came up with some people. Team guy. The new team guy, that is. Naruto cut his eyes over to Sasuke, then over to Kabuto. Once Kabuto pulled out 3 cards, Naruto immediately sent a blast of sharp wind chakra towards the cards, cutting them to shreds. Why'd you cut up my /his cards? Asked a pissed-off Kabuto and Sasuke. I'm sorry, but as the head of the Uzumaki clan, I cannot allow you to give out information about my clan members without my permission, explained Naruto, shocking a few present. But did you have to destroy my cards? Asked Kabuto. That also means I cannot allow you to have info on my clan either, Konoha shinobi or not, said Naruto, walking away along with Tenten and Lee beside him. With Naruto and company, Narukuin, what was up with you and that guy? Do you know him? Asked Tenten. No, but he reeks of snakes, answered Naruto. So? I don't see the problem in smelling like snakes. He smelled fine to me, said Lee. Yeah, but there is one big problem with smelling like snakes in the shinobi world, said Naruto in a hushed tone. What's that, Narukuin? Asked Tenten. There are only 2 people in the world that smell like snakes. One is Mitarashi Anko and the other is her old sensei. Lee and Tenten looked confused. Okay, you're still not making any sense, Naruto-kun, said Lee, getting worried a bit about his friend. Her sensei was Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin and traitor to Konoha. And Anko doesn't train anybody in snake-style taijutsu or ninjutsu, said Naruto in a little more than a whisper. So you're saying Kabuto-san is working with Orochimaru? Questioned Lee. Naruto nodded his head, then sat down. As soon as Naruto sat down, though, the door burst open and out walked several Konoha shinobi in gray jumpsuits. All right, you maggots, listen up. My name's Marino Ibiki, proctor of the first exam. Now get your asses in here and take your seat. Anyone who's not in a seat in 2 minutes is automatically failed. Soon everyone was in their assigned seats and the test was underway. Being the younger brother of Kakashi and Yamato, the test was a breeze for Naruto. I mean, if you were raised by 2 of the greatest ANBU captains ever to come out of the village, you would have to be awesome. Well, good enough to pass some lousy exam. But in everyone else's case, the test was not so easy. For everyone else, they had to cheat. Although they caught on that the purpose of this exam was to cheat, the trick was to do it without getting caught, and that is what they found hard. One after the other, teams were failed for cheating and were walked out of the room. Guess some people aren't as sneaky as others, thought Naruto. I wonder how Lee and Tenchan are doing? When it came to Lee and Tenten, they did all right. Tenten using her ninja tools and Lee using his speed, set up a few mirrors on the ceiling so they could watch and read the answers of the other students. Now came the end of the test. Ibiki gave that same old speech he always does for the exams, and people reacted the same as canon. Well, all but one acted the same. Scanning over the students in the exam room, Ibiki came across a raised hand. Yes, Genin Uzumaki? Do you wish to quit?
No, answered Naruto.
Then why are you raising your hand? Asked Ibiki. Oh, that. Yeah, I just wanted to know when you're going to be done with your bullshit speech so my team and I can move on to the next exam, replied Naruto with a hint of arrogance in his voice. You see, trying to deter us from taking the final question is just a waste of time, because by the end of this exam my whole team will be Chunin. Is that right? Well then, Uzumaki, how about I make you a deal? Goaded Ibiki. What kind of deal? Questioned Naruto. If your whole team can make it to the finals of the exams, I'll pay each of you the pay of an A-rank mission. But if you lose in the preliminaries, then you have to scrub the ANBU prisons from top to bottom until you're done, said Ibiki with a smirk. You got yourself a deal, Baldy, shouted Naruto. Just as Ibiki was about to reply, something burst through the window. What the hell? Yelled a few kids. After the crash and the smoke cleared, a banner was hung over the board that said, "Behold, the sexy and all-powerful Mitarashi Anko. Oh God, not that crazy bitch," thought Naruto as he smacked his head against the table in front of him. "Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. Please don't." "Hey there, Whiskers," yelled Anko, seeing Naruto sitting at a desk.
Dame, screamed Naruto mentally, haché Yanko.
What's the matter, Whiskers? You not happy to see me?" asked Anko in a seductive tone. Anko crept up to Naruto and pulled out a kunai, then started to lick the kunai. "You know, if you're not happy to see me, I might have to let this kunai slip. Then you'll get cut and I'll have to lick up all your tasty blood. And you know what happens when I taste your blood, don't you, Foxy?"
No.
No. I'm happy to see you, Anko. I was just... Naruto started to panic. If he did not come up with a lie that Anko would fall for soon, he would be one fucked fox. In more ways than one. He was in the middle of the final question, "Anko, and you're here early. And your timing sucks like always," said Ibiki, saving Naruto from a feisty Anko and a jealous Tenten. "Now could you please move?" As Anko stepped away from the class, Ibiki continued his speech. After he was done, Anko took the remaining 26 teams and led them to the training ground where part 2 of the exams. While walking to the training field, Tenten decided to have a little chat with our blonde foxy friend. "Sue, what was that about?" Naruto groaned. "Don't ask. She's crazy as shit and obsessed when it comes to my blood, just leave it at that." Just then a kunai flew through the air and cut Naruto's cheek. "I heard that, Foxy," yelled Anko from the front of the group. "Naruto-kun, she seems to really like causing you harm. And from the way she's staring at you right now, your blood turns her on. What's the deal with that?" asked Lee. "Ugh, alright, I'll tell you guys, but you gotta be quiet about it." Waiting to see if they agreed, Naruto began to tell his story. "Okay, 2 years back, when I was training at the compound, Yamato and I-san brought Anko over to help me train in dodging and poisons. He also wanted me to beat on someone else other than him when we trained in Taijutsu. So during one of the dodge training sessions, one of Anko's kunai gets me in the thigh. Well, when she came over to remove the kunai, she licked the blood off," explained Naruto. "EW, that's so gross," shrieked Tenten. "Yeah, well, because of her former sensei, it was a quirk she picked up from him. Anyways, when she tasted my blood, she went nuts. She came at me and started attacking me, but she only aimed for one spot on my body and nowhere else," said Naruto. Lee raised an eyebrow. "Where did she go for, Naruto-kun?" "My pants," said Naruto in a hushed tone. "Your," starts Tenten. "Pants?" finished Lee. "Yep. Apparently my blood sent her hormones into overdrive," answered Naruto. "Well, what happened next? Did she calm down?" asked Tenten. "Well, a few hours later she did. Sort of," said Naruto nervously. Tenten started to get a bit upset. "What do you mean, sort of?" Naruto, sensing something wrong, put himself between Tenten and Anko. "Let's see, how do I say this? Ugh, hi, well, she kinda sorta, technically." "Out with it," yelled Tenten. "Sheffer said herself and," said Naruto as fast as he could. "She what?" asked Lee and Tenten. "Ugh, she forced herself on me," said Naruto as quietly as possible. "She raped you?" yelled Lee and Tenten, but for 2 different reasons. Naruto quickly slapped his hands over both their mouths. "I don't want everyone to know what happened. Now, she didn't rape me. I just didn't expect her to do that just from drinking my blood." "Yeah, it wasn't rape. It was surprise sex," said Anko, appearing behind Team Guy and in a disturbingly proud voice. "You raped my boyfriend," yelled Tenten. Naruto grabbed Tenten around the waist and pulled her close to him to keep her from Anko. "Lee, help me out here. Tenten, you need to calm down. We weren't dating when it happened, and that's the only way she would have calmed down. And you need to be quiet, remember." Tenten calmed down quickly. "Thank you," said Naruto, letting her go. Tenten blushed, embarrassed that she said all that so everyone could hear her. But then she got a great idea, well, great in her mind. "Well, at least he's all mine now," she commented, directing it at Anko. Anko just smirked. "Heh. Who says you could stop me if I wanted him again? 'Cause I'm better than you, said Tenten confidently. Really? So you and Naruto have slept together already? We well know, said Tenten. Then how can you say you are better than me in any way? I'm a special jounin, have way more experience than you, and I've already bagged your man. So in all cases I'm better than you are, said Anko with a triumphant smirk. Tenten just hung her head. Anko was right. She was not better than her. But she still had Naruto, and that is something Anko did not have that was better than hers. Looking around to find her blonde boyfriend, she noticed that he was nowhere to be found. Where did Naruto go? She asked out loud. While you and Anko-san were arguing about sleeping with him, Naruto-kun shoe-shined away from here. I think he went ahead of the group to wait for us there, said Lee. But why did he leave us behind? Asked Tenten. Well, I would have gone with him, but I don't feel like wasting chakra. And I think he went ahead because he was angry. I have to say, Tenten, what you did was very unyouthful, said Lee as he walked ahead of Tenten. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at Training Ground 44, aka the Forest of Death. Once there, Tenten went to look for Naruto but could not find him. Meanwhile, Anko was giving her do not die speech. Once Anko was done, Lee and Tenten filled out their consent forms and went to go get a scroll. When they got there, the chunin that was taking the forms and handing out scrolls said, "Your other teammate already picked up your team scroll. Just go meet him at gate 11. At the gate, Lee and Tenten found Naruto in a meditative position. As they were about to say something, Naruto beat them to it. I thought Anko's speech would have kept you two a bit longer? Oh well. Naruto stood up and dusted himself off. Well, we got a heaven scroll, so we need an earth scroll. So hayrase the plan. When the bell rings, Lee, you will take the scroll and leave with Tenten to the tower. Move as fast as you can and do not stop for anything. I'm gonna go and get us the scroll we need. With my clones, it won't take as long and we'll finish in record time. You don't have to do this, Naruto-kun. We can help you and do this as a team, protested Lee. This doesn't make sense. Why are you doing this alone? Is it because of what I did back there? Asked an upset Tenten. Naruto sighed. This has nothing to do with that, and this has nothing to do with the team. As clan head, this is an order. You are to head for the tower with the scroll and wait for me. I will be sending a clone along with you to notify me of any trouble. But Naruto-kun, pleaded Tenten before she was interrupted by Naruto. But nothing. When the alarm sounds, go. And do not stop. After his little freak-out moment, the alarm rang. Go.
Naru-kun.
Tenten tried to reason with him again. Lee, if you have to, you will drag her to the tower. Now go, or I will turn this scroll in and forfeit this exam. Once Lee heard Naruto would fail the team just to get them to leave, he knew something was off. We will be waiting for you, said Lee as he took off through the forest with Tenten on his shoulder screaming to be let down. Meanwhile, Naruto had summoned 3 shadow clones. Alright, you 3 are gonna go look for scrolls. Stay away from all leaf teams. All clones nodded and jumped off into the woods. Once they were gone, Naruto went through a string of seals, then cut his wrist. Blood clone jutsu. Right before his wrist healed, a clone appeared from the blood that had fallen on the ground. What do you want me for? Asked the clone. When one of the shadow clones appear with the scroll needed to enter the tower, you are to be there with them and enter in my place until I get back, said Naruto, cutting his thumb. And what are you going to do? Asked the clone. Naruto slammed his hand into the dirt. Once where there was nothing, a dog had appeared. Pakin and I are going hunting. The clone gave a nod, then jumped off after Lee and Tenten. Turning to Pakin, Naruto picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. All right, Pakin, you ready? Asked Naruto. Ready for what, Naruto? What are we doing? Asked the small dog. We're going snake hunting, said Naruto as he jumped off into the woods. Pakin thought for a moment. Naruto, why did you summon me to go after Anko? We're not going after Anko, replied Naruto, jumping from tree limb to tree limb. Then who are we looking for? The only other person that smells like snakes is… Pakin's eyes went wide. Naruto, what are you thinking? If you go looking for him, you'll get yourself killed. I know. That's why we are only confirming and then notifying Umbu of his presence, said Naruto. Now could you start looking for his scent? Pakin nodded but hesitantly. A few miles into the forest, Pakin caught something. Naruto, head west, I found something. Right? So Naruto headed west. But what was waiting for him, he did not know. Getting closer to their destination, Pakin picked up another scent. Naruto, it seems the Uchiha is in the same area as the target, as well as your pink-haired teammate and another female. The two women are currently knocked out. Fuck? What do I do now? If I fight him, I'm going to die, but if I don't fight, those three will die. Thought Naruto. Pakin, I need you to go find Kakashi and have him notify Umbu and the Hokage that Orochimaru is going after Sasuke, and that I'm engaging the target. But Naruto, you know you cannot win against him, said Pakin. Naruto sighed. I know, but if I don't distract him long enough for Sasuke, Sakura and Ino to get away, they all will die. Pakin hopped off Naruto's shoulder onto a tree branch. Before leaping away to go get help, Pakin turned to Naruto. Is there anything else you want me to do, Naruto? Naruto thought about it for a moment, then cut his finger. With the blood, he unsealed his black wing and handed it to Pakin. Could you give this to Tenten at the tower and tell her I love her? Pakin nodded, then disappeared into the trees. Naruto turned towards where the fighting was taking place. Well, here goes nothing. And so Naruto leapt off into the forest, hoping to find a supplies to make a pair of snake skin pants. Elsewhere in the forest of death, a certain duck-ass shinobi was fighting for his life against a psychopathic Kusa-nin. Why the hell does this guy want to kill me? Thought Sasuke, trying to get away from the Kusa-nin.
Oh, Sasuke-kun.
Where are you? Asked the Kusa-nin in a sickly sweet tone. Fuck, thought Sasuke. Leave me alone, asshole. Sasuke did a few hand seals. Katon? Grand Fireball Jutsu. The Kusa-nin dodged the fireball and went for his own jutsu. His fangs and neck elongated, then shot after Sasuke. Sasuke dodged the attack right as the head was about to bite into his neck, instead biting into a tree and giving Sasuke the time he need to put some distance between him and the freak. I tire of chasing this child. I guess I should go ahead and mark him now. Pity, I thought you would be more fun than this, Sasuke-kun, said the Kusa-nin. Summoning a giant snake, the Kusa-nin jumped on its back and rode it around until it found Sasuke. Ah, there you are, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke turned around in time to see the snake freak right behind, riding on top of a giant snake summon. Leave me alone, you freak. You already have our scroll. Ah, but it's not the scroll I want. Sasuke watched in horror as the nin's neck and teeth grew longer and lunged at him. I want you. Just as the snake was about to get Sasuke, he froze. Looking up, he felt such a strong killer intent that he had to know who was producing it. In time, the snake would wish he had not. Looking up, the Kusa-nin saw a red blur coming towards him at Jounin level speeds. Once the blur got close enough, Sasuke and the mystery Kusa-nin heard someone yelling, Uzumaki Annihilation Technique, Shadow Skill, Chainsaw. The Kusa-nin moved its head out of the way just in time to see the head of the snake it summoned get lobbed off, then burst into smoke, then see the blur crash into a tree. Well, who do we have here? A stray Uzumaki? When the dust settled, Naruto was seen standing on the executioner blade that was embedded into the tree. He crashed into, step away from the Uchiha, Orochimaru. Oh, so you know who I am? Then you must know you are no match for me, boy. Ku, laughed Orochimaru. Naruto got angry. Light skill. Blade fist. Naruto thrust his fist forward at Orochimaru, and out of his fist came a tunnel of sharp wind that shot towards the snake Sannin. The attack missed Orochimaru when he dodged to the left, but what Naruto did hit was Sasuke, who got knocked back a couple hundred feet. When Sasuke got back to his feet, he screamed, "What the hell was that, dope? It was supposed to get you back enough so you could retreat. No, grab Sakura and Ino and get to the tower now," yelled Naruto. "What about you?" asked Sasuke as he made his way to his new teammates. "Don't worry about me. I got a plan," said Naruto as he dodged an attack from Orochimaru. When Sasuke got to Ino and Sakura's bodies, he saw an earth and heaven scroll laying beside them with a message in the dirt that said, "Go, I'll hold him off." Not thinking twice, Sasuke picked up both girls and ran. Man, I'm glad they chose to diet so much. If they trained, this would be a lot harder, thought Sasuke as he ran. Orochimaru growled as he watched Sasuke run away with his teammates. Looking at Naruto, he released a high concentration of killer intent. Naruto just scoffed, "Oh please. Living with the fox all these years has left me resistant to most Ki," said Naruto. And to prove his point, Naruto released his own Ki. "Trying to scare me into running away so you can chase after the Uchiha is not going to happen," said Naruto as he got into his taijutsu stance. Ku, I've never seen a boy so willing to throw his life away. Or maybe you are just trying to take the place of Sasuke-kun? Said Orochimaru with a smirk. "Not likely, you snake-skinned pedophile. I just didn't want to let you get your hands on the Sharingan," said Naruto as he dashed forward at Orochimaru, throwing a right hook at his jaw. Orochimaru dodged the punch and caught the knee that was aimed at his ribs. "So quick to attack. I thought Kakashi would have taught you patience?" Orochimaru swiped a claw at Naruto's face, but that was quickly dodged. Using the momentum of his dodge, Naruto spun around and round-housed Orochimaru in the face. But to his disappointment, Orochimaru melted into the dirt. "Damn! A mud clone. Come on out, you coward, and fight me. Or is that all that you are good at? Running away like some scared infant?" said Naruto with a smirk. "I thought the Sannin are supposed to be the strongest shinobi alive. It's kinda sad when you get bested by a genin." After Naruto's little speech, he was knocked back into a tree by a giant gust of wind, effectively knocking him out. Meanwhile, Tenten were waiting inside the tower after a Naruto clone had come and given them the scroll they needed. "Where is Naruto-kun?" asked Tenten to no one in particular. "He is probably checking on his old team, Tenten. You know, if we were out there with him, we would want to check on Niji," said Lee, walking into the room. Tenten turned around to greet Lee with a half-hearted smile. "Yeah, you are probably right. I guess I'm just—" Tenten was interrupted when a dog came running in the room with something in his mouth. "You're Tenten, right?" asked the small dog. "Yeah, why?" asked Tenten. "My name is Pakin. Naruto sent me to find you," said Pakin. "Is Naruto-kun all right? Where is he? Why didn't he come here with you?" asked Tenten, starting to panic. Pakin pulled a scroll off his back and laid it on the bed. "He asked me to give you this. Now I must go." With that, Pakin ran out the door, leaving Tenten and Lee to read over the scroll. When Tenten opened it up, she began to cry, but when Lee saw a puff of smoke come from the scroll, he saw Tenten fall to the ground and weep, holding a black boomerang to her chest. Lee picked up the scroll and read what it said. It only had 3 words written inside: "I love you." He turned to look at Tenten and remembered the boomerang. He then knew what the letter and her receiving the weapon meant. Naruto would not be coming back alive. Somewhere else in the tower, all the Jounin senseis were sitting in a room together, talking about the exams and placing bets on who they think would pass when Pakin burst through the door and landed on the table in front of Kakashi. "Pakin, what are you doing here?" asked Kakashi. "Kakashi, we have a problem. It's Naruto," said Pakin, trying to catch his breath. "What about Naruto? Didn't he already make it to the tower?" asked Guy. "That was just a blood clone. He's still in the forest," said Pakin after he had calmed down. "Why the hell is he still in the forest? He could fail him and his team," said Asuma. Pakin got serious and locked eyes with the bearded Jounin. "He's fighting to save the Uchiha." "Sasuke? Why is he trying to save Sasuke? And from who?" asked Kakashi. Pakin just said one word: Orochimaru. Back with Naruto. He was beginning to wake up when something grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. "You insolent child! You dare mock me?" Naruto smirked, then spit in the Sannin's face. Orochimaru wiped the spit from his face, then pulled out a kunai. "Any last words, monkey?" Naruto let out a small grunt. "What was that?" Naruto leaned in and whispered in Orochimaru's ear, "Boom." Orochimaru's eyes went wide. Right after Naruto said his last words, he blew up. Walking out from behind a tree, Naruto surveyed the damage. "Wow. Maybe next time I should use less chakra for the exploding shadow clone?" Nah. Looking over at the scorched body of Orochimaru, Naruto went to recover the executioner's blade. After getting said sword, Naruto walked back over to the corpse of the snake Sannin, but noticed the body was no longer there. Esachi. Where did he go? Naruto's silent question was answered by a sword piercing his left lung. "You think a simple explosion could kill me? If that was the case, that idiot Jiraiya would have killed me long ago." said Orochimaru walking up behind Naruto with his Kusanagi in hand. Naruto spat up a wad of blood and laughed. Well, I guess you and me have something in common then. And what would that be? Asked Orochimaru. Naruto waited until Orochimaru was close enough and made his move. We both think Jiraiya's and idiot. Ing style. Saber. Naruto's attack landed across Orochimaru's left arm, causing him to drop his sword and hold the bleeding appendage. But the attack came at a price. Although he did remove Orochimaru's arm, in doing so he caused the wound in his chest to worsen. Naruto grabbed his side and coughed up a large amount of blood. You bastard! Look what you did to my arm! Screamed Orochimaru. Be glad it's your arm, asshole. Naruto coughs up more blood. I was aiming for your head. Naruto fell to the ground. No longer able to hold himself up. Shit, I can't move. Vision's getting blurred. I should have run after I got him with the clone explosion. You put up a decent fight, boy. You are truly worthy as my next vessel now that you have taken Sasuke-kun from me, said Orochimaru, lengthening his fangs and neck. Fuck you, said Naruto, ready to pass out. Orochimaru smirked, maybe later. But first things first. Orochimaru's head shot forward and bit Naruto in crook of his neck, causing the boy to let loose a scream of pain. Once Orochimaru was finished, Naruto passed out. The snake was going to watch as the seal formed, but noticed that 5 Jounin and 4 ANBU level chakra signatures were coming his way, more than likely after the boy. I'll be watching you, Naruto-kun. Make sure you stay alive. And with that, the snake Sannin disappeared into the dirt. A minute later, Pakken, along with Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, Anko, and an ANBU squad arrived on the scene. Looking around, Anko was the first to spot Naruto. Naruto-kun, yelled Anko with panic in her voice. The other Jounin and ANBU looked over to see Anko running towards a large pile of red cloth. Naruto, said Kakashi in a hushed tone. Making his way over to the downed body of his adoptive brother, Kakashi froze when he spotted his neck. On his neck was a cursed seal just like the one Anko had. Breaking himself from his thoughts, he heard someone call his name. Kakashi. Anko? He asked, looking at the purple-haired Kunoichi. Anko was in tears. He did this to him, didn't he? Kakashi nodded. We were too late. Guy was confused. Late for what? Naruto-kun is still alive, isn't he? He's alive, Guy, but that's not what Anko is talking about, answered Asuma. Then what is she talking about, Asuma? Asked Kurenai. Kakashi let a few tears fall to the ground. Picking up his brother, Kakashi started to walk back to the tower. Kakashi, what happened? Asked Guy, watching the retreating form of his rival. Guy. Naruto was marked by Orochimaru with the cursed seal of heaven. Anko pulled the collar of her trench coat down to show off her seal to Guy and Kurenai. Just like he marked me when I was his apprentice. I'm not familiar with curse seals. What does it mean? Asked Kurenai. Asuma took a long drag from his cigarette before answering. The curse seal is a form of control seal that allows the creator to corrupt the chakra network of those it is placed on and control their minds to some extent. The more you use the seal, the more control is allowed and the more corrupted you become. Also, when used, it grants the user a huge boost in power, but you lose the ability to think properly and you let your anger get the better of you. Your urge to kill also increases, sometimes causing you to attack comrades, said Anko. It also means that Orochimaru has marked him as his next vessel. A few hours later, in the tower, Kakashi was seen walking out of the medical wing of the tower. So how is he? Asked Anko, walking out from the shadows. Kakashi sighed. He's doing fine. The good news is he will be okay and will be able to compete in the preliminaries. But what's the bad news, Kakashi? Asked Anko, sensing there was something else he was not saying. Kakashi sighed. It's the curse seal. Kakashi sat down against the wall outside of Naruto's room. I've tried to seal it off like we did with yours, but... But what? Asked Anko, taking a seat beside her friend. As soon as I sealed it, it absorbed the new seal. That, and it won't stop glowing. It's like it is still trying to seal itself and infect Naruto. Like something is trying to reject it, said Kakashi. Anko was about to say something when she was interrupted by demonic scream, exclamation point. Naruto? yelled Kakashi and Anko. Running into Naruto's room, the two Jounin stopped to see Naruto, surrounded by swirls of red and purple chakra. What the hell is going on? As if he heard his thoughts, Naruto answered him, Kakashi, get the Hokage. Naruto, what's going on? Yelled Kakashi. Naruto isn't here right now, said Kyubi. Kyubi, screamed Anko. What are you doing to Naruto-kun? The seal the snake placed on the boy. It's corrupting the seal that keeps me in, said Kyubi. And if it is not stopped, both me and the boy will die. Kakashi and Anko froze. Not sure what to do, they just stood there. What are you monkeys waiting for? Go get your hoe. Naruto/Kyubi fell to his knees. Not needing any more motivation, Anko ran to find the Hokage. A minute later, Anko was in the Hokage's office within the tower. Anko, what's wrong? You seem disturbed, said Sarutobi. It's Naruto, the seal is breaking, said Anko in a distressed tone. Before Anko could tell him where the blonde was, Sarutobi was gone in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi, what the hell is going on? Yelled Sarutobi. Kakashi turned around to see his leader standing before him. Hokage-sama, said Kakashi surprised. It's the seal. It's breaking. I can see that. I meant, why is it breaking? Said Sarutobi, a bit annoyed. Orochimaru attacked him in the forest and placed the cursed seal on him. Now it's messing with the seal that keeps the Kyubi locked away, said Kakashi. Have you tried sealing it off like I did with Anko? Asked Sarutobi. Yes, sir, but it was absorbed by the cursed seal and destroyed. I think it has something to do with the Reaper Death Seal on Naruto, answered Kakashi. Naruto, lift your shirt for me, said Sarutobi, walking over to the boy. What are you going to do to us, you old monkey? Asked Kyubi while he lifted the shirt. It looks like my old student has improved the curse mark since he used it on Anko. Wait, it looks like it's actually trying to incorporate itself with the Reaper Death Seal, not destroy it. Kyubi, I want you to flood as much of your chakra as you can into the cursed seal, said Sarutobi. I hope you know what you're doing, monkey, said Kyubi. As soon as Sarutobi saw the cursed seal start to glow red, he quickly did a few hand seals, then slammed his hand into the seal on Naruto's stomach. 5-element unseal. For days later, all the genin that had passed were in the tower arena waiting for the next exam to begin. Everyone was there but Naruto, who had yet to show up. Just when they thought they would have to wait longer for the exam to start, a plume of smoke erupted in the balcony. Stepping out of the smoke were all the Jounin senseis and the proctors for the past exams. The Hokage was also among them. I would like to congratulate you all for completing the second part of the Chunin exams. But for 3 of you, this is where it ends. The genin all looked confused. Before we start the third part of the exam, 1 team will be removed. The genin were in an uproar. Before they could even prove themselves, they were being expelled from the exam. The problem was, they did not know which team was getting the boot. For crimes against the Konoha while in a time of peace, I hereby expel Otogekure from the Konoha Chunin exams, said Sarutobi. Crimes against Konoha? What are you talking about? Yelled Zaku. This is an outrage, yelled Kin.